Thankfully, what are the tyres in terms of deepness there? 4, 5 deep, maybe, to cushion the blow?
Yeah, well, about 5 or 6 deep.
Yeah.
So just front-end damage to that car, along with possibly another issue that we are unaware of at this time, as the car already being put onto the flatbed. We've got to rearrange the tyres as we do.
So the 414 car has had a big old incident, and I think actually the nose of the car ended up partially under the tyres as well. So car 414 with Dominic Albert at the wheel of the Razzoon Northern Racing Porsche Cayman. It's running, or is now running, 6th in the GT4 category. And fans of Ajit Kumar, our huge Indian film star from the Collywood scene, was due to be in this car later on in the motor race, and that's going to be a very, very difficult repair in order for him to do that. But we hope that they can, and we clearly hope that Dominic Albert is fine as well. But the early conversation that he was having with track staff and with marshals rather helps us to know that he was able to walk away and is still conscious, clearly. So that's the best possible news after a big, big crash.
And for those who are like first-timers watching motor racing, these drivers are strapped in with 6-point harnesses that come between your legs, around your waist and over your shoulders. And when you're racing, you do them up as tight as you can before you leave the pits, because in any of the race cars, it doesn't matter if it's a TCX or a GT3, you pull some serious G's on slick tyres, and that really starts to stretch these belts a little bit. You wear a full hands device so that if you have a head-on collision like that, it restricts your head movement forward. And all of these latest safety things is the reason why we see drivers get out of cars that have had horrendous accidents and walk away from it. And it's just, you know, I remember last year we had I think it was one of the Alpines down at Yas, sitting on the infield at turn 4 at Yas. There's no tyres on it, just the engine in the back, and all we could see was a roll cage, and the driver sitting in there calmly unplugging himself and getting out. There was nothing left of the car. So amazing safety that has been promulgated through the Creventic series with all of the cars out there. Drivers wear full 3-layer fire suits. There are onboard fire extinguishers activated from inside and outside. So safety is paramount in motorsport because it is dangerous.
Yeah, and we've already had a nasty incident with a car that partially caught fire and needed that fire extinguisher that is carried by all of these cars. The driver with partial burns, we were hearing, not visible burns, because Joe had a word with the driver involved with that, but you only need to be exposed to fire for a very short period, a couple of seconds, and you'll feel the heat for maybe a few days. But yes, fireproof race wear is essential in this occupation. This car that we're talking about now didn't catch fire, but is looking very sorry for itself on the front, with a lot of that paint from the rubber belt that sits on the front of the tyre wall now scuffing the front of the car after it ended up underneath that very large tyre wall at the end of the straight between turns 9 and 10. The race around this recovery continues rather in a sense. You can't overtake, and you have to adhere to the 60 kilometers per hour, but this can all be weaved into potential strategy. If you're in a position to take on some fuel, you are allowed to do that. Come into pit lane, maybe do a driver change and a tyre switch, but then when you get to the fueling area, you're only allowed 25% of your normal fuel allocation. That's exactly what the race leader is doing, in fact. Dan Harper out of that Al-Manar Racing BMW. Darren Young took over before the car visited the pit lane, but a bit more fuel for Darren Young before it will continue on.
James Winslow also into the pits in the Hassar T car, and currently 4th on track now, and 2nd in the AM category. Paradigm competition, and Simon Traves in the 991 leads the AM and 3rd overall. And Pure Racing again, Alexei Nisov moving up the leaderboard up into 2nd position. 146 laps completed by our race leader, the Al-Manar racing. And Darren Young now just leaving the pits. Now this barrier repair shouldn't take too long, because they've just got to have a look at the tyres as the 414 makes its way into pit lane. That'll be parked, either sent down to their garage. You can see that part of the front, the air dam, is sitting in front of that car rather than underneath it. But quick work from the track team here at Dubai Autodrome to get that sorted out. A little bit of barrier repair. I did see during the last Code 60 that the course car did go out to have a bit of a look around the circuit, and I think we'll see a little bit more of that this evening, just to see where debris is. And a lot of it is to replace the signage, the foam signage, which is the countdown corner markers that tend to get occasionally removed by a wayward car. So that car now being taken back into the scrutineering bay and the technical bay, just at the beginning of pit lane. And we should get some form of countdown to when the Code 60 ends regarding the tidy up going down at turn 10. Give me a quick eye on our 992 field. Rick Broikers in the Red Camel Jordans.nl currently leading the 992 category. And he's got a few laps now on Hub van Eindhoven in the Terra outdoor racing, running in 27th overall, second in class. And then it's Ramsey Mitran in the fuel bay at the moment, dual racing by Huber, third in the 992 category.
Also a driver change for Haas RT as Alexander Bukantsov gets back on board the 21 car to head into 4th position in the race. Simon Traves is getting some fuel in the 991 BMW. Just witnessing the stop for the 3rd placed M4 GT3 Evo. And the earlier race leader, the dynamic GT Porsche for Klaus Bachler, has slipped down to 5th place. But now with the rapid Austrian being strapped back in again, he started the race. I'm sure we'll see that car rise again towards the top 3. Joe in the pits.
Yeah, it's Sammy Moutran in the dual racing car. I saw it was definitely Sammy.
Exactly. Maybe the driver ID hasn't been changed. It's still showing him on the screen.
Yeah,
no,
so.
we won't get that until he heads out of the fuel bay. Yeah.
He's still in the fuel bay, of course. He's just got in. I've got Simon Traves. He's just got out of the 991, the Paradigm Competition BMW. Simon, everybody's keen on hearing about the BMW and how well this BMW is going this weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely going well. We've had a good week sorting setup out and working through various options and settled on a good option in the end.
Have you had much experience on the Michelin tyre?
No, this is the first time we've ran it in Dubai.
What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a good tyre. It's good all-round tyre and it's working well.
I mean, I know we sometimes focus a lot on like one-lap speed and ultimate qualifying speed, but it's all about that tyre lasting you as a driver, isn't it?
Yeah, I think with the Michelin, especially with the BMW, you just got to protect the front. The front axle is the one that goes first, and you just have to keep that protected and you're okay.
Right, thank you, Simon. We've gone back to green, guys.
Very swiftly indeed, after the, mopping up was required down at the end of the back straight, so the recovery of the car took a bit of time, but then the track sweep, as efficient as it always is here in Dubai, to limit the amount of Code 60 there is to all of the competitors. Well, the track staff are doing their best job at that. You could argue that the commentators are attempting to slow the race down as much as possible. I mean, it's not deliberate, it just seems to be the way things are going. Toby Sowery has now been inserted into the 991 Paradigm Competition BMW. So that was the car that was brought in by Simon, who we've just been chatting to, and also Amin Al-Hati, part of that driving lineup, along with Darren Leung. So it's all going quite nicely for the 991 crew in their GT3 AM entered BMW, running as high as 3rd overall at this stage, ahead of Klaus Bachler And Bachler will try to whittle that time down as much as he can during this stint to try and get that GT3. Not a Pro-Am, not an Am car, it's a GT3 Pro in effect. Try to get that back to the sharp end.
Just looking at Toby Sowery, a lot of American racing for him. ALMS, Asian LMS, IMSA, LMP2, IndyCar, 3 races in that as well. First in the Radical World Finals in 2022, third in Indy Lights in 2019, so a very experienced steerer in that Paradigm competition at the brand new BMW M4 GT3, and its initial outing around the planet here at the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai.
Yeah, many times a brand new GT3 car is homologated effectively in time for this event, and a chance therefore to see these cars for the first time in anger at this particular race, and then at Daytona in a couple of weeks' time. Very often an Evo kit may well have been used in one of the SP or the SPX categories around the Nordschleife for a year or so, but not eligible for competitions such as this until the following season.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it's a big thing to bring a car to a 24-hour race for its first outing.
True.
Like, it's a real thing. We've seen it with the Rosser guys. This is a test session for them, but yeah, it's a really big ask of the team and also of the vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they will have been put through independent tests. Sometimes you hear of 30-hour tests taking place, but that is 1 or 2 cars on their own pounding round and round, and you don't get the same dynamic as you would in a race with 60-odd cars in it, because you're going to get the odd code 60 where cars go slower and you have heat soak to worry about. Also, the pit stops may not go entirely to plan. You've got different drivers at the wheel as well, and all those elements that you can do your very best to replicate in a test, but it's just not the same thing.
Yeah, I've been noticing in regards to when we come out of the code 60 that a lot of drivers are weaving across the track, warming up those tyres. Now, we didn't see that previously when we had other brands of tyres. It wasn't as prevalent as what we're seeing with how cold those tyres must be getting and losing the heat a lot quicker of this specific brand of type of endurance tyre. So something new the teams have to get with is that you need to do a proper tyre warm-up as you come out of a code 60, especially the long ones, 20-odd minutes or so. That one was quite quick. But yeah, I've noticed half a dozen cars down the start-finish straight doing the weaving just to try and generate a little bit of heat in there before they attack turn 1.
Yeah, because weaving in a code 60 is generally frowned upon, isn't it? Because recovery work's taking place there, and they may be repairing the circuit, and you don't want cars on the brink of control. So
most definitely,
you have to not weave in the code 60, and that is really not going to help the tyre temp. And then as soon as the green flags come out, as long as there's nobody alongside you, and we have had a nasty incident in qualifying where
they were weaving
led to a huge incident with an Audi and a Mercedes on the back straight, one of the fastest parts of this circuit, and practically wrote off an Audi R8.
Yeah, Tresso attempted racing the number 99, and but that not taking part because we could actually see the inside of the gearbox.
Yeah, it was, the outer casing was stripped.
Exactly.
Not least because it found the hole in the Armco, which is normally used for access, and the back end of the car caught that and made it even worse. Not like a glancing blow that you would have already normally had on just a long, expansive Armco.
It was almost a direct 180-degree impact. It was right, you went in there square.
Yeah.
And there's not much leeway at the back of those cars.
One of those that you wince at every time you see it again. Darren Young then leading by, what is that, 46 seconds? No, we'll just wait for Alexei Nesov to cross the line actually in the pure racing car to give you a real-time gap. But 777's BMW in front of that pure racing Porsche. And then the best of the GT3 AM cars for Paradigm competition running in 3rd position. Then a nice little gaggle of non-Pro GT3 cars from 5th position down to 10th spot, including the 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches, as what is left of the 414 car now after its big crash at the end of the long straight goes past Joe. What's your early assessment then, Joe?
I'm not sure it's going to rub out, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's got a massive amount of damage on the front end. I'm now behind the car, so it may be, when I get a proper and closer look at it, just kind of superficial bodywork, etc. When it gets to its garage and they give us a better chance of stopping still and me getting a proper look at it, I'll give you a better assessment. But remember, it's Baz Cooten is part of this operation as well for Ajit Kumar, and they don't know when to stop, do they? They'll just keep on
Indeed, the front 2 corners mechanically look pretty okay. It was just a lot of bodywork laying over the top of them, so it looked reasonably square at the front end. So hopefully, when you have a look at that, you'll be able to see if I'm right or wrong.
I think you're spot on from what we saw from the front wheels, and more importantly, the front wheels are also pointing in the right direction. Now, whether they're fixed to the car is a matter that we can find out in a moment. We are walking all the way up the top of the pits with this car being pushed by the mechanic, so we'll see. But I think you're right. It's reached the garage now. It's going to be pushed in nose first, and the team will go to work. I'll get back to you when I have a report.
Well, this is a Razzoon More Than Racing car, isn't it, which is the team from Austria. I know the sister car, as in the other car that Ajit Kumar had as his name against it, is a Baz Cooten car.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Baz Cooten was involved with Razzoon. That might just have been a speaking moment from Joe, unless he knows a little bit more. Ah, fine, okay. Gotcha. I mean, he might be having a look, but he might be saying, I'm glad I'm not involved with Razzoon in this race, because they're going to have to sort that car out. Yes.
All right.
It's going to take a bit of time to get finished weather. And look, we did that they had the spares, some spares you carry. Yeah, I'll come out of the garage. We take it for granted that they're going to repair the car, but it all depends on what spares you've got in the truck and if you've got the right spares. And sometimes, he's a team member. Okay. Brake failure on the left rear, I'm being told. That's what caused the shunt. Which is unfortunate. They're having a look at the rear of the car. So a myriad of problems causing the damage. Very little activity on the front end. More activity on the rear to find the cause. I suppose if the brake failure can't be rectified, then it's pointless repairing the damage, so it makes sense to have a look at that first.
Now, with the car having its hazard lights on almost before the braking area, do you think that's a safety mechanism? The car, you know, whether it's lost brake pressure or something similar, has the car then kicked into some sort of warning mode that actually couldn't have been foreseen? It's just slightly bizarre that those hazard lights were on, I thought, before the braking point. Then the driver hit the brakes and nothing happened.
Yeah, I can't quite remember if it was on, but they clearly were on when they were in the zone.
Yeah.
And we saw the car initiate the turn, but obviously with no rear brakes, and you're probably running 65, 35 balance in these cars. You rely on that rear balance as well to knock off some speed, and without that happening, there wasn't much you could do in that area that Dominic was basically a little bit of a passenger there.
Yep.
But what he's done, he's actually nosed it underneath the because of the rake of that nose on the Cayman. It's actually gone underneath the tyres and protected the front end from impact, because it's been able to roll underneath the tyres and go 2 or 3 rows back, just damaging the bodywork.
Yeah, so that may have, I think, coincidentally, rather than anything that Dominic did. I mean, you do hear stories of as soon as drivers realise either the throttle is stuck open or, in this case, there's no brakes, you actually initiate a spin. Yeah, you chuck it into a spin.
You want the four wheels going sideways to try and slow you down.
Try and shave some speed off it. And plus a side-to-side contact is marginally better than a head-on, because you don't quite know how far underneath the tyres you're going to go. Whereas if you hit the tyres sideways, you're less likely to go fully underneath them. But yeah, the main effort is just to try and decrease the speed of the car at the point of impact. But I don't think he had opportunity to do that.
No, we're talking about it up here in the commentary box, not sitting behind the steering wheel, approaching a wall at 140, 150 kilometres an hour.
Yeah,
and
it's much easier to talk about it from our position.
Yeah.
You feel entirely for Dominic Albert, who had very little warning that was going to happen. And it's only when the car stops very, very suddenly you realise quite what speed you're doing so often around this place, lap after lap. It brings it into sharp focus.
Exactly. Once you've been in a car for 10, 15 minutes, everything starts to slow down. Okay, you're not realising the speed that you were going, and that then can lead to, when you do go off track, that fence comes up so fast. Yeah. You know, you think you've got time to address the issue and do things where your brain's going a million miles an hour, and all of a sudden things aren't doing that.
Victor Plekhanov, meanwhile, who is in the number 30 Porsche. That car is in the fueling area, isn't it? Which is 20 kilometers per hour. A good indication to Victor's left, the two different speed boards. So 40 kph for the main pit lane, 20 kph for the fueling quadrant, which is very, very slow, but that's because there are team members potentially walking around that area, getting into the right position so that the pistol grip fuel fillers can be spotted, a vacant bay, and then these smart codes, or smart cards rather, are offered to the very, very intelligent fueling Bowsers that work out precisely how much fuel you can take on this occasion and whether the track is under code 60 or not. Thankfully, we're not.
Exactly, but Nick did go and talk to Paul Truswell about it, because we were in the code 60, they were fueling, and the leaders were fueling, and all of a sudden it went green. And we didn't know if it stayed at the code 60 level or whatever, so Paul Truswell said, yes, it does change. The smart tags are that smart.
Yeah, so the transition point, green to purple, purple to green, the fuel Bowser adapts accordingly. Now then, a frightening moment for Dominic Albert not that long ago in the Razoon Porsche, and he's been good enough to head towards Joe for a quick chat.
Firstly, Dominic, are you okay?
Yeah, thanks, I'm fine.
You look fine. We were speculating what it must be like to have a brake failure as you did. I mean, tell us exactly how you felt.
Yes, that was it exactly. So I come back the back straight. I run around, I think, 230. And as soon as I hit the brakes, I moved nearly totally through it. And then, I tried to avoid it, but after 1-2 seconds, I recognized that will be an hard impact.
Yeah, that sort of speed, there's nothing the driver can do with a brake failure, is there? There's nothing you could have done.
I know it's not the best feeling, so you think about things that you maybe can get the loop, but for that it was too tight, the barriers, so I hit them frontal.
You may need a change. You may need a change of underwear, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. The car looks damaged. Are the team going to try and fix it?
I just arrived now from medical center, and as you know, Razoon, it's quite simple. If it's fixable, we go out again, and best thing is I got the yellow one, so if everything is good, I'm back in the car.
So that was given to you by the medical center to say that you're okay to drive again?
Yes, that's the most important.
It is, absolutely. Thank you for talking to us, Dominic. Really appreciate that. Dominic Albert in good shape as well, as we can see. It's just his underwear that needs changing, I would imagine.
Wristband if you're cleared, Joe, to continue to race.
I wasn't aware of that, but yeah, I mean, when he showed me the wristband, and he said more importantly this, when you visit the medical centre, they must give you a yellow band to indicate that you can continue and to participate in the race, which kind of makes sense. I mean, probably back in the day, they've had drivers attend the medical centre and come out of there with a concussion and get back in the car. it's kind of given a clearance, isn't it? And the doctors have authorised that, you know, you're fine, you're okay to drive again, which so that's great thinking from the organisers to instigate that protocol. Great idea. And let's hope that Razoo can get the car back out, because there's still plenty of this race left.
It was interesting because I've got a yellow wristband to get me into dinner later, so will it get me a drive at the same time?
You don't have a driver's wristband, which the medical team would remove if you're not fit to race.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have that, and if they think you have a concussion or some form of injury, they'll remove your driver's band, which means you're no longer able to compete.
Which doesn't stop Johnny A getting dinner, and B, if you find some Normex and a helmet,
Exactly.
might be able to sneak into a car.
That was my plan.
We'll know exactly you're not a driver the moment you put a lap time in, though,
there
JP.
is that, and I would probably cause a code 60, because that's generally the way that this weekend has panned out to this point as well, whether I'm behind the wheel of a car or otherwise. Darren Young in the BMW is on lap 156, and he's trying to hold off Alexei Nesov. Actually, there's a good chunk of time between those two drivers currently, but it's BMW, Porsche, BMW, and then a couple more Porsches. So if you're an Audi fan, only 6th place for that car at the moment, and Mercedes not having a good time at all at this stage. 9th and 10th places. It's been quite some time since Mercedes won this race last time out, 2020, and that wasn't a full race either. So I think of the 4 big manufacturers, it's Mercedes that have waited the longest time for a race win here, but they do have the oldest
2012 Abu Dhabi by Black Falcon was the last time that they were
prior to the 2020 victory.
Let me just go on to the pages are back to front, aren't they? Of course they are. So 24 was Audi, 23 was BMW, 22 Audi, Porsche in 21, Mercedes in 2020, Black Falcon.
Yeah, but I'm sort of not counting that one because it wasn't a 24-hour race.
Well, let me go back a little bit further.
So it's 18, I think, since the last time Mercedes won here.
2000, you are correct, 18, and that was, once again, Black Falcon.
Yeah. So Audi the most recent winners, as in last year, BMW the year before that, and Porsche are now in a 4-year drought, but the bigger one, I mean, Mercedes will definitely count 2020, but we only did 168 laps.
Caused a flood in that year.
Yeah. But that was the shortest distance record, and by no means was a 24-hour race. So the true last 24-hour victory for a Mercedes was 7 years ago. So it's been quite some wait, and they don't look like they're likely to complete a victory so far, at least, with their cars, their best cars, 9th and 10th. But things can spin around very quickly.
In this race, it can spin around incredibly quickly. I'm just looking at the gap between Klaus Buckler in the Dynamic GT running 4th at the moment, and Toby Sowery, the Paradigm. 37 seconds. That gap is staying a little bit static at the moment. It did come down a little bit, but I think Toby Sowery may have had some traffic. Currently leading the AM category, GT3 AM. Interesting, Alexander Buksantov is back into fuel. Now, he only recently got aboard that Haas RT. It wasn't that long ago, so in for fuel there. So maybe their Code 60 fueling has sort of upset where their drivers are in regards to their stint times. And it's put it out of sync.
You can plot it all out on a spreadsheet before the race, and then that very quickly spirals out of control by about the 4th or 5th Code 60, and you have to have a plan B, C, D, and many other letters, no doubt.
W.
Yeah, probably.
And then you start putting letters in front of them, and numbers A1, A2.
The alphabet for a second time.
Yeah.
Sami Moutran in the 950 Porsche with its very smart paint job for this weekend, exuding memories of silk-cut Jaguars.
We missed them last year. They didn't race last year, and it was the first time for a very long time we didn't have the Moutrans out.
You're talking about the Moutrans rather than the silk-cut Jags,
yes,
which I don't think we've ever had in this race, sadly.
We've had them here at the Historic.
I'm sure.
And we have the Historic here. We've had the silk-cut Jags.
Well, that would be very cool. I've not been here for that event, but I'm sure you have many times.
Yes. And it was pretty... well, we have a load of Formula 1 cars, and it's the 992 that has stopped down at turn 10. and just trying to navigate his way around through to turn around.
Hasn't made the tyres in this instance,
no,
thankfully. But it's the same place where Dominic Albert had his moment only 20 minutes or so ago, and the yellow flags are now being displayed into turn 10. You can race
Racing in their 992 AM car.
So there's the potential for another caution, but the 992 is rolling again and heading back towards the racetrack. Let's hope we can avoid it in this case.
Loris Naroy at the wheel of that car, currently running 9th in the 992 AM category. Maybe the bumps caught him out, or was there another car that he was trying to avoid and he just had to get off the circuit? It does happen down at turn 10. It's a 992 car, so the GT3 cars do approach that corner quite a bit quicker. But the flag has been withdrawn. Okay, 30-minute warning, 30-minute warning for fireworks. 30-minute warning for our fireworks brought to you this year by Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai. Get yourself somewhere where you can see. Now, if you're sitting in the grandstand, it'll happen on the right-hand side. If you look to your right, and you'll see where those lights finish, just down there is where the fireworks will be this year. And all 3 minutes of glory.
So, I mean, if you're already in the Apex Garden, that's a good place to be.
The Apex Garden this year has grown 40-fold to last year. It's going to be our podium for the podium ceremony for the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. It's got great food over there. You've got food trucks. We've got a kids area in there as well. A lot of work has gone on with Union Properties at Dubai Tourism to get this area up, because unfortunately, due to restrictions, we can't have the public in the pits anymore. It's a safety thing, so we have to make areas. We actually took a car park down to put this area in for the public this year, and so great work from Union Properties, Dubai Autodrome and Dubai Tourism for offering up an absolutely amazing spectacle for our fans. And if you're in the grandstand, you can get across there. There's a tunnel that goes under the grandstand, brings you up in the building just to the right of the podium, head out the back door, and you can go and visit all of these marvellous attractions.
And that tunnel, I don't think I've ever seen it as busy as it has been so far this weekend.
Joe, next year I'm going to put a zip line up here for us, and it goes both ways, so you can jump in the chair over that and come back up onto the top of the grandstand.
Yeah, you need a ski lift in one direction and then the zip line in the other, and that would be perfect.
It will be indeed.
It's quite an installation for, what have we got, 6 or 7 members of our commentary team, but I think we're worth it.
Look, in that time in Dubai, we could get a fully lit walkway going all the way across from the top level of the grandstand.
Yeah.
And it'll have a restaurant in it as well.
We'll submit plans at the end of the race, and it'll be done by next week.
Next week? Really?
Wednesday. All right. Well, the crowd. I was going to say is growing in the Apex Garden, but it's been very populated in that area from the off today, and everyone being suitably entertained now by some fire jugglers.
And they've got the big LED screen up behind them as well, so you can watch the race as well as enjoying the fire jugglers. Great entertainment here this weekend for the 20th running. We had to make it special.
Yeah.
We had to make it special. You know, it's the longest running race here in the Middle East, and we never missed a year. You know, with all of the stuff that went on in 2008 and obviously in 2020 after the round here. And we've got to remember that Creventic were the first racing series to go back racing during COVID.
Yep.
You know, they developed the strategies and all of the things that they needed to do to work in different countries which had different regulations. It was incredibly difficult to do. We had to learn a new way of broadcasting.
Yes.
You know, everybody had to learn new ways of doing things. So it really expanded what we have now as our coverage.
Yeah, nobody had even heard of Zoom prior to COVID, but we all know now, well, some of us know how to use it. And
some of us avoid using it.
Avoid using it, yeah. And the old classic problem of being on mute. but to go to Portimao, was it not? The first race back, the 24 hours of Portimao. And the travel from the Netherlands down to the south of Portugal is no mean feat at the best of times in a normal world. So yeah, they worked out precisely what they needed to do and how to get so many cars down to that part of the world from the base. And I mean, this has always been a huge undertaking since Creventic took this event over to get this many cars to this part of the world, and in containers many weeks before they need to be here. And it's now a well-oiled machine. Mercedes number 96 had a moment a couple of seconds ago, running a little too deep into, is that turn 12?
Just want to see where he comes out. Very dusty.
It's later on in the lap than that. Oh, it might have been 12 actually. 14.
It's down the hill, it's 13.
Yeah, 13, beg pardon.
Where the old management building used to be, which is no longer there, but there is the new construction up there, which is going to be the Motor City Clubhouse, being built around this circuit, and everything to the left of us as we look, cars running right to left, is going to be built up. So pretty good.
Yeah,
Evo Brokers is down there with Joe Bradley.
Ivo, you've just been watching that pit stop go ahead. In fact, you've been videoing it. Is that because you then take that back to the team and analyse how the 909 pit stop went?
I only show back the good stops.
Was that a good stop?
This was a very good one. I think about 22 seconds, and that's rather good, and all look good, and we are happy with the stops.
The Red Camel team, you've told us many times, Ivo, that they're a bunch of volunteers. They're a bunch of people that just come together for the weekends. I mean, you know, you've got these professional teams that will drill and practice and practice and practice. You guys can only practice when you come to the track on a weekend.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, only practicing basically during the race. I mean, our pit stops are getting better during the race. Of course, in the days before, we also doing some practices. But yeah, we have done it so many times, so everybody's in the same position, and they know what to expect, and all to expect the unexpected.
Is it a new car for the Red Camels team this year? Is that a brand new car?
Sorry?
Is that a brand new car you've brought out?
No, it's the car from last year, but last year, as you might know, we had a lot of problems. Finally solved with a half a Porsche Motorsport, and we found the issue. That cost us last year the season, but now we are full confident to be back in the battle again.
Here we are at round one of a season. I mean, you have the overall championship that you guys look at. Yes, European Champions is nice, but the overall championship is what I know you look at. Is that what you kind of, can you focus on that even at this early stage?
Yes, we are really focused on trying to, compete for the championship, to compete for the win. That's something what we want, and to compete with the best. There are a lot of very fast drivers over here from Super Cup and Porsche Mobile Cup, whatever, and. We as an amateur team try to join them in the battle for the championship.
You guys are like you quite literally are a family with the adopted son in the form of Fabian Dans. Fabian in for the rest of the season?
Yes, he is. He will join us for the rest of the season. We are very happy to have him. A great bloke. He's very reliable. He never has a crash on the car. And he's a good guy to have in the team. I always say he's bringing energy and not costing any energy at all.
Yeah, and he's fast, isn't he?
And he's fast, yes. He's very fast.
Let's not hex anything more, so we'll stop talking, shall we? You and me hexing things by saying, didn't put a scratch on the car. Yeah, we'll stop there, Ivo. Yes. Great stuff. Yes, he's nearly got run down by a Mercedes there. Thank you,
Thankfully,
Ivo.
they avoided that. You didn't know, but Seb did. Yeah, but Seb's almost robotic. I mean, the car's bounce off
over it.
Well, and that, yeah. He's been in pit lanes operating RF cameras for so long. Not even he can remember the first day at work.
Machine.
Indeed. And I kind of like the fact that Ivo Breukers has used the word bloke there. Yeah. I don't think that's readily used in the Netherlands, but adopting the UK and Australia as well. which is a cracking, endearing phrase.
Well, for an endearing team who've been part of this since the get-go.
Yeah, too right.
And always come and put on a great performance.
Ben Goethe, meanwhile, in his McLaren, motoring on. And a couple of moments ago, was that his car involved in an incident? Or no, just a simple overtake or a bit of lappery. Passing a Mercedes close to the end of the lap, exiting turn 14 and into 15. So Benji is in 8th place, having got ahead of the Hubert Haupt Mercedes. So that was a move for position, I fancy. Yes. Car 4 is the AMG, driven by Hubert Haupt at the moment. Sergei Sirotkin for the SMP Racing crew in their Mercedes, car number 7, running in 10th place. But Pure Racing now at the head of the order. That is because Darren Young pitted not too long ago, and Young dropping a couple of spots. So thankfully we've got cars that are close enough at the sharp end of the field to ensure that they change positions every time one of them comes in for a stop. Indeed,
fuel and fresh tyres for Darren Young and the Almanar Racing team. And we're Porsche, BMW, and it's always the way. Those two BMWs always seem to rise to the top. And this has now become a little bit of a thing. At the first hour, 2 BMWs. Second hour, 2 Porsches. Third hour, 2 BMWs. Fourth hour, it's becoming a little bit of a... their strategies are playing opposite each other, which are probably all going to meld together in hour 24.
Yeah. Well, there are so many different pathways you can take to navigate your way to the end of the race. And you might say, well, it's a little bit too early to be working out precisely where you're going to be at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. But I'm sure there is a spreadsheet for each of the teams that has adopted that. But it will chop and change on so many occasions. Yes. But some of the strategic programs that are running on laptops and computers up and down pit road will have mapped the blocks to the end of the race, and then it's just a question of how closely you can stick to that plan.
You can map the blocks, but you can't map the drivers.
True.
And so when the sun comes up, everybody gets their second wind.
Yes.
You know what it's like. And a lot of, over the past years, I've spoken to a lot of drivers, Khalil Kabasi, and said, what happens? He said, it's when the sun comes up, part 2 of the race starts. No, that's when we're looking at what we need to do to get to that finish line.
Yeah.
That's when we can see the finish line, literally and figuratively, because it gives everybody a breath of fresh air. At 5 o'clock in the morning, you're really struggling. It's just so long in the dark. It just doesn't seem to be getting any brighter. You're getting tireder. It's taking a toll on your concentration. As soon as that sun starts to pop up, all of a sudden that all changes. You get that, you get a second wind.
And just after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, that's probably precisely when you need that second win, because that will be
6 hours to go.
Just under 6 hours to go, exactly. And there are a lot of endurance races that only last 6 hours. So all of a sudden,
next weekend,
you can think we've only got the length of the Abu Dhabi race to go. It feels a lot more tangible. But also, any decisions you make, they've got to either work, or you'll know that they haven't worked very, very quickly, and there's not a lot of time to recover there.
And well, that's the whole thing. You don't have time to recover, because some of these strategies take place over 4 or 5 stints. And if you're double stinting drivers, etc., etc., so it becomes very, very interesting on how all of these team dynamics play out. Have you got any car damage? Are you nursing a problem? Do you need to baby the car for a little while? We're looking at 12 to 13 degrees overnight. So getting toward 4 or 5 in the morning, it's going to get cold as well. And how are the tyres going to react to that temperature change? And then how the tyres are going to react after about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning because we're going to be at the same temperature. The track's going to have the same amount of sun on it as it did when we started at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So then you'll be in your safe window of knowing where your tyres are. The track's going to have a lot more rubber on it.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's going to improve what the racing because you can trust the grip a bit more. But how hard can you push that car?
There's so much new for the teams to deal with because of the brand new tyre for 2025 and beyond. We are powered by Michelin from this season onward in the 24H series. Yes, everyone's had night practice to try and assess what the tyres might do, but that only took us to 9 o'clock on Friday night.
Yep. And
it won't have dealt with the temperature plummet that we're likely to have this evening. Track temperature generally is retained in asphalt until well, later than 9 o'clock, so grip levels would still have been pretty good yesterday evening, but there is a chance that they will ebb away when we get to 2, 3, 4 in the morning. So this is learning on the fly for a lot of the teams that do not have experience of the Michelin tyre. We learnt from the boss of Michelin at this race, the Michelin man, I think, as he introduced himself to some members of our team at breakfast this morning, that we learned before we got going that the tyres on the Porsche Cup cars are those that we see in the Carrera Cup championships around the world. So if you've come here from a Carrera Cup, Germany or France or Benelux, you will have some experience of the tyres on those cars. However, for the GT3 cars, for the TCE cars, that's a tyre from elsewhere in their range,
yep,
and therefore might be brand new for those running it.
And once again, learning curve. We have been on track since Monday at the Dubai Autodrome with paid sessions for the cars. We had a few cars out that are running down at Yas, not running here this weekend, doing some testing. The Creventic started on Thursday, Friday, with the practice sessions, but a lot of running, and we did have the tyre test back in December, Winwood Racing. We were on top of the timesheets there. So some teams got the cars out early and got some testing in. Enrico Fagenzi has been running in our local series here. Once again, we run on Michelin tyres, so the same sort of thing. And he's getting it and time for his drivers to learn this circuit. So especially when half of the circuits in Europe are covered in snow at this time of year. It's a great place to come.
But those test sessions, were they all held in daylight or at least daytime hours?
Daytime, morning and afternoon. That's what they had.
So nothing, again, goes to the point of nothing at 3 or 4 in the morning. So
exactly, and we're expecting 12 degrees from 4 a.m. through till 7 a.m.
Great.
Okay, so that's...
Which is chilly for this part of the world.
It's absolutely Arctic for this part.
But then again, tyres should still operate or should still be able to create performance,
yep,
even at those cooler temperatures.
Well, no doubt Michelin have done their testing, and maybe they tested these tyres in Europe in colder temperatures to work them out, because they're going to have to run at the circuits that Creventic are going to but for the 6 rounds, I think it is, over there in the European series. So that's going to be, what it's going to do is give the teams that have come here that are going to compete in Europe, is going to give them a huge advantage.
Yes. On
the teams that are just doing the European rounds.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to have a massive advantage. If you're running here, you've got 24 plus 6 down at Yas, plus all the testing time. You've got probably 40 to 50 hours of track time knowledge on those tyres in varying conditions. And two different track surfaces.
Yes.
So you're going to go into the European series, if you're running there as well, with a massive amount of knowledge.
Yeah. And that rather backs up what we've been saying, that if you've had an issue in the opening 4, 5, 6 hours of this race and your car needs urgent repair, it's definitely worth doing that, because you might still have half the race to at least glean some tyre data from, and other data as well if it's a brand new car for this season. So we may yet see still some cars that aren't currently in the race returning to the track, because it's just too good an opportunity to turn down. Side-by-side action into the first corner. That was 40 Aston Martin battling with the 21 Audi from Haas RT. It was a move for position again.
Yeah, Tom Van Rumpy in the Aston Martin, Alexander Bekantov in the Haas RT Audi. They are running 13th and 14th in the Porsche GT3 category, but it's an AM and a Pro-Am. So overall position change, but not a change for category. We've got a slow car in Sector 1 at the moment. That is from turn 1 around to about turn 5. Just keeping an eye out to see where that car is.
And indeed, which car it is.
Yes.
Just literally reported as a slow car at this stage, but highly useful information with this level of light.
I'm not really seeing anybody going slow through turns 2, 3, 4 and 5.
That message has now been removed.
Yeah, maybe it was just a slide off track running out of turn 2, getting it all collected up back together again.
Yeah. Race leader into the pit lane and now into fueling in frac. So Thomas Preining reaching the end of his driving stint. Noting that there's still a 20-second penalty alongside that car, which may be reset, or they didn't serve it.
It still says it's...
Oh, no, it still says 20, doesn't it?
It does say 20, and he's down in the fuel bay, so that's yet to be served.
Okay.
Unless it clicks over when he leaves pit lanes.
That's what I was wondering.
Give an idea,
yeah. When is that penalty time actually deleted from the screen?
Yeah.
It may well... Oh, there was a spin there. I thought I heard the squeal of Michelin tyres. And a half spin may be in the first sector of the lap, but wasn't sure precisely which car it was. Tom Van Rompuy, there it is, the number 1
What's the
car.
number 1?
So the number 1 Porsche of Fabrizio Broggi, the Manamari Energy Porsche, running in 10th place. This is a group of drivers that have, for a number of seasons, been in the 992 division, but make the step up to GT3 for this year's Dubai. And Broggi, a great character when he's not in the car and very talented when he is, but that was a spin through the twisty section.
It looked like turn 6 or 7 that he lost the back end of the number 1 multicoloured Porsche. As he makes his way down to turn 10, may have flat spotted those tyres. Let's have a little look-see here. Oh, he's already backwards on the exit of 5. So he did it at 5 on the exit there. Now, we've seen some accidents there when you run hard over those ripple strips that can throw the back end of the car out. We saw one there quite a few years ago. Boy, he nearly got cleaned up as he was stationary on track as cars were avoiding accident. He was right out near the curb there. But luckily, everybody smiled and walked away.
Yeah, that's always the concern. The spin stops so you can take a breath, but then you realise, hang on, I'm still broadside, practically still on the racing line as well. And how much warning is everybody going to get as they work their way through the tyre stacks there? It's a high-speed part of the racetrack with really only one racing line. Broggi wasted no time at all in locating first gear and getting straight out of there. Yeah, and not going into the pits for new Michelins. He's going to drive around and rattle his fillings for a couple of laps after those flat spots. As he heads on down the straight. Might be able to tell you how long he's been in the car for this particular stint. Timing screen needs another quick refresh. It's I'm just going at Thomas Preining is on his outlap. That 20-second penalty is still standing. Okay. He didn't serve it on that pit stop. They have 2 hours to serve the penalty. Yeah. From when it's put out by race control. And the other thing is that Preining stays at the wheel of the Pure Racing Porsche, so no driver change. They may well have given Thomas some new tyres though, and clearly not wanting to waste any more time than the pit stop was going to allow, but they'll have to be wary of that 20-second penalty.
I didn't think that. I think they did that to stop going another lap down.
Yeah.
Okay, because they're on 100. They're 2 laps off the lead at the moment. Still quite tight at the top end after the time. 17 hours to go. And our lead 3 cars are on the, looks like they're on the same lap. So we've got 3 lead cars at the moment. Paradigm Competition leading, Dynamic GT in second, Almanar Racing in 3rd position on the same lap, and then Robert Renauer in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche leading the Pro-Am category. But once again, we've got an AM car leading the race.
Yeah, terrific.
How good is the balance of performance? Now, the Porsches overnight were handed, the GT3Rs in the GT3 category were handed 20 kilos of ballast to add to their weight to slow them down a little bit, because they were pretty quick yesterday in qualifying. And if you're running in GT3, you get an extra 30 kilos of ballast just because you're a GT3, not an AM or a Pro-Am. And you lose 5 litres of fuel on your max full BOP fuel. So they make it harder for the GT3s. And that's why we're seeing the Pro-Ams and the AMs fighting in that top 5 category at the moment.
And it's every credit to Toby Sowery as well, the 28-year-old Brit. He's actually he's from a place in the UK that you might get confused with somewhere else, Melbourne.
No,
never heard of that. No,
I never heard of it.
But I automatically thought Melbourne, as in the Melbourne Loop at Donington Park. But no, this is another Melbourne in Cambridgeshire.
There's a Melbourne in Florida as well.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, they're all over the place.
They are. They breed.
Very common name.
Breed like rats. They do.
Yeah, so I've heard. But he's a star from single-seaters a few years ago, things like the BRDC Formula 3 Championship. Then he did some racing in Italy as well in Formula 4, but didn't take him too long to find GT cars and single-seaters in Indy Lights as well, and did a lot of racing in the US in 2024. What I don't know is what Toby's got planned for this year, but a tie-in with BMW at least this weekend in the Paradigm Competition crew. And on lap 169 now in the 991 numbered BMW, a very unlikely number 4, a Beamer, but they've adopted that from another brand, and it seems to be going well for them so far.
Indeed, 4-minute warning to fireworks. 4-minute warning to fireworks. Proudly brought to you by Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai. Get yourself somewhere where you can have a good look as it comes into the pits. But, yeah, 3.5 minutes to go. We're going to see those fireworks go off. A 3-minute spectacle brought to you by Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai.
So Toby Sowery reaching the end of his stint. Maybe he's keen to watch the fireworks.
Possibly, yes.
Wants to get out of the car well in time for that. He'll prove me wrong now and stay on board for another hour. Yeah.
He'll just avoid Joe and go to fuel.
Won't even call with the team.
No, it looks like he is going in most definitely, as the flagman is waving him to his stop.
The other car that's in pit road is Andrea Girondi's Fulgenzi Racing Porsche, which has stopped from 37th position. That car is 12th when you group all the 992s together. And I make it 8th place. 7th place in the 992s.
Toby Sowery stays on board. Just a tyre change there. 4 new Michelins go on. You may have seen that they can only use 2 guns in GT3, and so the guys have to run from one side to the other with the same gun. The GT4s with the 5 wheel studs, they're allowed 4 guns with those.
Okay, but again with the centrally locking wheel stud, I can understand why there's the temptation to double stint tyres, particularly overnight, because you can only change 2 at once, and a driver change here therefore can easily be done more quickly than a full tyre change. So there is time to be gained, and that's more likely to be done overnight, where tyre wear is slightly less than it is in the heat of the day.
Well, I haven't been on board with Sammy Michelin for years. Last time, I think we were side by side in Clio racing back in the day.
Nice.
The Michelin's have been here since raced Clios here, raced Seat, Cooper Cup cars, and now we're running in the 992 category. Sammy told me an interesting story once. He said, in the Clio, it was easy. Everybody was overtaking you. Okay, you just keep your eye on your mirror. When he got into the Seat, they were overtaking the slower cars and also being overtaken. He said that was the most stressful. In the 992, he said, you've only got the GT3s to worry about.
Yeah.
Really, really sensible thinking about where they were going to go with their plan for dual racing. They've all raced in our local series. I raced it alongside the Mutran brothers when I was in the Clio Cup in the national series here in the UAE. And what a fantastic family they are, and great supporters of this Creventic event.
Yeah, it's got to be, well, certainly 15 years since their first Dubai 24 hours.
The Clio Cup car.
So that was 2010. I haven't got them down any earlier than that, but
they were racing in the local series from 2007, I think, onwards.
Okay.
They were racing in the last season I did, which was 2009.
Yeah. And that was races here.
Yeah, and Yas Marina.
Yas Marina. Yas Marina started hosting races from what year?
Oh, I can't remember now.
Too long.
I did a race down there, so
okay.
I did
in the first year,
2009. I think it's 2009. We were racing down at Yas.
Terrific, and still looks just as good as it did on the first day of opening.
10-second warning to big bangs. 10-second warning to the big bangs going off. Stand by for fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by.
We're away. They've started.
It's
bang on 8 o'clock. And let's hope that some of our effects mics can pick this up as well. But let's hope also that you're enjoying our coverage in sound and vision, because one of our drone cameras now will give us perhaps some of the best footage through the years that we've ever had of the fireworks display. And Joe Bradley is not only our expert pit lane reporter, but also reckons he's got a new career in the description of fireworks. So take it away, Joe.
Well, there's a yellow one, now a red and green one. Oh, that's... No, I'm not
actually quite good. That was better than before.
I get annoyed. Oh, that was like a bluey sort of teal-coloured one. Now got orange, green, orange. Fantastic. I love a bit of fireworks.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Joe. He's just about to finish his stint. That's why he wanted to get that in.
Well,
that's the reason why he wanted this stint specifically, so he could do the fireworks. He knows how to work a schedule. Now, the interesting thing, and I'm not going to say too much until the 3 minutes have expired, but we're green.
We are. And let's hope that all the teams have chosen to put drivers in who are not as excited about fireworks as Joe Bradley is.
Exactly.
Because there is a danger that they're going to completely forget that they're at the wheel of a race car and be too busy going, ooh, an R and a blue one.
Halfway through this, we're halfway through the display.
So enjoy the final 90 seconds, folks. It doesn't really matter where you're stood around the racetrack, and even if you're not here, then maybe the best seat in the house is from our live coverage of this race. I pity those that are listening entirely on radio at this moment. It's a great way to consume a motor race, apart from when the fireworks are on.
And it looks a bit misty out there now because...
Well, it's the smoke, isn't it?
It is.
And I've found this as well, even though, we normally have a 2-minute display, it's a 3-minute display this year, but the smoke lingers for a good 30 minutes afterwards.
We don't have much wind here today. It's been very, very calm, and the wind is actually blowing across the track, coming from the sea, so it's hitting the face of the grandstand, coming in from the back straight across to the front straight. Yeah. So it may get blown this way occasionally. Enjoy the last 30 seconds of this, folks. It's been fantastic, and thank you very much to Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai for putting this on for us today.
Yeah, we really appreciate their support and the recognition of this huge motorsport festival. And that's it. That's fireworks done, folks.
We are done.
For 2025, but they were well worth waiting for.
Indeed.
And we're very grateful for everyone that was involved in the setup of those, the design as well. A real highlight of this race, something to look forward to when we get going earlier on this afternoon, everyone's saying, when are the fireworks?
I got texts from people who work here asking when the fireworks were. Brilliant stuff. Good to see. And once again, thank you, Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai, helping us celebrate the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours at Dubai and the 20th year of Dubai Autodrome.
And whilst we were distracted by what was going on in the skies, Klaus Bachler continues to extend the race lead from Darren Young in the chasing BMW of Almanar Racing by Team WRT. It's a 13, nearly 14-second gap then to the Austrian. Dynamic GT, there or thereabouts, dropped to 5th during the pit stops, but then climbing back to the sharp end. Porsche occupying 3 of the top 5 positions, with again those 2 Herbert Motorsport cars almost in lockstep, despite there being 1 Pro-Am and 1 Am car.
Yeah.
And Robert Renauer installed, I think, during the last pit stop in car number 91, pounding round with Kevin Say. Well, is he still on the same lap as the Robert Renauer car? Quite possibly not. Trying to work out how many lead lap cars we have at this stage. We'll need Kevin to complete this current lap. He is somewhere in the 3rd sector right now. And yeah, should still be on that lead lap in car number 80.
Just waiting for the Porsche to click through. And because after this amount of time, having that many cars still on the lead lap with all of the Code 60s that we've had to endure, the strategies are still being played out. But
yeah, there goes Kevin now. So he is
on the
still just about on the same lap as Klaus Bachler. Bachler's due across the line at end
by about 10 seconds. Okay, on the same lap.
Yes,
150.
Yeah, Bachler completes lap 173 now in the Dynamic GT Porsche number 24. Sergei Stolyarov, who was an earlier race leader for Windward Racing, now pitting from 5th position in their Pro-Am car.
Looks like a full service for the number 16. It's 58 seconds behind Kevin C, and we're running in 4th. And that'll go out. He's got 1 minute 15 seconds over the Pure Racing Thomas Preening's Porsche, who's currently running in 6th. So the battle all up through that top 10 is ebbing and flowing, as you said before, on their pit stop strategies.
Yeah,
they are really putting in really solid stint.
Yeah,
and with those short Code 60s, the race has had time to evolve, and it's evolving into their patterns, and they're working their plans.
Yeah, and they're now sustained running, and I'll point out that this has happened during the period of time that we're on air, so we're now taking good care of this race. This is what so many of the teams crave, is some good long runs of green.
Yes.
Where they can establish precisely what sort of pace they can offer and what consistency. And Dynamic GT are not at the top end of the field by a mistake or error. That is a genuine position, genuine pace, particularly from Bachler. The 24 car also has Stanislav Minsky, Loic Hartog, Anders Fjordbach and Thomas Kiefer. So strong across the piece there. There's a couple of Am drivers, Klaus Bachler's the pro, and then the 2 semi-pros for Fjordbach and Hartog. And that gap growing to the Almanar Racing BMW. 3 Porsches, though, waiting in the wings to pick up any crumbs from the table. And Mercedes, their run slightly better now, but that was because Sergei Stolyarov owed us a pit stop.
Yeah.
He got his car up to 6th position, and that is now being fueled. So naturally we'll drop a couple of spots. Toby Sowery just settling himself in for the second of 2 stints now in the former race-leading 991 BMW. He's in 7th position.
You were just talking about Klaus Bachler there. You know, he's got a first in the ALMS GT ranking racing as well. Last year as first in the FIA Endurance Trophy LM GT3. So a very, very accomplished steerer. And he is looking to move up the leaderboard in the for Dynamic GT. But you're talking about, you know, Anders Fjordbach. We've seen him in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, Asian Le Mans Series in LMP2, European GT2. So you're right, Johnny, a real depth of talent in that team. And it may still, you know, where they are at the moment, given the depth of driver talent they have, even though they've only got a just on 15-second lead at the moment, the way that they're managing their drivers has done this.
Yes.
That's what has put them into there. They've been able to get their good, you know, their very, very good drivers or very good drivers in for long stints or double stinting them.
It's all about using your pro driver, who is Bachler, as sparingly as possible, but around the required rest periods for the other drivers as well. So try and burn as much AM and semi-pro time as you can in the opening 12 hours. Bachler will be used more readily as we get closer to 1 o'clock. But I mean, he's doing a good job at the moment. May just be single stints for the 33-year-old Austrian. Darren Young, though, won't concern himself hugely about that gap of 15 seconds, because you've got to pick and choose who you're racing.
Yes.
Probably well thinking, well, I've got to up my pace now, but that's comparing a AM pace to pro, and you can't do that.
No.
You know, rarely do to teams' driver rotation sync, as in, you know, when your rival's got an AM in, you've got an AM in. It doesn't work like that. There are overlaps, and it's all about how the driver combination works across 24 hours.
Indeed, and it's up to sometimes your team manager to tell you you're not racing him. Okay, I need you to block in these times. I just need you to keep doing these times. As the 950 Sami Moutran comes into the pits, currently 4th in the 992 class.
Yep, so that car on schedule, I'm sure, and as it turns right into pit road, a relatively quiet pit lane is greeting for Sami Moutran, and you'd sooner have that rather than a frenetic activity.
Well, you know, you can get fuel, you can get a Bowser. And
yes, indeed.
Once again, that's up to the team to go, do we come in a lap short and make sure that we can, you know, we don't get held up in the fuel bay by waiting.
Mentioned a few seconds ago about the number 16 Mercedes coming in. There was a driver change there. Sergei Stolyarov getting out and handing over to Rinat Salyukov. So he will rejoin in 11th position for Winward. They're ultimately chasing the Robert Renauer Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which is the better placed or best placed Pro-Am lineup.
Klaus Bachler into the pits, 38 lap old tyres on that Porsche from Dynamic GT, and he had a 6.6 second lead over Darren Liang in the Almanar Racing, and that will put the BMW back into the lead again. We came into our stint, Johnny, with the BMW in the lead. It looks like we may be leaving with the BMW in the lead.
Yeah, I think that's right. Well, it's funny how these things tie into our shift changes, but we're doing 2-hour stints, if you like, and I didn't break it this time. John Hindhaugh suggesting over here that I've broken the race. Initially, it didn't go well in this stint. We had a code 60, but I reckon we've had over an hour of green now, haven't we, Phil?
Yep.
Yeah. See? We're slowly looking after this race now. But yes, we're doing 2-hour stints in the commentary booth. The drivers and teams are doing 2-hour stints, so it fits. And
hour and 2 minutes of green flag running, Johnny.
There you go. See? Say that very, very loudly. 6.6 seconds it became. We often find that gap falsely closes because of where the timing loop is in pit road compared to where it is on the main straight, and you're naturally shaving speed anyway because you've got to get down to the 40 kph. It was sitting around 15 seconds for Klaus Bachler, and all things being equal, the 24 Dynamic GT Porsche should have about that sort of advantage when it rejoins as well. But this is important now without that car out on the racetrack for Darren Young to retain focus and try and close the gap, even though the car that he's racing isn't actually doing laps, if you know what I mean.
He's closing that virtual gap.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's closing
and
the
important not to lose sight of the virtual car.
Exactly. And so, well, if you're a sim racer, you could do that perfectly. You could, it's all virtual. Indeed. As Johnny takes a break, and we'll see him back in a couple of hours. Next up to talk you through the next few hours, it will be a Mr. John Hindorf.
Hello.
And how are you, mate?
I'm very well. You're listening to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We've had the fireworks above the circuit
under
of
green
Dubai.
Flag.
Under green flag for the first time in a few years. Plenty of fireworks on the track as well, live on the Creventic Motorsport channel on YouTube and our syndicated TV partners. This is the 2025 Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai with 16 hours and 45 minutes still to go. So changeover in the Global Broadcast Centre. I hope Rob Bell is still listening down at McLaren. I haven't had a good chat with Rob for quite some time. Spent a wee bit of time with him in that last break when I went down to grab some victuals, as it were. And this is going to really upset Joe Bradley as well if he's listening. I had better knowledge of Newcastle's football strip, and I said Newcastle as well there, which Rob noticed I didn't before, than Rob did. There was a black and white striped Adidas kit that they used in Europe once. I think it was against Monaco in 1997 with centre parks on the front because they couldn't have the blue start. And I'll give him his due, it was only worn once. So Peter Mackay rejoining us as well at RSL_studio as well. Hello to Marcel Duke in box 11C for Milner, one of the collective. Dave Love 50. It's Cincinnati, Ohio, just a mere 7,300 miles away. He's got the Barbie on, and he's doing a bit of grilling there as well. Had a quick chat with Davey Owema as well from Sportscar 365. He is personally on his first leg of the 48 hours of Dub Toner. Is he not doing Dub Ab Toner? Hurst. I wonder if there's anybody doing all four.
Dub Roar Toner.
He'll be doing Dub Road Toner, yeah. I'm doing Dub. I suppose it's Dub Dab Toner, Hurst, for me. Or Rama.
Do sim day and day. Yeah. I'm not sure I was cut up at that point when I said that, to be honest. So
all right.
You may just allow you to me.
Talk my ear, saying, let's go down to Nick for a quick word, just in case. Hello. Say that again.
No, I was just saying that I'm doing Dub Sim Day.
Right. The Daytona iRacing.
So I'm doing the iRacing Sim Racing Daytona next weekend with my team.
Driving in, Nick?
We're in the Ferrari, which may be a mistake, but the new 499P, because everyone likes it best because it looks nice. I'm not sure it's the quickest, but
really?
I've ceded my doubts, especially about its wet weather handling, because everyone thinks it looks lovely. And in fairness, Darren, who, as you know, is the man who won the Race of Remembrance livery design back 4 or 5 years ago, and we covered that event, has done a very good livery for it. So
who's in the team?
That's what I'm up against.
Who's in the team?
No? It's me, it's Darren, it's Naz.
Yeah.
You know Naz?
Oh, right.
JM
Who's
Lippman.
raced in this race before,
in the team. Yeah. He's got a couple of his guys in this Sport 21 people in this race. So yeah, so it's a team. As we say, none of us are sporting the highest I ratings in the world. Though worryingly, my I ratings actually gone through the roof recently. And I don't know why. Perhaps it's because of my retirement and the fact that I'm living in Lincoln. That's all I'm doing. But yeah, so we are watching a pit stop, by the way. This is our new cameraman. This is Fabian on the camera. He's replaced Seb. And hopefully he's showing you the Ginetta 495, 7x5 car. With Freddie Thompson getting on board, and are they still the leaders in their class in GT4? GTX.
Michael Simpson brought that car in the lead, and it had a couple of laps.
Yeah, they've been having a really good run in GT4. Have Team CMR. It's very much the Ginetta corporate retreat. You've got Lawrence and Freddie Tomlinson, Mike Simpson, and a certain Nico Prost.
He's driven for them before, hasn't he, Nico?
Last year, yeah, they've got a completely unchanged lineup from last year. They won in the GTX category last year in a Ginetta, but this time they're in the GT4 spec machine. And actually, they've got Lewis Perry, who works for Ginetta in their race department. He's watching it at home. So, Lewis, hello.
Nick Damon.
Mike, so you look fresh out the car. You look quite fresh, actually. I mean, it must be a bit different. I've been off for the last couple of hours, and prior to that, everyone was coming out looking like a sweaty mess, and you're looking much more relaxed. Has it got easier now in the car?
It's running really well, actually. We had a good start. Lawrence kept us in contention, and then it's just a matter of trying to break the other cars, really. So we think we know where everybody is on fuel. It's quite tight. We've got good pace. Got a great crew of drivers, so lots of experience. So yeah, a little bit more push, and then I think we need to just, chill off a second or two and then try and manage the car. It's a race of attrition out there. I mean, it's so hard to see the glare. I can't explain in the car. When the GT3s come behind you, they're always 2 or 3 together. And you'd think it'd light up the road in front of you, but you can't see anything. So I just kind of hold my line and give it one of those, really. But
are they dive bombing or are they respectful?
Oh yeah, dive bombing. But the Ginetta has got amazing apex speed, the little GT4 car. So as the race and my stint develops, people realise that actually, let's just wait until the straight. The Ginetta's pretty good mid-corner. So it's good fun. The guys done a great job. It's got nice air conditioning, and fingers crossed we run clean, I think.
Air conditioning, why are you so relaxed? Have you got if you've got a decent DAB radio as well, so you can perhaps listen to us?
I actually had radio problems, so Yorkshire firm, we've not invented 5G yet, but I'm
sure you can find some valves down the back of the tea cabinet, surely.
Yeah, let's see. I've got Yorkshire tea back there, that'll sort us out. But having a great time. We love the event, and thanks to Creventic putting on a hell of a show. 20 years, it's amazing. I think it's my 5th or 6th, and gets bigger and better every year, and it's a pleasure to be part of.
Because you were here some years ago, weren't you, with the kind of the prototypes, weren't you? We had a prototype race.
Yeah, I mean, I think 2013, 14, we came with a GT3 car in the Pro-Am class, and been on and off in GT4 prototypes. GTX, obviously, we won last year, so it's a great place to be this time of year, and for me, it's the kickstart of the season. Really look forward to it.
Big season for Ginetta, moving into new things with the LMP3 car, with the new big season with the LMP3 car coming on stream. How's that working?
Yeah, we've had a great year testing. Nico Prost has been a superstar with CMR, and we've worked on a current generation car, then morphed it into the new generation, and really pleased to sign DKR, top team. So we've got an entry for European Le Mans Series. Should have 2 or 3 cars in Michelin Le Mans Cup. So we're really excited to be back in that arena, really.
Yeah, I mean, it has been kind of a 2-horse race for a while. I mean, do you think you can avoid it going the way that P2 did, where it became an Oracle class? Do you think you can keep it a multi-chassis environment?
Yeah, I mean, the ACO have welcomed it with open arms. They want diversity. It's such a shame Ades didn't get a car on the grid, but no, we want to come back with a small program, professional program, and our job's to top 5, try and get on the podiums, and we're quietly confident.
I look forward to seeing you at Le Mans Cup.
Brilliant. Take care.
Oh, it's great to hear from that team. They race, genuinely, they race with their hearts as well as their heads, don't they?
Ginetta, big time. Yeah, and they're a small sports car manufacturer who build competition cars, they build tractor cars, they build all kinds of things for the true enthusiasts and whatever level you want to go and race at. And yeah, to take on you know, your Ligier, Duquesne, etc. in the European Le Mans Series. That shows real ambition and vision as well. And yeah, great to see the Yorkshire firm. And let's be honest, if you've got Yorkshire T, you're going to be powered well. United Autosports, they've always got Yorkshire T in their truck, and Ginetta do as well. I think maybe when we get into the depths of our night stint a little bit later on, I think I might go down and ask for a cup of Yorkshire Tea if they've got any spare.
Oh yeah,
I know I'm from Scotland, I should like Scottish blend, but Yorkshire Tea, they've got it licked, I think.
It's Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre. Good to have your company as night has well and truly fallen. There's a real party atmosphere in the paddock at the moment. The Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, there's a children's play area, and by the way, lots of youngsters here enjoying it. Just on the way back from dinner there, from supper, we shared the lift with a couple of locals, and neither of them had been to a race here before, and I said, how are you enjoying it? Loving it. We're going away now. We're going to come back later on. They were heading out of the circuit to one of the many local eateries here. It's just after coming on to 8:30 actually in the evening, but they wanted to come back and see some more of the night racing. They'd been across to the Apex area, the grassed area on the infield. That's been extended. There's some concrete bleachers there as well. There's not an open paddock here this year because it is rather busy, but there's plenty of places that you can stand and look over and see what things are doing, and accessibility for those in wheelchairs. I've noticed a few people around as well. Congratulations to Union Properties, who are the owners of this area. They've really invested in this. There was some thought a few years ago, Peter, that with the city coming out to meet it, that the track would actually be lost and would have to be effectively relocated further out. And that seems to have, that rumour seems to have disappeared now. There's investment, there's a lot of new paint around. I've noticed, as I say, those additional spectator facilities. There's some new apartments being built next to the track, and a race club on the other side of the main grandstand. So it's going to be fully integrated into Motor City here. As in the pit lane, Porsche pit stop at the far end of the pits is for the 269 car, and Nick is there.
269 came in a little bit early. They're doing a full service, and we've just also been joined right behind them by the new livery for the Herberth car. This kind of like wavy yellow, orange, red and blue. It's all like they've used all the leftover wrap they had. Robert Renauer's got out the car comes off the jacks and off it goes, and this is the car you never bet against. I mean, literally they've had their Code 60 concept stylied by the rule change, but still, car running well. 269 has just left as well, so they're both going to go and continue their run.
Very busy moment there for Herberth, having both of their cars coming in at exactly the same time. There's a driver change going on as well in the car collection. Motorsport number 30 Porsche, and Matej Netz has brought the car in. They've had a difficult time of it to have car collection. They were delayed early on in the race, and they did provide a very useful camera car for a pretty dramatic incident on the outlap of qualifying yesterday, catching the incident between the attempt to Audi, which unfortunately put the attempt to Audi out of the weekend entirely, and actually Hoffer Mercedes were very lucky to escape that one as well. So it hasn't been without incident, that's for sure. I had a very brief chat over message with Ryan Diel a few moments ago, because he was having a massage when I popped into the garage, and yeah, he says the traffic is crazy out there, but we've got another driver to find out how it is out there, and that's Robert Renauer, who's with Nick Damon.
Robert, I suppose my first question is, where's your brother?
No, I haven't seen him now. Went out of the car and spoke with my teammates Ralph and Kai. So
how come you're not sharing the car? Why is just one Renauer driving the 91, not both of you?
We are both driving. We added my brother in the end of the. Yeah, we switched the class from Pro to Pro M category, so we added him as a silver driver.
That explains a lot. See, I've got the official entry list, but that's from yesterday morning, you see, and he wasn't in it. And I actually saw him on the timing sheet yesterday, and I thought, on the timing screen, I thought, that must be an error, but using the strategy to get the top team. So how do you feel this car's going? How do you feel your chances are in Pro-Am?
For sure, in our class, chances are pretty good, but I think for the overall victory, we need to be a little bit lucky. At the moment, we don't have the pace to match the performance of the leading cars, but yeah, it's gonna, like always, it's gonna be a tricky race with all the traffic and tricky situation out on the track. So let's see what happens in the night.
Now, obviously, to us, you know, you and your brother, and Ralph, you are Herbert. But now this team keeps expanding. Now running 3 cars. Is that really where you're going and becoming a team manager, a person who's going to run multiple cars for other people?
Yeah, it looks like the last couple of years we stepped back more and more, and yeah, young guys are coming, growing up. So like Kai van Berlo or Jake Pedersen, these guys are 24, or Thomas Breining, Maurice Schuring, the teammate in GT World this year, so they are pretty fast. Maybe it's time for us to go a little bit on the team manager or team owner side and a chance to the young guys.
But I mean, I take it surely you must much more enjoy being the guy in the car and the guy watching the car on the screens.
I don't care if I'm on the car or watching on the stream. I'm always and yeah, crossing my fingers for the best result of the whole team. Doesn't matter if it's our car or the other car.
Well, you know, you've won this race these races so many times in the past. I mean, is there a kind of a critical point where you think, right, we have to be in this position with this amount of time to go? You know, we're not in the top 3 with 2 hours, or is it not something you can predict that way?
In Creventic, so many things can happen. You always need to stay in touch with the front, with the leading cars. If a quad 60 comes out and you're pit immediately before, you're a little bit in the shit, but that happens. So it turns around during the hours, and well, let's see in the morning hours. We want to be close to the leading gap, and then we can see what we can do in the rest 6 hours of the race when it's getting day again.
Great stuff. Thanks, Robert. Robert Renauer there. Apologies for the German mechanics language there. It's unfortunately something that we see from the Dominic team. Never mind. Sorry about that. But interesting, that answers my question about why I saw Alfred's name on the qualifying yesterday, which I couldn't work out why. Because my sheet, John, was printed at, looking for the time now, 12 minutes past 12 on qualifying day. But things change all the time.
Thank you very much, Nick Damon, down in the pit lane.
Herbert, they actually have only won this race once.
Incredible, isn't it?
Well, yes. This has been their... I mean, if the fact they've only won it once definitely makes it their bogey race.
What was the year they won this?
2017.
Yeah, that was the year they won everything, though.
They won everything last year too. They won Portimao and Barcelona last year.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if they've only won the race once, that definitely makes it their bogey race. But might that change? Well, they've put a really strong run in, and amazing to hear Robert Renauer's attitude there. He's a top pro driver, pro-level driver, but he's equally as comfortable being working in the pits or on the strategy or whatever as he is driving, and I think having that flexibility is so important. Well, 16 hours and 28 minutes to go here at the 24 Hours of Dubai, the 20th Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, and at the moment it's Darren Leung from Almanar, well actually from Almanar Racing by Team WRT. But he'll also be driving, or also is driving, in the Paradigm competition BMW. Do us a pit stop, and that will shortly put number 92 Pure Racing on.
the pits with some bad news for another fan favourite.
Yeah, unfortunately, parked behind the shoulder of Rob Huff here is the car he was hoping to be piloting, which is the big green Bentley. We had an off-air conversation when you came in the pits a while ago about gearbox selection. Is that what's taking it out?
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, first of all, huge thanks to Parker Racing, Sean and Max Lynn for having myself and Scott along this weekend. It's been tough, obviously, but amazing. The Bentley's been going really, really well. We had a great start to the race. Things were looking really good. And then the same electrical gremlin we had last year in the race crept back. And ultimately, it meant Max couldn't shift gears. It was kind of doing its own thing. We got it in. We changed a few sort of suspect parts that we knew from last year. And ultimately, it just got worse. And we were 14 laps down. So I think air on the caution, on the side of caution. And ultimately, we can make it much worse by continuing, and we don't want to get in anyone's way. We don't want to have a major problem on track, cause a massive crash, and we've got to save it, look after it, see if we can get it running stronger.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but you come from you've got a couple of years behind you. Sometimes you think, wouldn't it be just a bit easier with like a stick shift?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, bring back the old touring cars. Yeah, I mean, technology's moved so far. The Bentley, it's an amazing machine. It's a huge crowd favourite. The speed of the thing in the straight line, the noise it makes when it shifts gear, it's just it's an absolute weapon. It's to drive it just puts a smile on your face, and you don't want to give up on that great British history that we've got going with this thing. So we've got a few things to look at for sure. We're already talking about next year coming back stronger. Whether that be with a Bentley or something else, we'll have to wait and see.
Do you know how long this car is homologated for? It's a big old beast, been around a few years. How long is it? Can you run it in GT3?
Definitely got a few more years left, we know that. I think it's up to 2027 we've got it homologated for. So we can bring it back, but it's so frustrating and it's so difficult against the much more modern cars, the newer cars. The ABS, the traction control definitely lets it down a little bit, especially when it comes to problems. So yeah, I think we're going to collectively sit down, have a chat and see what we want to do with it.
Well, the good news is you get a decent night's sleep tonight, I suppose.
I'd rather be out on the track.
So what's the rest of 2025 got in store for Rob Huff then?
I'm not entirely sure yet. Definitely a lot of historics, some racing with Sean, some racing with Richard Mines at Goodwood. Got the management company with Will Fuchs that's going really well, and got the coffee business as well. So we've got a few things on the go. But driving myself, I don't know yet. I hope to be back in British touring cars. I had a really enjoyable year back in that this year with Speedworks and the Toyota. So yeah, let's see what comes up.
One of my colleagues is very keen on Nürburgring excitement. Are you doing he's asked me, are you doing the N24 Classic?
Marcus Menden has asked me to pilot with him again in the beautiful 964 RSR. So as long as calendars allow, I will definitely be back doing that.
Just got a cheer in my ear from John.
No, that was
thanks,
me,
Rob.
Nick. No worries, thanks.
It was P.
Oh, sorry, it was P-Max, sorry.
A 964 RSR?
Not remember it from the classic.
Yeah.
It's the same car.
Oh.
His final stint, it was wet to drive, sliding it around. Oh, I'm even more excited than I already was. Great to hear from Rob Huff there, and the old Bentley, it's still got a few years left in it, but what an amazing piece of kit. It was actually designed by Christian Loriot, who's a legendary rally car designer. He designed a lot of the Pro Drive Subarus in the late 90s. He designed the Focus, which we would call McRae drove, and actually designed a lot of the most recent Hyundais as well. Absolute legend of rally car design, and applied that to the Bentley. It is over a ton lighter than the road car it is based on. Just let that settle in. It's a ton lighter than the road car. It's got leather door pulls in there as well, and it was even used as a base as a Pikes Peak racing car. Rhys Millen converted it into a Pikes Peak car, and it was hugely quick as well. The road car actually,
Rhys Millen, as in Rod Millen's dad.
Rhys Millen is Rod Millen's son.
Sorry, Rhys Millen.
Yes, what did I say? I said Rhys Millen, didn't I?
No.
What did I say?
I don't know, but
wasn't that?
That confused me.
It's getting late. So Rhys Millen, son of Rod Millen, converted it into a race car. But the actual road car, the chassis is shared with a Porsche Panamera. So you could theoretically make a Porsche Panamera GT3 if you if you felt.
Well, you make anything a GT3.
Yes, you could.
You can make anything a GT3 so long as the road car has been in production. I think it's up until 5 years ago. It might be 7 years ago.
Pass.
I know, by the way, we were talking all things Japanese manufacturers. The last of the NSXs has now been, the last team running an NSX GT3 has now stopped running that car. We know that Gradient are stopping it in the States, and even in the home market, the last team stepped away. So what do Honda do next? That's a good question. I tell you what then, on the socials, the least likely GT3 car then, series production, go and look the regs up if you have to. So you can't say a 1979 Hillman Avenger, because that's been out of production many moons. So
Range Rover.
Range Rover GT3.
What time are we at now?
It's a bit early for this.
This is way too
At RSL_studio, hashtag 24H series. Those who've been with us on the Nürburgring 24 down through the years will know that we've talked about weird vehicles for that, and my vote absolutely went to the Peugeot 806, which used to be a Super Touring version of that car, which ran 405 Super Tourer internals, running gear. Well, I've seen another one now, because I've now seen a Fiat Multipla that has been done up as a race car, and I think that's great for the Nürburgring. But that'll fit in a class, you see. If we're talking GT3, it's got to be a car that's a vehicle that would be legal to turn into a GT3 car.
What I would really like to see is the Porsche have built a car called the GT4 Performance, which can run pretty much flat out for 40 minutes.
Yeah,
I'd love to see that.
That was an all-electric. That was a battery electric.
Sorry, it's an all-electric car. It's based on a GT4 Cayman, roughly.
I saw Jörg Bergmeister driving that at Rennsport. So did you?
So he did.
Yes.
Well remembered. Yeah. Yeah, that would be very cool to see. I don't think we're far away from it, and I think with the garage. What's it, Garage 59 at Le Mans? I'd like Garage 56. I'd like to see a lot more of that sort of thing. New technologies, break the barriers, break the boundaries. Would be really cool to see. But here in Creventic, GTX, you can bring almost.
Well, yes, but let's because that really you could bring a 1979 Hillman Avenger to that.
We shouldn't give anyone any idea, should we?
No. Ian McCarthy. Ian, hello. Thank you very much. In 2017, Herbert won Dubai, Paul Ricard and Barcelona, plus the 12-hour, or plus a 12-hour in 2017. So those first three were all full 24-hour races. The final, the only other 24-hour race was Portimao, which Praha won. And Josef Kral was...
They won that 3 times.
Yeah. So 2017 was a great year for the only year that Herbert have won this race in its 20th running. And Nick Damon was in Portimao for that race. And why did Herbert not win?
They did win in Portimao.
No.
Because they had a
2017.
Oh.
No, 2017. They had a freak accident with no other cars involved. They went over a curb in the way that Ralph Bond felt he'd gone over it every single time, but something hit it in just the wrong way, and it punched the suspension through the tower of the front.
The suspension top mount.
And it's like, never happened before, never happened again. Yeah, just punched it straight out. Just going over a curb as they would normally. I think it was either turn 2 or turn 3.
Turner did that at Coulter in an Aston Martin once. Amazingly. First for the cars that should be a GT3 GGA design, with one of Nick's favourites, the Maserati, the latest Maserati super duper thing. What's that called? A GT20 or something like that?
MC20.
MC20.
There is a GT2 version of it.
Yeah.
And Freddie Leinhard has got one.
Of course he has.
Yes, to match with his MC12 GT1.
Or the Gran Turismo, Nick?
Gran Turismo is the coupe. That would be the car you'd probably go for, as the 2-door sports coupe. I'm not sure who's whose toes who are tread on, Maserati not being part of Ferrari anymore, but I'm not sure there's anything in these. Is there any, is it actually a good question? Are there any Stellantis GT3 cars?
You're not supposed to leave dead air on radio, but my brain is worrying.
Yeah,
not sure.
Good point. Answers on a postcard, please. Or
brands have you got to choose from?
Lots.
Alpha,
but not
Peugeot.
Yeah, but
Jeep.
Not Nissan and Mitsubishi now. They've got to Honda. Because in theory, I think the GTR GT3 is still homologated for Nissan.
Yeah, it will be. It will be. I haven't seen one for a long time.
I know.
Yeah.
Leaders in the pits with Nick Damon, Almanar Racing with Darren Young in the 777 in for his, hang on a minute, let me see, 12th pit stop.
I wish they were with me. They're actually right down the other end, unfortunately, but they are doing a full service. I can see the suited and booted driver hopping in now, and obviously a complete set of tyres of these new Michelin machines, and he will then turn very sharply left, because there's only the Dragon team who's further down towards pit exit. He'll turn sharply left, and then he'll turn sharply right and into fuel. And at that point, they'll go in for fuel couple minutes, and you should find out who has replaced Darren Young in the car.
James C has looked up the Bentley, and Rob Huff's got more good news coming. It's homologated till 2031, that car.
Very cool.
Well, there you go. Jari, who is Kurski Racing, says in their domestic media in Finland, Galle has mentioned that a test may be coming and that he is considering making an entire switch to track racing, perhaps as early as next year. Now, Peter Mackay, PMAC here, is intimately involved in rallying, and that was his international off-road surprise face that I saw there.
Yeah, it was. I am surprised by that, to be really honest. However, you know, Kalle Rovanperä, he has been a professional rally driver. Although he's a relatively young man, he has been a professional rally driver for a very long time. He won the national championship in Latvia when he was 16. So he's been at the game a long time, and it's the thing is with a rally is that you've got the whole recce before it. You've got several days of recce to write the pace notes, etc. And there are a lot of rallies on the calendar. There's 15 rallies on the calendar, so it's and then you've got testing after that, and they are allowed quite a lot of testing. So he is on the go a lot, and he's maybe just want to explore things. I mean, he's only 24, but he's been rallying since the age of 8. So, you know, maybe he just wants a new challenge, and he's got the car control and the driving ability to really put his hand to anything.
What is the race that everybody wants to do in professional motorsport? It's the Le Mans 24 hours. And GT3, Le Mans GT3 can take you there now. And if Toyota or Lexus decided they wanted to go and enter the WEC, they would get preferential treatment because they've already got a hypercar brand, and we've seen before what superstar drivers from other parts of motorsport has done, whether it's been recently Mark Webber, Fernando Alonso, Nico Hülkenberg has won the race outright, of course, whilst he was a active Formula 1 driver. That was impressive. Did that in the F1 break 1 year. And we've had Colin McRae driving the Ferrari 550 back in the day, subject of a very lovely from the fence from our artist in residence, Neil Gardner. That one was snapped up very quickly. Who else have we? I mean, the list just goes on.
Sebastian Loeb.
Sebastian Loeb, very good.
Done it, yeah. And Kalle Rovanperä, the lineup of drivers he's got with him is a really interesting bunch. But the driver in that car at the moment that Kalle Rovanperä is driving, which is the 969 run by Proton Huber Competition, Jani Kakkila is the driver right now. He has a specially adapted steering wheel that has to be changed. That the driver, when they do a driver change, they'll take the steering wheel off and put the specially adapted one on, and Yanni effectively has to drive one-handed. And Kalle commented to Sportscar 365 earlier in the week. He said it's just remarkable to watch the onboard and see just how skilled he is. His last lap was a 2:02. That is just off half a second off Thomas Preining's last lap in the lead. half a second.
969 is a Porsche that you need to write a story on. You know the story of the 969. It was a one-off prototype in 1988, I think, which was the successor to the Porsche 930, but it didn't actually get through and be built. It was a twin turbocharged, top-of-the-range model, and basically it is very 959-y, but it was 969.
Wow.
And it was built as a styling concept with, in the picture I'm looking at now, it's got 928S rims on it, which I'm not sure worked on that car. But it's a really interesting project. And Peter, by the way, is a bit of a star when it comes to writing about Porsches. He will be having his Porsche Spider racing car book coming out this year.
This year. Can't give you any more specific than this year, but it'll be this year.
It has been a labour of love.
It has, yeah, but it's been amazing to meet so many people. When you really get under the skin of any race car project, I'm sure it'll be the same for any of the cars that are on track. The development team that created them, it becomes a total labour of love for the people that are in the engineering offices and the design offices of those cars.
Steve Grivner, Minnesota-based, missed the first 5. I'm here for the next 19. Looking forward to a great race. And hello to Bullet Sports Management as well, who are obviously tuned in following Benji Gotha and Optimum Motorsport. Nick Damon has a caller. It's the number 69 Audi and Vasily Vladikin.
But that's not the important one, because just a minute prior to that, the 92, the racing car, the Porsche, came in from the lead. Thomas Preining piloted it. They definitely changed tyres. I'm wandering down here to see if they also did a driver change. It's gone in for fuel. As we know, there's a lot of pace in a new set of tyres, so you may as well put them on. But my guess is normally now, at this point in the day, if they're changing tyres, they are changing drivers as well. But that car came in from the lead and will come out almost certainly not in the lead because of the way the stagger is unwinding for the various front-wing cars.
Yeah, it's back and forth really between the 92 Pure Racing Porsche and the 777 Almaner Racing by Team WRT BMW. If you were to say which car has the upper hand right now, I would say it's the 777 BMW, but it's tight at the moment. It's just that they're on a pretty much split program. One goes ahead as they come into the pits.
Here's the first submissions in should have been a GT3 car or should be a GT3 car. Melvin tweets at RSL_studio, the Subaru BRZ GT300 should be transferred to Europe, become a GT3 car. The base car is a Toyota GT86, base car being a flat 4. Interesting, I could see that working. 2 from Tom Davies. Hello, Tom. Brabham BT62, which does run a GT3-ish pace, or the GMA T33, very low production numbers on those cars. Could Mazda be capable of designing an RX Vision style GT3 concept, maybe a naturally aspirated 4-rotor engine in, and make me badly wish it was a real GT3 car?
An MX-5 GT3, it would be like the new generation Z4 GT3.
Yes.
Imagine that.
Yes.
Hardtop one, the RF.
Mazda are a great company, aren't they? Everybody else is going smaller and turbocharging, and what have they just done for their new Mazda 3 update? They've no turbo and gone to a 2.5 litre, and it still turns out brilliant emissions numbers. Jaguar, oh well, there's a story that want to
go there.
Well, do you remember the Emil Frey cars? Not really a full GT3 car. And Nismo GT3s from 2018 or so. Loved the post from Paul Ayling. Things to do. Number 1, get rich quick. Certainly before 2031. 2, buy several Bentley Continental GT3s. 3, race several Bentley Continental GT3s. 4, live rest of life in peace. Words to live by, Paul. Excellent. At RSL_studio, hashtag 24H series. Coming up to the end of another racing hour as we're heading towards 9 o'clock. I'm absolutely stunned. I've only been away from this race for 1 year. We have got some slightly different camera positions, but particularly in the dark, I am realising how much the surrounding areas of this circuit has changed since I was here, not last year, but the year before. And that is from the neon signs, the advertising, the hotel blocks opposite our studio. There's a hotel block opposite that's got its name all the way down it. I wonder if we could repurpose that as a timing tower. I think that's something that needs to be done. What does that say on there? Danube, that's right, yeah. That could be repurposed as a timing tower. I kind of like that idea.
That would be very cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Thomas Preining has stayed in the Pure Racing number 92 Porsche, so new boots, but same driver for the Pure Racing team. And at the moment, Pure Racing, they're having to almost fight their way back into the reckoning a little bit as the strategy is going back and forward. But it's like fly in the ointment on that one is that the team they're chasing, they've just put one of their hot shoes in. They put Max Hesse in the car, the Almanar racing team by Team WRT. BMW debuting their brand new BMW M4 GT3 Evo. And if you're thinking, wait a minute, the M4 GT3 has been around for 3 or 4 years. Well, you'd be correct, but this is the Evo package. It's an updated package with a new differential, new anti-roll bars, etc., all designed to try and reduce the tyre wear and reduce the brake wear as well. It's got slightly larger rear brakes, excuse me, to try and reduce that. And at the moment, it looks to be a very strong package. Leading the race at the moment is Toby Sowry in the quite confusingly numbered 991 BMW. That's thrown us off several times. They lead by 41 seconds at the moment, but Toby Sowry must come in, fuel or not, within the next 16 minutes because his maximum stint time will be over. 2 hours is the maximum any driver can be in at any one point. Vlad Angel, another manufacturer that's a bit of a left field for GT. Kia, well, listen, Genesis will come. Once they've got their LMDH car, their hypercar, up running and winning, I have a pretty strong suspicion that that will, somewhere along the line, the Magma Halo brand will beget a GT3 version. Heart of Racing in the pit lane, and James has brought in the SPS Run number 27 car. That was 12th when it came into the pit lane. No, check that, it was 11th actually. Patrick Niederhaus has just gone through in the Porsche. That puts them 4th in AM. It is an AM car leading at the moment, as P-Max just mentioned. In Pro-Am, it's Herbert Motorsport and Jake Pedersen. They're in 5th position overall, and Nick Damon is changing a tyre. Oh.
Yeah, I got called out by the AA to do something a favour.
I could hear the rattle gun in my headset.
Yeah, I was just turning my head to try and work out who got in to replace Ian James in the Harder Racing machine, but I'm matching out with the 971, which is one of the 992 cars. That's the Traders Hub. Rabdan by Forgenzi. I wasn't sure it's a Forgenzi, it's the Rabdan by Forgenzi. That's having a full service. This is a team that has 3 Emiratis, an Indian, so I'm sure he's getting a few cheers from the massive crowd here, and also an Austrian. So it's mostly Emirati team. And the car eases back off its jacks and runs in, and away it goes.
We have a fire on the GT Racing blue BMW out on the circuit. That's caught on very quickly. The driver's out the car, but he's going to walk away from the number 470. This is turn 2, driver's right, and it's Emily de Heijs for WS Racing. She's not managed to get the car in gear, but you can't blame her for that when there's flames coming out of the bonnet. It's rolling gently backwards down the hill. This will have to be code 60 very quickly indeed if that rolls back onto the track. We've seen this happen at the Nürburgring. A car on fire rolling down the foxhole, and that is thick black smoke coming from the front of that car. Emily doing the right thing to get it off the track and to get out of the car. And the code 60, spot on, the racing hour is out again for the now the 6th time, and my goodness me, that is a huge conflagration.
They were in the lead of their class too. I think they were,
yes,
just
they were
back and forth with the Ginetta, but that is the that WS racing car has got Jeroen Blekemolen in the driver lineup, 3-time winner of this race, but that is race over. Oh, great to see Emily get out of the car in time.
Right-hand side of the engine compartment on a left-hand drive car, but Emily spotted that really early. This, in fact, is the 7th Code 60. Fire marshals, once Code 60 has been called, they will move onto the track over the wall, and what they will not do is open the engine bay. They are on the right-hand side of the car. We've got a fire truck there as well now, which will have more than just a handheld extinguishers. Now that is very stubborn. That is a severe situation on the front of that car. We're going to keep an eye on that as our intrepid marshals, who have got a rest area close to us. Oh, well done to one of the marshals who's just turned up, who just pulled the kill switch and the engine bay fire extinguisher toggle on that car, and that has done the job. Very well done indeed. He went round to the left-hand side in front of the driver, where the driver would have been sitting on the slam panel. Well done to that, and that is now extinguished, but a very, very scary moment there. If you've ever been in a car, a race car or a road car, when there's any lick of flame, it's only happened to me once. It gets your attention pretty quickly. Nick Damon will watch this. There'll be a bit of clean-up, but I don't think it'll be too long before this WS racing car is towed away or put on a flatbed. What's happening in the pits? Was there a flurry of excitement?
There is a flurry of cars, including our leaders gone through for extra fuel. But I've actually grabbed a chat with Saif Almeri out of the Rabdan by Fulgenzi team. Saif, you know, as always, must be great being your home race.
I will be here as long as I'm alive. I will keep racing.
How do you feel it's gone so far in the first sort of 6-7 hours?
A lot of emotions in front of my people, and it's a home race, and we will try to bring it home. As you know, it's a 24-hour race. Anything could happen. For me, I have more responsibility than the others, especially in Dubai, because I'm from this place, and all of that is watching us.
Well, the thing I would say is the race does seem to be getting bigger and bigger. The new organisers, new owners of the track have really put some investment into it. That you must be very pleased to see that the race is getting such a higher profile.
It is, especially after the Corona time, the motorsport with the young generation, and thanks for the Netflix and some movies like Gran Turismo, to change the people and the young generation to look after this motorsport. And thanks for the organizers to let the people to know about Dubai 24-hour, because this is the 20th time, and you can see everywhere the attendance of the spectators. I'm really amazed, and I hope more and more.
So, thank you very much.
Adverts running on the radio stations here, in particular Dubai 92, it's one of the big radio stations out here. The tickets were free. All you had to do was register on the Dubai Autodrome 20 website, and you can still do that, by the way, if you are listening to us in the Dubai or the UAE and watching these very dramatic pictures of the GT Tyres sponsored number 470 WS Racing BMW getting already on the rollback. The flatbed was there very, very quickly. If you fancy having a look at this overnight, the circuit will be open. All the spectator areas are open overnight. We'll run the commentary on the PA overnight as well, straight through till 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. All you do is search for the Autodrome website, and there's a special part of that for the 20th anniversary running, and put your details in and print yourself some tickets off and come on down. Parking over by the karting circuit, walking through the front entrance straight into the back of the grandstands, and if you want to go onto the infield, you can walk through the tunnel, get over to the Apex viewing area, which is apex of turn 15 all the way back to 14, and there's some new concrete bleachers I noticed there as well on the outside of turn 14, the speed ball left-hander. So plenty of racing still to see here. And if you're not here and you're watching this and you're maybe back in Europe and thinking, is it worth the trip? This is a great time of year. Our firework display made possible by the Dubai Tourist Authority, and Visit Dubai involved with one of the cars here as well. And quite frankly, yes is the answer to that. I've been coming here since 2007, even before we were involved in the race, and whilst I've seen an awful lot of change here, what doesn't change is the almost perfect temperatures. Nick Damon is out in the pit lane at the moment, and I've just walked over from there, and it's absolutely perfect. Not too hot, not too cold, but just right Goldilocks. And it's true though. If you're racing and you're thinking about getting involved in a race here and getting in one of the teams, there's a ride board that's available through Creventic. There are plenty of excellent hotels within half an hour of the racetrack. Some are even much closer than that. Our team staying just literally 10-15 minutes away. It's right in the middle of what's called DSF, Dubai Shopping Fortnight. 2 weeks of very substantial discounts in all of the malls and specialist stores, and there are many malls here, and many more than even the last time I was here. The hotel, the cuisine, their hospitality industry and the beaches are renowned. So for people who don't want to come to the track but might be still wanting to come with, then there's plenty for them to do away from the track as well. So the answer is yes, yes and yes. This is your first time here, Peter, and I know it's been a work trip, but what struck you about coming to Dubai?
I should have brought my golf clubs.
You should have brought your golf clubs. You know you can play golf at night here.
Yes.
There's a floodlit golf course.
That's an experience I've had some great golfing experience, but never that.
Next year.
Next year, definitely. One thing I'd like to say about it's obviously really, really difficult when you see a car catch fire on the racetrack like that, and you think the marshals there, the speed at which they reacted, they've saved a small team. You know, WRF Racing, a small team from just over the Luxembourg-Germany border in Germany. They've small independent team. They've not got 6 spare cars sitting out the back. That car could have potentially been saved because the marshals were on the spots quickly.
Been talking to some of the marshals here because one of their restrooms, they come up in the same lift elevator as us. 20 years ago, pretty much 99% of the marshals here would have been from Europe, and the vast majority of those would have been from the UK. There was no motorsport culture here in terms of competition or indeed of volunteers. Now, Dubai, Bahrain, Qatar, their marshals are going abroad to new emerging markets of motorsport and helping train people there. It's a massive success story in marshalling, in officiating, in race control, etc., etc. And this could only have happened with circuits like this being built. Obviously Formula One at 3 places now in this area of the world, in Qatar, in Bahrain, and in Abu Dhabi, which will be at Yas Marina next week. The interest in motorsport over here in the local population is bigger. The national championships are interested in coming here if you haven't got the wherewithal to compete, and not everybody has, much like it happens in Europe. If you can't afford to compete, then volunteer and come and help and get involved in other ways. And that's exploded in the last, not only the last 20 years, probably in the last decade, to be quite honest. Let's get back down to Nick Damon and just underlining, Nick, the efficiency of the marshals. That GT tyres sponsored 470 WS BMW has taken the shortcut and is actually already being delivered back to the team.
Yeah, and what Peter said about the fast acting of the marshals is absolutely true. I'll give you an example of how they've managed to stop it. The dive planes are unaffected on the front of the car. You can reuse those. It's melted the bonnet, it's melted the big kidney grille section. There is a hole burnt out the front of the bonnet. Now, obviously, there's a lot of cost in the engine they're going to have to replace. But there is a vast amount of this car that can be reused. And my guess is, and this is If this had been yesterday in qualifying, I reckon they could have got the car back
I hear
again.
what you're saying. Yeah.
Because the fire obviously goes up, heat goes up, so it has burnt very spectacularly a hole in the bonnet, and therefore I'm sure all the electrics you need to get around that the wiring looms. But the actual structure and the chassis, the structure of the chassis is absolutely fine. So they've got to do a clean up. It's obviously game over for this particular event. And I was looking at the fact that it's been leaking fluids. I wonder whether this was caused by something like a broken oil union pipe, which then went onto the exhaust and caught fire. That's my observation, looking what it is.
Where it started, Nick, is the just right of centre on quite far back. The engine's pushed quite far back. And what struck me there was that was where it was coming out from very close to the bottom of the windscreen when Emily pulled over. She obviously realised very quickly, and fair play to her for that as well. The bonnet's just been lifted, and the top of the engine round the plenum chamber where the air and fuel mix, that was gone completely. I wonder if that's been a plenum fire. There's been an issue with fuel metering or something like that that has started it, and then it's spread forward from that because it's gone all the way down to the grill, as you mentioned.
Well, I think unless it burnt through the oil pipes, which is less likely because they're metal, I think it's my guess is because there's oil on the flatbed, so it's leaking out. And my guess is, I think you're right, but I think, as you said, the engine's pressed far back. I think somehow the oil began to leak and therefore went onto the manifold, caught fire, which, as you rightly say, will be underneath the plenum because how far the engine is back. And that's just my guess because of the amount of oil that was sitting on the
Let's have
flatbed.
a look at the overall standings with just under 16 hours to go. Under our 7th code 60, it's the Paradigm Competition BMW leading overall, and GT3 AM. With Ahmed Al Hati driving the car. Dynamic in second with the 24 Porsche. They've been there or thereabouts. As is the 777 Al-Manar Racing by BMW. Those cars are on the lead lap. That means we've got one more car on the lead lap than the last time we were here, because there was only 2 cars on the lead lap before then. Jake Pedersen is the Pro-Am leader in the 91, the normal number for Herbert Motorsport. I just need to see where he is on the track to see if he's actually just on the tail end of the lead lap. I'm not sure that he has managed to stay on the lead lap, or has he? Not hard to see. I'll have to see when he comes. He's going to have to come round in the next second or two. And I don't think he has. No, he hasn't. So he's behind the leader at the moment in 4th position, first car off the lead lap. Then it's the second. Then it's the Pure Racing pole sitting 92 Porsche. SMP Racing in 6th with the number 7 Mercedes AMG. First of the 3 pointed stars on the timing screen. Winward Racing the second. The number 16 car in 7th position. Michael Porter is behind the single McLaren. The Optimum Motorsport car 8th overall at the moment. Haupt Racing Team's Mercedes number 4, Rima Jafali behind the wheel of the 9th place car and making up the top 10. Jonathan Hull for Herbert Motorsport puts Herbert with just 2 cars in the top 10 as we're still under code 60. Let's rattle through the rest of these here. It's all GT3 cars all the way down to 22nd position, and Herbert Motorsport's 3rd car is in 13th position. Hazard T back up inside the top dozen as well. Down towards the bottom end of the top 20, we've got Huber Motorsport, Hoffer and MP Motorsport, Bergterhuis behind the wheel of that car. Outside the top 20, picking out the the 992 leader, Luke Broik is back behind the wheel of the Red Camel Jordan.nl Porsche. That's the number 909 in 23rd position. Second in that class, Chopra Panga has just taken out the number 912 Chair Outdoor Racing car. That car led overall earlier on in the pit stop cycle because they run so long. And third in that class is down in 28th position, Cam McLeod behind the wheel of the number 901. That is the Ajith Kumar Racing by Baz Kooten racing car. That's in 28th position. And making up the top 30, another couple of 992s, including the AM Racer. TFT Racing is the AM leader, rather, in that class. And QMMF by HRT second in 30th position, second in the AM. Outside the top 30, it's a mixture of 992s and the odd out of position GT3 down in 35th position, for example. GWR Australia, Glenn Wood behind the wheel of that car, 10th in GT3, I'm 26th in the overall classification. And in 40th position is Baza Kondo for the 7x7 Porsche 992. Outside the top 40, sorry, I've gone past the leader in GTX, my apologies. Leaderboard Motorsport, I could have recorded this and played this in from earlier. The GTX leader is the Lamborghini. That's a Super Trofeo car, the number 710, in 37th position. Let's head outside of the top 40, see if we can get this done before we go back to green flag racing. The 111 Racing, Jake Camilleri, driven IRC car, is in 45th position with that big V8 from GM. Then the Vortex behind it, but just about a lap behind, actually, having just had a pit stop. Gilles Courtois behind the wheel. And then if we go down to 49th position, the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, that is in, where are we, 49th position, I said. That is the Pro-Am GT3 car, again out of position for a car that was in the pit lane earlier on for quite a long time, and they've managed to get that car back out. Roman Mavlanov in that car, they did some work on it and got it back out. As we head into the 50s, let's go down to 55th. SRS team Zorg Rennsport had to change an engine on their Porsche Cayman Club Sport, one of the older Porsche Caymans. They started dead last on the grid. They have overhauled both of the Asbest Racing VAGs. The Seat Leon Cup car, the 101, the older of the two cars, now in second place, and there's a full 10 laps ahead of the car that started on pole position in that class. That's the 102 for Asbest Racing. Behind that, everybody has had problems and are still in the pits and have been for some time. Razoon, More Than Racing Porsche, Team Parker Racing Bentley, that car, as we heard from Huffy, Rob Huff earlier on, they've been having random issues with the gearbox and various bits and pieces. They've decided discretion the better part of valor. We've not seen the wonderful sounding V10 Lamborghini stroke Audi engined Rossa from Graf Racing for some time, and Team Motor Park, well, they pulled down their door a little bit earlier on. The JBR Japanese Porsche Kiwamu Katayama actually triggered our first and quite long full course purple, the code 60, when he came into contact with another car coming out the final corner and had a very, very heavy impact on driver's right on the front straight, right underneath the sponsor banner there, and he's fine, the car not so. We also had Come To You and the Audi of Tresor Attempto Come To You with a bizarre drive line failure in the diff, and obviously the Audi with problems in the first 15 minutes of GT3 qualifying. Again, contact there, sent that car hard into what was, I think it would have been probably a lot less serious had it hit the arm core, but it hit a drive-through gate, which then collapsed, and it was turned around and it ripped off the left rear corner of that car. They are working on that car even as we speak to try and get that car ready for next weekend and the Abu Dhabi 6 hours and be one of the 50+ cars in that.
I doubt it'll be that exact chassis. I think that
I think you might be right.
Require a spare car. There might be parts that come off it, which they can use in future. But the extent of the impact. I mean, the car did its job to keep the driver safe. Joby Huang kept him safe. He walked out of the car. Yeah. Massive crash.
Well, that's 160 mile an hour, 150, 160 mile an hour.
Far off that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's scary.
And there was virtually no slowing down.
No, it was a very quick stop.
Yeah.
But it dissipated the energy, and yes, it's expensive to replace, but you know, Joby Wang will be able to. He'll probably be home by now.
and that's what those cars are designed to do. Exactly. Bits are designed to come off and dissipate that energy. That's a good point you've made there. Hello to Carol Brink. And to Kevin Brink as well, if he's managed to tune in our Coachella correspondent, right next to the Thermal Club. Cars are running there in California at the moment, although the skies are a bit smoky at the moment. I'm told that Kevin's artichokes look great.
Make great tacos in their house.
Oh yeah, great. They make great everything. Great cocktails as well. Hello to Carol and Kevin Brink. And to those
driving to their house next time.
That's a very good idea. I would say to all of those of you listening in the States, particularly with any connections to California, we send you all our best wishes after the terrible scenes of the fires out there in the last few days, the scenes of utter devastation. And we hope you and yours are all fine. Again, some severe property losses. Eventually, I'm sure some of those will be rebuilt. We hope that all of your families and loved ones are safe at this time. And if you are listening and watching, if we can bring you just a little bit of normality and a bit of entertainment, let's hope we can do that. There's been more callers. We can't be too long away from going back. Debris from the track being removed at the moment. Nick Damon can give us an update from the lane.
Yeah, I mean, the major incident was during the rundown was the Team CMR, that's a 795, the GTX Ginetta. That arrived dead stick, no power whatsoever at the pit entrance. Luckily it was pushed down to the penalty box, then it was run down by some very athletic mechanics all the way down. They then did a complete service, changed drivers, and they just put the auxiliary battery onto it. It fired up, so it's a bit of a weird thing to not work. Just didn't seem to change any sort of, like, put a new battery in, just use the auxiliary battery, and then of course they trundled it on down to the fuel stop, obviously confident it was going to start again. But yes, it was completely dead, and then it was completely living again. So it's something from electrical problems. The 24, that's one of the leading Porsches, the Dynamic GT car. I just need you to check something, because I looked and it was trundling down the lane. And I thought, oh, that'll be taking its quarter. Then I looked again, and a Porsche was leading. There's so many Porsches, of course, that it could be a different one. But did he actually stop for fuel, the 24? Or did he, for some reason, just run down the lane?
Changed his driver, I think.
No. So he was in the pit for only only for 35 seconds, and last pit time 38 seconds. So no, he.
So yeah, he just ran down the pit lane. I have no idea why.
They couldn't have taken the penalty. So
no. So
Luke Hartog is back out on the track.
Yeah. Now, whether they wanted to, they just wanted to look at something on the car.
Maybe he boxed.
Because you don't realistically running down the lane doesn't lose you much time under code 60. It's a few seconds at most. But yeah, well, I'm glad I got that one right, because I watched and think, oh, that's a good idea, get some fuel.
Then didn't.
Possibly he came in either on his own initiative, or they boxed and then they've realised the fueling was completely full and thinking we're going to have to sit still in fueling.
No, there's no one there. There's like one car motor. It could have been if he'd come in again. It might have been, because it was certainly full the first time round when the code first came out.
Was it very recently, Nick? Because for example, last lap by Dynamic GT 5 minutes and 12, the leading BMW 5 minutes 19, the other BMW 5 minute 20. So is there a quirk there?
Oh, is it a Donington Park lap record one?
Where they found could you go quicker through the pit lane? I think you maybe could.
What's the pit lane speed?
Well, I don't know is the pit lane speed 60 as well?
It is.
Is it just shorter then? It's just shorter.
It's shorter. You cut off a bit of the
Let's stop talking about that now. Then
maybe we should stop talking about this now.
Yeah. The 710, the leading of the GTX, is coming into the pits now for a full service. That's all legitimate and everything. Driver change and tyres.
Nick, you need to take a walk down to the start of the pit lane and just make sure that we are right about what the pit lane speed limit is, and it's not 80.
Yeah, I hope it will. I think it's shorter, because the entrance was where you cut off half a corner. But I can't believe
that's genius.
I would think that's something. Well, I think it's something you pull once and you go, oh yeah, sorry, you don't do every lap, because it's obvious, isn't it?
if that is what's going on. And I would imagine even with someone of your journalistic vigour, they might not admit it to you, Nick.
Guess what? They wanted to have a quick look at the front of the car.
Yes. Thought it was overheating.
Yeah.
So
had a change in London check as well.
Let me just go and... No, hang on. It says... No, wait a second. It says 40 kilometres an hour.
I think they've done the calculation to think it's actually still quicker.
It's a 34-second transition down the pit lane. Then they did it in 35, so 35 seconds, and then there's 3 seconds effectively on the end before you hit pit out.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is they did a 5:minute 12 last time by, and everyone around them 5:minute 19, 5:minute 20.
It's easy to work out. It's 5.3 kilometres, so it has to be 5.3 minutes on a Code 60 lap, right? So 5.3 minutes is
20.
5 minutes 20. So
18,
anybody who does more
18.
than 5 minutes, it'll be a little bit more because it's 5.3 something. They've pitted again. Okay. So have a look, Nick.
I'm watching them now. I think they are going... No, he's still trundling. He's still trundling. Is he going for fuel?
No way.
No, he's trundling through. This is they found it. They found a hack.
Was 5:22.
Well, why are they trundling through? Oh, I'm going to go
5:22 last time around.
I'm off there now.
Paradigm 5:19.6, 5:20.4 for Max Hesse, 5:25. Well, it could be Ant. Yeah. Well, that's good as well. Under 1 minute now to the cessation of Code 60. I just want to say a quick hello to our new producer in London. Rob's joined us for the first time in 2025. So we've gone from our new recruit, our AM driver, we've gone on to our veteran now of Rob. Not being disrespectful to Pete earlier on. That was his first time. He did a great job. Thank you, Pete. Rob in the chair up in London at the moment. Hello to Gareth Evans, who along with Paul is at his desk in the studio modelling, and he's doing Fly's beautiful 148 rendition of the Machi M5 and working out how to correct his paint disaster on the big Mazda. That's the Le Mans Mazda as well.
First brake change.
So back to green flag racing, and whilst things sort themselves out with 15 hours and a half to go, Nick Damon has the first planned service of the race, I think.
Yeah, it's the Lipa, the Lamborghini. We were having that chat about what on earth they were doing in the 24 car, the night Porsche. But what happened was he was still there, and the bump starting is not working this time as well. But they have done a complete brake change on the front brakes. So most of these cars, GTX and GT3, will require a new set of brakes at some point. We are not really that close to halfway, but they must have calculated they can probably get to the end unless they were planning to do two, and of course doing it under Code 60 is the time to do it. So they have changed the front brakes on the 710, the GTX
and Lipa have quite a big advantage back to the next car in class, the 111 Racing IRC machine driven by Grant Donaldson at the moment. It's just taken over from Jake Camilleri, who comes from a family of Mazda dealers actually, but quite a lot of the drivers in that IRC car are actually all owners of Mark racing cars, also a tube frame race car manufacturer in Australia. There's quite a lot of the Mark car guys that are in that IRC team this weekend. So yes, but in that GTX class, definitely Lipa have a bit of an advantage. They can afford to be conservative. If they need to squeeze another brake change in there, they can do it. But back to green flag racing, and it's descended into a touring car race again, as everyone's all sort of bunched up back together and all trying to jostle for position and kind of get back into a rhythm. But once all is said and done, Ahmad Al-Harti for Paradigm competition in the AM class car leads overall by 31 seconds from Dynamic GT. That's the blue and white Visit Dubai Dubai car. Then it's Max Hess in the Almanar Racing Team car. He's about 58 seconds off the lead, so they're sort of evenly spread across the podium positions at the moment. And then it's fourth. It's Alexander Malekin for Pure Racing. Interestingly, at the breakout of that Code 60, the teams obviously thought it was going to be a slightly long Code 60, which it was. It was 28 minutes. So Pure Racing have put Alexander Malekin, but as soon as it came out, they brought Thomas Preining out and put Alexander Malekin in, because Thomas Preining is their quickest driver. He was quickest in qualifying, and they want to use all of his maximum driving time. He has a maximum of 12 hours, and you know, as we said before, I'm as quick as Thomas Preining under a Code 60, because you can't go any faster than 60 kilometres an hour. Yep. So they've decided to try and burn up a bit of driver time there. Paradigm Competition, look, they are a bit different because they've got mostly AMs in their car. Their shoes is Toby Sowry, the semi-pro graded driver certainly an air quote semi-pro, but he's graded as that. And they put Ahmed Al Harti in the car. Whereas Dynamic GT, they've lost half an hour of Loic Hartog driving time there, basically. So back to business, and it's game on here at Dubai in that top three. BMW from Porsche, from BMW, then another two Porsches, then it's the McLaren of Optimum Motorsport who've just been sneaking up the order. Now, no non-German manufacturer has ever won this race. In the 20 runnings of the Dubai 24, only German manufacturers have won this race.
Wow.
So even the Nürburgring 24 has had a non-German winner in Ferrari.
They insist it's nothing to do with it being quicker, and they insist it's slightly
so
slower.
Nick Damon in the pit lane. Nick, what's the story?
Yeah. Well, I wandered into Dynamic, and they were very sweet. I had a word. I was chatting with Thomas Kiefer? Mr. Kiefer, anyway.
Yeah,
I was chatting with him, and Tom Kiefer, I said, so why did you go down twice? He said, oh, I wasn't really paying attention, driver. So he went and asked his technical guy, and his technical guy kind of smiles and everything else, said, he goes to me, there was a reason, but I can't tell you. So I went, oh, is that because it's quicker? And the technical guy went, no, it's not quicker, but we had a technical reason we had to do it, and we can't discuss it on the live stream, so there we go.
So read into that what you wish.
That is, there is a career in politics waiting for that team, but he says it wasn't quicker, and I think we've assessed it wasn't quicker, or is it at least no quicker?
It was,
but there was a reason why they were doing it.
Well. Will that remain one of the mysteries that when we're sitting having a coffee at the airport on Monday morning think, did they do it, did they not, was that what was going on? We'll have to just keep asking until one of them breaks rank.
I've got a desk lamp here, we can shine into their eyes. Actually, we'll wait till Bradley gets in there. His interview technique is honed from many years as an officer of the law.
He'll get the pocket out. Is that right?
And beat them with it? Oh, sorry, no, sorry, I see where you were going with that.
He was an upstanding officer, I'll have you know.
He always carries a telephone directory around with him. I don't know why.
The thing is, what I'm struggling to decipher is what was the technical reason for driving down the pit lane and driving straight on through. If there's a technical problem,
why
surely
you'd
like to have a look at the car and maybe investigate it. We might never know. Yeah, very good. I wonder at the next Code 60 if there's going to be other teams that do the same. If we see another car doing the same, we'll know that the game's up, so to speak. There are some personal best times being put down now as the track starts to cool a little bit. Timo Rumpfkehl for Hofer Racing in their number 11 Mercedes, a 2-minute 0.165. Also the QMMF by HRT of Julian Hanses, a 203.011 personal best for that car throughout the entire race. Had a great little factoid from our fellow commentator Phil Anson. He said the 974 of the QMMF team is because that's the dial code for Qatar, and likewise it's the 971 Rabdan by Fulgenzi, that's the Dubai dial code.
Yeah, very good. I like that. Yeah, there's a story on all of the numbers in that category, pretty much.
Oh yeah, well the leader at the moment is the Red Camel Jordans, number 909. That's the hill climb car. The Berg Spider was the Type 909.
There you go. See?
Is that my anorak hung up on that coat? It is.
I didn't hear you zip it right the way up there.
Warm for an anorak.
Like Kenny. Thank you very much. Now you understand, dear listener and viewer, why I invited Peter Mackay to Rensport 7, the celebration of all things Porsche racing. It is fair to say that we nerded out for 3 days on television on that, didn't we?
Yes. Yeah, that would be a correct
We were locked in a very, very small commentary box, part of a production truck.
Remember how cold it was in the commentary box?
We could have hung meat in there. Our local butcher would have been very happy. Johnson's in High Street, Thrapston. He would have been very, very happy at that. And however, we were kept fed and watered. Very, very good food from Bobby Aitken and the rest of the production crew. And we were fed not only in terms of food and drink, but food for the soul was constant moving pictures of classic Porsches.
And Porsche legends, almost a stream of them in and out the commentary box. They come and chat to us as well. Who do we have? We had Hurley Haywood,
yep.
Derek Bell.
Yep.
You had Jochen Mass.
Yes. Hadn't seen
Jackie X.
Jackie X, yeah. Did you do Jack? You did Jackie X.
I spoke to Jackie X.
That was a great interview.
Yeah, I enjoyed that a lot. Is that them all?
No, Brian Redmond. You did Brian Redmond. That was good. I'll let you do Brian.
Brian, bless him, he's a great storyteller. The only problem is he broke into a brilliant story right at the start of the 962 race, which was a little bit challenging. But it was just a privilege to meet all these great people, and of course the commitment.
Did we have Timo as well? Timo Bernard, I think we did. No, that might have been at Le Mans actually.
But Nick Tandy.
Oh, Tandy came up, yeah. That's fine.
I think he definitely classifies as a Porsche legend.
Yeah, we'll have some more Porsche legends in our coverage in 2 weekends' time from the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Already fixing up some special guests for our Global Broadcast Centre, which will move not next weekend, but the middle of the following week, overlooking another start-finish line. Very similar, actually, in terms of the position, except the cars are going in the opposite direction. We look directly down on the stripe at Daytona. We've got Yas Marina coming up before that next weekend. It has cleared up a little bit, and looking downtown at the moment, as we can do, particularly from our drone shots, the original central business district, if you will, the original city centre, with what was the tallest building in the world, the Burj. Not quite time. No, we've probably missed its light show for this evening. Over at Festival City, they'll round about 20 minutes time. They'll be there. Weekend fireworks show. They've got a big sound stage there as well in front of the Mall, next to the Intercontinental and the Crown Plaza, overlooking the creek there.
Something has really ruffled the feathers of Loic Hartog. Maybe he's on the radio saying, how dare they suggest that I went down the pit lane to save time. But in the Dynamic GT Porsche, he's taking chunks of time out of Ahmad Al-Harti in the Paragon competition. BMW last lap by it to the tune of 3 seconds. So the gap is down to 18.6 seconds. He also took nearly 2 seconds, in fact, just over 2 seconds out of Max Hesse on that previous on the previous lap. And going on this lap by the sector times, Loic Hartog taking even more chunks of time. So by the end of this stint, we could see Hartog and that Dynamic GT Porsche move into the lead. It really has been a battle, Stuttgart versus Munich. It's been Porsche versus BMW all race long, back and forth, cat and mouse. But will we see any other characters coming into the mix? The Optimum McLaren, they're in 6th place. They're just getting closer all the time. They've clearly been paying attention to the Ted Lasso sticker on the coffee machine that just says, believe.
I had Apple TV on an 7-day trial just coming up to Christmas, and managed to binge watch the whole 4 series of Slow Horses, which I...
Oh, it's fantastic.
Thoroughly.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, you
didn't get round to Ted Lasso. Did do a little bit of the morning show.
Excellent as well.
Yeah. I'd seen a few of those on various planes, but you know, they only have sort of 2 or 3 you get hooked into it, and then you get home and look for it. It's not an Apple, and just another subscription.
You need to do it. You need to do it. Ted Lasso's excellent. Morning Show's excellent. Yeah, really top quality stuff. 15 hours and 21 minutes left in this race. We've had a fairly eventful, shall we say, 8 hours and 40 minutes of action. In terms of code 60 interventions so far, we've had 2 hours and 1 minute and 51 seconds to be absolutely precise. 7 code 60 interventions. So that's around, well, it's not quite 1 an hour. So there has been prolonged periods of green flag running, particularly the first stint was completely uninterrupted. And it's just been about who's played those code 60s just right. Sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's skill, sometimes it's a combination of the two. And one team that are renowned for it is the number 91 Herbert, who that is their trademark, is nailing those code 60s. And they had an interesting, really cool colour scheme the last 2 years with the black with gold pinstripes of the Lotuses of the late 70s. I won't say the brand on air because I'll get in trouble. But the 91, they've gone from dark and mysterious to, well, looks like the curtains in Austin Powers' apartment. The 91 Herbert Porsche, it's almost like an art car actually in a way. And it's been driven at the moment by Jake Pedersen, a young American driver who unfortunately had a crash earlier in the week, but they managed to get it repaired.
In style, it looks a bit like the hippie Porsche, but there's more colours on it. There's more different colours on it, but that's that kind of psychedelic 1970s type look to it. Before that, there was do you remember the Apple Computers sponsored car?
Yes. Yeah. Bobby Rahal drove that.
That's right.
At that, they retired at Sebring, and Bobby Rahal decided to get an early flight home, and there was no flights, and Sebring Airport there was nothing open, so both Bobby Rahal decided to take a sleep on a bench, and there was somebody else sleeping on the bench beside him. Turned out to be Steve Jobs, who was there, of course, watching the car that
he's been driving.
Sponsoring.
Yeah. Looking very, very shiny, that car, considering that we're 9 and a bit hours into the race. So the right-hand side is the side that reminds me of the Apple car with all the multicolours on. Before they went to the logo that is more used. The left-hand side reminds me of the hippie car because it's got that dark blue and dark green on it. But like I say, it's that kind of psychedelic. The responsible adult had I think it was an Andy Blackmore design hippie car t-shirt that was her favourite, and it literally fell apart. She wore it that much.
The hippie cars, because it was in 1917 Longtail, which was actually a Martini car, and Count Rossi was very, very upset with it. It did still have Martini stickers on it, unlike the Pink Pig, which was a Martini car as well, but was not allowed to have any Martini stickers on it.
They just had the Martini. The lines with the Martini logo on the back wings, didn't they? Right at the very back.
The hippie car.
The hippie car.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Well, and don't forget the Pink Pig was a Martini car as well, but they absolutely said no, and it didn't have all the wording on it until the race. During the practice and qualifying, it had the dotted lines, but it didn't have all the cuts of meat written on it.
For a car that was pretty spectacularly unsuccessful, it's become a legend.
It has become
the Pink Pig. Yeah.
Well, and the Pink Pig nomenclature came from that car, from the factory itself, and they were not being complimentary about it at all.
Oh, they weren't. The Truffle Hunter from Zuffenhausen, as it was known. But then, of course, the colours, the Pink Pig Mark II did go on to win at Le Mans in 2018 and GTE Pro. So I love the great colour schemes on cars. The 901, the Ajit Kumar racing car, the white with the red and the yellow stripes, I just can't get over. That's a ton of caramel wafer car. They need
caramel wafer, yeah.
Switch the white to a silver, and it's there. It's caramel wafer. Into the pit lane, GT4, one of the surviving BMW M4 GT4s. I think this is the We Buy Any phone car coming in.
AGMC Racing by Simpson Motorsport car, to give it its official title. Out has got Tiger Tari, what a fantastic name, on his belt. In has got to dark. Well, the question I've been asking my is, has he got tiger feet? That's right. I really love that Tiger Light. He didn't see treading in mud with 2D, so possibly not. And I have to ask him to be lonely this Christmas just to complete the. So I think, do we have any other mud hits? Surely you can get a couple in there as well, John.
Surely they'll be spending the rest of the week up at Ras Al Khaimah because they were on rack records. Mike.
Oh, very good.
Chapman
Excellent point.
Watching, and what was no, Mike Chapman, and what was Dave Chin? Thank you. Yeah.
Dave Chin. Yeah, so this pink car, which has the home repair network as well as it's WeBuyAnyPhone.com. As always, even though I've been here in the pit lane now for several hours, I'm still surprised about how long these pit stops take because they're doing 5 nuts. So I'm going to go a quick word with Tiger because basically he's got the best name ever. Tiger, you just got out of the car. How's it going?
Say that again?
I see. Deafened by your own car there. How did this thing go?
It's first time in this car, first time on this track, first time with 24 Series. A lot of first time and 115 minutes practice. I had really didn't help a whole lot, but I'm learning.
So your first time on here was in the dark. I mean, how much did you still have to learn when you actually left the pit lane?
I mean, put it this way: once I killed the tires pretty early on, 25 27 laps, I had to learn how to drive with bad tires, and I did get a little nick with my Porsche, typical. Other than that, just learning, adding to my knowledge base, and nothing wrong with that. Continue practicing, and all good. Good racing.
And how are you enjoying the whole Dubai 24-hour experience?
I knew you guys. I actually bought a car in Europe. I was going to do it in 2020 with COVID. No more comments needed. So it was. I have a race season in the USA. This just was a perfect opportunity to do some of the things I want to do eventually in the race racing, like the Le Mans and the Rolex. I was like, okay, this is a great step to get out there. Here I am.
And what do you run back in your home country? What do you run in the States?
I have this. In the past, I've ran Lamborghini Super Trofeo. It's a completely different car, but I have the same exact car coming in any day. So I was gonna run a Porsche GT4. Bought the car to realize my torso is too high. Had its by the age, it's not gonna work out. Same issue with the Lamborghini. I was all right. BMW is like a taxi cab, and so I just sticking with that. Obviously, I still fit in the Porsche GT3s and Cups, just not the GT4. So I'm a Porsche guy, but I also have a lot of respect for BMW, amazing cars.
So you've got this GT4. Is your plan to get the Pilot Challenge, or is it a different event to go for?
It's going to be running USA IMSA. That's what I'm going to be doing.
Oh, I'll see you in 2 weeks in Daytona then.
Well, I don't think we're going to be able to make it to VP Challenge. What I'm trying to, if the car comes on time, I'm still hopeful for the Michelin Pilot Challenge, which is the Friday race before Rolex. Worst case scenario, start with the second race, and I'm definitely probably going to come back here next year too. This was definitely a positive so far.
Where's the Tiger? Get yourself a bit of a rest and then look forward.
Thank you.
Look forward to the next session where you know where the track goes.
So what was the last question?
Look forward to the next session where you actually know where the track goes.
Yeah, at least I figured out the track and how not to kill the tires, so I should do better this next time.
Thanks, Tiger.
Thank you.
The mention of caramel wafer has sent me down an internet rabbit hole. Grey Dunn was the original manufacturer of caramel wafers, a biscuit and confectionery manufacturer in Glasgow in the late 1800s, I think. And they actually invented Blue Ribat. That's a Scottish biscuit. Oh, yes.
I used to have them at my grandmother's house.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and that's why I only got caramel wafers when I went to my grandmother's, although she was born in Ireland. She was brought up in Glasgow, and Grey Dunn was the local biscuit manufacturer there. And they eventually, Nestlé's took that over, and
underrated biscuit, a Blue Ribbon.
Do you think so?
Yeah, underrated, very underrated. Good biscuit.
A caramel wafer is very clever. Nick's just said it's massively overrated, the chocolate's too thin. Well, interestingly, of course, a caramel wafer is the Tunnocks caramel wafer now, which, does it still come in a dark chocolate variety as well, in the blue wrapper, the blue and white wrapper?
It does, yeah, as does the tea cake.
Does it? With a bit of jam in the bottom. That's...
Yeah, very good. Very, very good.
I didn't know that.
Bit of penalty news. The 777 Almaner Racing by Team WRT. That's car that sits in 3rd place, been leading this race on several occasions. It's just picked up a 10-second penalty for not respecting pit stop regulations, which, interestingly enough, the car that they're in a tight battle with, the 92 Pure Racing Porsche, it's got 20 seconds of penalties hanging over it for exactly the same thing, not respecting pit stop regulations. We don't know exactly where the disrespect was committed, but our hard-working pit team, I'm sure, will get to the bottom of it. The gap at the front of the field is coming down all the time, but to the tune of several seconds a lap. Luke Hartog has brought it down to 9.5 seconds to lead, so really running strong. And interesting, I can't remember which of the Pure Racing drivers it was that commented. It might well have been Harry King, who said last night in qualifying, said that the car is really coming alive. This is the Porsche GT3R I'm talking about. Really comes alive in the night. When the temperature gets cooler, the car gets better. Now, you'd think that a turbocharged car, which the Porsche is not, you would think it would be a turbocharged car that would come alive in the night and things it's cooler, but no, it's the Porsche that seems to, in these cooler temperatures, actually get a little bit quicker, and the lap times are getting quicker at the moment. So yeah, just sort of hovering around the 2-minute mark.
Hello to Charlotte Brown on Twitter, doing the socials for Drive Tribe now. Hello, Charlotte. Good to know you're tuned in. She says endurance racing effectively is a long podcast chat with racing for visual entertainment. I'm here for the Tunnocks talk. Dave Alcock. Tea cakes and caramel wafers are available in dark chocolate variants in the blue wrappers. The richness of the dark chocolates work better for both than the milk. See, I do like that as well. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Mercedes AMG.
Right. Yeah, right underneath your well, our competition. I'm getting a go, aren't I?
Getting a go. It's not as if somebody's handing you.
Well, you'll get your go here. You're getting a go. Well, they are, because you're getting a go down here. I'm handing you the microphone for you to have a go down here if you want to. Anyway, Hoffa Racing, Timo Rumpfgel, he has got out the car. I think it was Carsten Till who got in, but don't quote me on that. But it certainly wasn't Chantel Prince and Michael Cross. I can recognise that from a distance. Full service. This car's had a quite interesting, after getting very heavily involved innocently in the accident yesterday, which took out the 99 Tempo Audi. Normally, Hoffa are involved in lots of goings on, but they just quietly turn laps. They're in the pure AM class. They're not troubling the front of the scorers. Where are they in the overall AM class, guys?
In the AM class,
Hoffa Racing, number 11.
It's a very hotly contested AM class, actually. The AM leader is also leading the motor race overall by 8.4 seconds over Luke Hartog. So, pardon competition, they really have been the standout team. That's Dr. Karsten Tilke, who's just got into that Hoffa Racing Mercedes, former winner of this race back in 2009. And you think Tilke, I've heard that name before. It is indeed. He's the managing director of Tilke Design. His dad, Hermann Tilke, a designer of many, many circuits around the world. But he was a graduate of Munich Technical University, which is the same place that an aerodynamicist called Michael Fadnauer came from, who was the original aerodynamic designer of the Audi A2, which was very far ahead of its time. He was also the aerodynamic designer of the Audi R8,
really clever
R10, and the RS Spider Porsche too.
Very, very clever design, that A2, because the engine was really low down, almost like in a sandwich in the floor. Really, really clever. And they did a tiny little, I think it was 1.5 diesel, that did 70 miles to the gallon or something like that, 70 miles to the gallon. A bit of a Marmite car. People either loved it or hated it, and we've got one each in our family, so I can't have one. That's all. I would have one as a runabout. Absolutely.
A responsible adult isn't a fan of the Audi A2.
I'd have to get rid of a car or two first, obviously.
Anyway,
there's always discussion behind behind off Fleet. So yeah, great to see Dr. Carson Tilke. Doesn't do an enormous amount of racing anymore, but brilliant to see him here with the Hoffer Racing squad, the Kroll and Prince family outing. It's always a family affair with that team. You see all of them moving around in the paddock, and they've been long-standing supporters of this of the 24H series, and hopefully we'll see them throughout the season with their rumbling Mercedes.
Coming down to 15 hours to go, and Nick, did we manage to get any comment from WS, the BMW, about that car? I mean, we saw it being pushed back, and they were having a look at it. Yeah, in terms of the conflagration in that.
Yeah, they were having. The last time I was there, which was a good. Well, when it came back in off the flatbed, they were having a good old stare at it. Oh, they'd taken it right back out of the garage. They now put, so it's actually back in the paddock at the back. Now it's back into the garage. So perhaps they're worried about fumes or unpleasant smoke coming from the fire. They're looking at it now. I assume they're assessing the damage to get the order into to BMW Munich in the morning, a Monday morning, for the spares. But they're certainly stripping stuff down, taking off the obviously burnt bits.
Well,
what would you like to know about it?
Just if I
can find out
what started it, really, and how bad the damage, the underbody damage is. Sometimes a very spectacular fire, as you pointed out, Nick. If it's all just on the surface and it's fluid burning, it looks spectacular. It goes through the carbon fibre reinforced plastic bonnet, because that melts, and that can catch on fire. And carbon fibre burns very, very hot and very, very black smoke. But actually, it might not have done that much damage. It'll all be down to the wiring, I would expect. Yes,
can you still hear me? Yeah, it's burnt all the plastic and off the top of the cam covers. For example, I'm looking at the alternator, and the alternator is absolutely untouched.
Right.
That sits really high. It's untouched. It sits really high. It's more to the left-hand side. The right-hand side's got of the V8. The right-hand side plenum is been burnt adjacent. The left-hand side, side's gone completely melted to nothing. But yeah, it's wiring. So if the wiring has plugs which you can get sort of at the back of the firewall, then it shouldn't be too much due in sorting it out. It certainly hasn't, in full technical terms, it's not affected any of the uppy-downy bits. So it's I'm not saying it's cheap, but it's not like that. That engine's not going in the bin. The actual, engine bits are fine.
Thank you, Nick. Hello to Elliot Lindemood. He's tuned in from the high desert of California. Sports car racing, morning coffee and great conversation. So 17 minus 8 is 11. So 11 o'clock in the morning, isn't it? 9 o'clock in the morning. Excuse me, Elliot. Thank you for tuning in. And hope you're enjoying it. Quite a lot of people who are on the Creventic Motorsport YouTube channel commenting on the quality of the pictures. Not just what they're showing, but the actual technical quality of the pictures. 60 hertz at 1080p. It is very good quality. 021 long-time partners for the visuals here, working with extra cameras, different positions here, and a couple of automated cameras as well, with the team on site and back at Cologne in their production centre, state-of-the-art production centre. For the audio, of course, that's going back through London. Tim Gray and the team with Rob Lomas on the desk at the moment in the studio. Wherever you're watching or listening, thank you very much for joining us. And a reminder that we're with you next week for a 6-hour sprint race from Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi, qualifying on Saturday, racing on Sunday, and all of the Michelin 24-hour series for 2025 covered live, free, with no blocks or no breaks throughout the season. So all of the European Championship throughout the all the way through to Barcelona. I'll get to Nick in a second, where we can hear a wheel gun not doing what the wheel gun's meant to be, because that's just rattling and not taking the nut off. I can tell that just from the noise. We'll also have the Porsche 992 Endurance Cup race with Creventic and Porsche Motorsport working together at Spa in the early part of September as well. And that was a great inaugural event in 2024. I suspect many more cars and teams and drivers. I talked to Nick Tandy about that recently when we were sitting waiting for a plane together. I was come back from Petit Le Mans actually, and he was asking me all sorts of questions. Earl Bamber similarly as well. Nick Damon, who's struggling to get the wheel nuts off?
It's the 795 Team CMR Ginetta G56. They are actually the requirement to get the wheel nuts off wasn't particularly great, because they could take the bonnet off without, which they've dived into. This is the car which of course had the fire extinguisher go off a few hours ago, then had this problem electrically about 45 minutes ago, and now it's being stared at. I think it also came in dead stick.
They've got the iPhone torch out. They've got the iPhone torch out on the left-hand side.
Well, we do. I'm concerned it actually might be a pocket torch in the shape of an iPhone.
Why would you do that?
It is. I'm afraid it's not actually a phone torch. It's a torch shaped like a phone rather than a phone. It was close enough. If I see another camera, I'll have to set them.
The other guy, the guy who's just taking that, I'm sure he had a phone. No, that's not the one I saw.
I'm not going to argue with the point.
We'll have to get a replay on that.
And they're looking down into the... Yeah, they're looking down the... They're looking down to the electrics as well on the left-hand side bank. And they are... Obviously, I think they've got a misfire or a dead stick electrical problem. Now, look, they may well take off the rail which holds the oh, that wasn't very good. He withdrew that spanner very quickly after a spark. So yeah, so it's got that problem. I mean, you've no idea what what sort of damage is done when those extinguishers go off and you clean everything up. And it doesn't, yes, it's not conductive, but it can get into all nooks and crannies and cause other problems. But they've had in contrast to the Touchwood clean run, the 495, the GT4 Ginetta's had. This one's had a lot of problems, and they're again now suffering an electrical problem. They have got an issue where they're getting the wheels off is causing some problems. Now, interestingly, John, I've seen a lot of people using these electrical drills powered by sort of portable electric drills to try and get the wheel nuts off, and they've all been failing. I'm not quite sure why they've moved away from the pneumatic drills, but it does seem that I'm not sure whether there's something about the way it's running that's tightening the nuts up too much. But I've seen a lot of people struggling to get nuts off these various single centre lock wheels up and down the pit lane today.
We have completed another race hour, and there's now under 15 hours to go as we've just clicked past 10 o'clock in the evening here in Dubai. And it's a very warm welcome in every sense of the word to 2025's motorsport season, circuit racing endurance season, with the traditional season opener being the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, kicking off also a 2-race Middle East Cup for the Creventic 24H series, and starting the full season as well, with the European rounds to come later on in the year. And once again, what a fabulous calendar we have for 2025. You just about got there with that. All of the circuits that you have come to know and love in the championship again for this year, starting at Mugello in the middle of March, 21st to the 23rd. Beautiful part of the world. A fabulous circuit for multi-class racing. Then we'll be at the 12 hours of the Spa-Francorchamps, 18th to the 20th of April. Back to Misano at the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli on the Adriatic coast, 23rd to the 24th of May. So probably not melting us as it did last year. Back to the south of France and to the Circuit Paul Ricard. That I always enjoy the trip down there. It's a good road trip as well, and a great drive up to the top of the hill for the 12 hours there, 4th and 5th of July, and we'll finish late in September, 26th to 28th. That's a week later than it was this year. We had the Responsible Adult's Birthday there this year, last year rather, and that is the 26th to 28th of September. And if you want any more details, www.24hseries.com. Live timing, by the way, for this event and all of them this year, livetiming.getraceresults.com. And you can see what we've got in our booth here. Stack of Michelin tyres being brought here, which Charles from Michelin explained to Nick very well at the start of the race. Unique at the moment to this series, and Michelin a huge commitment to this championship. Nick Damon in the pit lane for the moment has just seen the leader go past him.
Yes, the red BMW M4 GT3 EVA. I want to call it an M3. I never like the fact they went the coupe go to M4. I mean, I know it's all about clever nomenclatures, but that's an M3. It should be an M3. It should stay an M3. That's my level of traditionalism. I'm not having that being changed. I'm pretty sure that actually what happened was that Amador hardly stayed on board. And the interesting thing about that is they did change tyres. Now, changing tyres obviously takes, 25, 30 seconds. But they obviously feel there's more than 25 or 30 seconds in the car running on fresh boots. And of course, I don't think there's any issue with finances in this team.
That's about 7/10 a lap, every lap. So you've got to get on with it. If you've got those new tyres, it could just be that they're trying to reduce risk as well, because if you try to double stint them, you get towards the end of the stint and the car's moving around, and it just takes confidence away from the driver. So yeah, looking for new Michelin tyres to give you that big grip. And we heard from Luke Breukers earlier on, who just in the 992 class, he just beamed into a big smile when he was talking about just how much grip the tyres have got, particularly in the first laps.
What did it do to the 777 car, Nick, when that came through with Max Hesse? Did that go into the? That must have gone for fuel, did it? Was that
been in for a while?
Oh, okay, no, that was yeah, okay, so that did. Right, so Ahmed El Harti, if he did stay aboard, is now in fuel, and it cost exactly 20 seconds to change 4 wheels and Michelin tyres. It was 54 seconds in the pit as opposed to a 34-second transit time. That's not bad.
20, so actually you've got to maybe get a 35-lap stint. So yeah, maybe not even quite 7/10 a lap that you need, roughly speaking. Yeah, could just be also a driver comfort thing as well, because if you go to the point where you're getting to the end of a double stint, you're at nearly 70 laps, and you make an error and then it's all done. So it could be a matter of safety as well as and confidence for the driver. It could be driver dependent as well. Of some drivers might be able to keep the tyre in a little bit longer.
What this will do with the 991 BMW, really, for Paradigm, the AM leader, out of the lead now, has dropped the second, and that will leave the 777 BMW as the only car on the lead lap. We'll have that car into the pit lane within the next 5 or 6 laps for Max Hesse, and then we'll get to see whether they change the tyres. They were new last time down the pit lane for Max Hesse. Will they give it a go and change the tyres and save themselves 20 seconds? That's the question. At this time of night, there were some teams saying doubles or possibly even triples for these Michelin GT Enduro tyres.
I wonder if that's necessary or not, because it seems like when you're on those opening laps, the lap time is there straight away. It's not like when you look at saying like Hypercar or GTP, it takes several laps to get the tyre right up to its performance.
But if we're talking about consistency, Max in traffic last time around did a 2 minutes 0.8 against the car's best of a 1:58 flat.
Nobody's been near that since the start of the race. No one has.
No.
I mean, the best we've seen in the last, certainly since we've been on here in the last 2 hours,
2 minutes laps.
No, it was just 1:59 from Luke Hartog.
Yeah.
But that's on brand new tyres.
Right, let me find somebody who's just put So Luke Hartog on brand new tyres did a 2:02 last time around. That was his second flying lap. 2:01 from Mikhail Porter for Optimum in the McLaren. 2 minutes flat for Vitaly Petrov in the SMP Racing AMG Mercedes. More 2:01s and 2 minutes. Victor Schuyler for Winward doing a 2 minutes flat, 2 minutes point 9 actually. What's the Aston Martin that's catching back up again? That's the EBM car. Munkong Sathin Thirakul behind the wheel of that car. He did a 2:03. He's on 23 lap all tyres. Hesse with a 2 minutes point 889 to back up his 2 minutes point 8 whatever it was I said last time around on 30 lap old tyres. That's impressive by that BMW, by Max Hesse, and by the tyre.
And by the new BMW GT.
Indeed so.
Because that's exactly what they're wanting to get out of this car. One of the drawbacks of the first edition of the M4 GT3 was that it went through tyres quite heavily, and that's what the big development goal behind that car has been, is to get that tyre life better, and it appears like that has been achieved. A 2:01 flat there for Max Hesse. So yeah, he's running very consistent times as well. It's not the up down, it's the consistency that's important.
He's just going through turn 3 now, and right ahead of him is the second place car of Alexandra Malikin. He's about to put him 2 laps down here. So in the headlights of the leader, watch out for Pure Racing, the mostly white Porsche, number 92. They're heading on to the back straight now. Just ahead of Alexandra Malikin is Vitaly Petrov for SMP Racing in 8th position. Already nearly 3 laps down on the leader. Now, again, the pit stops are not exactly the same in terms of the strategies. Don't worry about how many times they've been down the pit. It's the last time they were in the pits. Alexander Malikin is on his 28th lap, and Max Hesse is on his 31st lap on the sets of tyres that they are racing at the moment. In 3rd, Jake Pedersen for Herberth Racing is on his 24th lap. Behind that, we've got Luke Hartog on just his 4th lap out the pits, and Ahmed El Harti for Paratime BMW on his 2nd lap out of the pit lane. So all of this is important. At track position later on, remember, with no safety cars to pack up and no wave buys, that's interesting. A little bit of wrap, vinyl wrap on. Now that is the Audi. That's RT car, is it? Yes, it is. So that is the Bert Longin number 21 Haas RT Audi in 5th in GT3 and 13th overall. Left rear just fluttering a little bit there, but I don't think it's bodywork. I do think it's just the vinyl covering. Where are the leaders? And more to the point, where is the number 92 car? 92 has now been passed, has it? They are so close together on the circuit. I can't see 2 numbers, but I think that Alexander Malikin has just lost another lap as they're coming through turn 9 now. I might be able to pick them up going on to the back straight.
Yeah, Max Hesse just putting in such strong pace. It was a tricky lap there for Alexander Malikin coming through traffic. Likewise for Hesse, actually.
Yeah, he's gone by.
3 seconds in the favour of Hesse. They've just come through sector 1 almost together. So yes, and that is they are on the same strategy, because the Malikin's done 29 laps on his tyres, Hesse 32.
We've got on the track at the moment, coming to turn 12, the number 7 Vitaly Petrov in 8th position. Behind that, the number 77 Munkong Sathin Thirakul for EBM, and the 777 all together, 77.7 and 77.7 and 777, all heading to the Speedball left-hander at turn 14.
And that is a lap down, so the 777 is now...
He's got through, yes, as I said, yeah.
Exactly, so it's... but it's a long race. Remember, Alexander Malekin is the bronze-graded or AM-graded driver. Max Hesse is he's either a gold or a platinum. He's a pro driver. So the thing is as well, you've got to put in the right drivers at the right time. So Alexander Malekin is doing exactly his job. It's been on the entry list. Max Hesse is listed as a semi-pro, but I think that's an admin error because he's an FIA Gold at least.
Oh, there's a turnaround at the far end of the circuit, and the Haas RT car was hit there. Number 21, and was that the 69 car?
Yeah, Michael Laboda in the Continental Audi getting into the side of the Haas RT machine. Oh dear.
That might be a penalty. They were not battling for position, with Michael Laboda in 20th position, 8th in AM, and the Haas RT Bert Longin 5th in GT AM and 13th overall. Now, here's, this is the conundrum here with drivers of differing ability and speed potential on the track in cars that are very similar in terms of what they can do, and you have to be respectful. We heard this from a number of drivers earlier on, that generally speaking, but there will be times when the AM driver is out there and he's not racing the cars around him, even if it does appear to be for position, because he's racing the guy that got out an hour ago or will get in 2 hours hence. Now, that will be looked at, I'm sure, by race control. It was picked up on the live feed here as well, and Bert will be absolutely fuming. That cost him 14 seconds. That half spin at turn 12 on the far side of the track.
It does look, though, that the car they've not lost any pace. They're on the pace, so that means that there's been no...
And the flapping body, the flapping vinyl was there beforehand. We mentioned that.
Yes.
And in fact, that was the other side. He was hit on the right-hand side.
Yes. So it's definitely, there's no problem with the pace, so that's good for Haas RT, a real stalwart of the 24H Series paddock. Yeah, just confirming, Max Hesse, your race leader, he is an FIA Gold, so he cannot be listed as a semi-pro. I saw that on the entry list, but that's a mistake.
Yeah. Alexander Malekin going through in pure racing and is now a full lap back on the leader. So he's a lap and about where's the 92 gone? He's a lap and 2 corners. The leader has gone through 7 and comes to 8 now, and the second place car, Malekin, is a couple of cars and a corner and a half or so behind. Having said that, the leader's got a lot of traffic ahead of him and has still not got past Vitaly Petrov. That's because Vitaly Petrov did a 2:01.3 last time around. Max Hesse in behind him at 2:02 flat.
Petrov is flying.
Yeah.
It's been really, really quick in this stint in that SMP Racing Mercedes, which has been run by the Haupt Racing team. Yeah, he had a 2 flat a couple of laps ago. So Vitaly Petrov,
only 12 laps on his tyres. He's relatively early.
A big difference. Yeah, that was his 8th lap on the tyre. He set that really quick time. So yeah, former Formula 1 driver, of course, raced for Renauer, and who can remember the 2010 season finale where Fernando Alonso in a Ferrari could not get past him?
Well, you could say that Vitaly Petrov was the father of DRS. Because of him and that last race, that's how we got the pass flaps into Formula 1.
I don't know if that's if he'd like that, if he'd like that or not, but it does mean that Fernando Alonso could not get past him. I remember that race in Abu Dhabi vividly. That was Sebastian Vettel's first World Championship win, first of 4 in a row. Good memories.
Are we taking some of your time, Johnny? Are you running half past? I've forgotten my own rota. I've been so encrusted. Okay, let's do a change in the commentary box with 14 3/4 hours to go. And welcome back, first of all, to Phil Anson, who joins me to the left-hand side. Just before Johnny takes over from me, Phil, a comment from you, if you would, about what we've seen in terms of the attendance here. Now, obviously, our film stars had a bit to do with that, but there's an awful lot of more locals than I've seen here before. And also about the investment in the track that the property owners have done. I see a lot of new paint. I saw some new bleachers on the infield when I was over there as well. There's been some new concrete laid to make viewing areas over at the outside of turn 14. This place was under threat not so very long ago.
Indeed it was.
Is that threat now has it seceded? Has it disappeared at least?
I think it has dissipated, John. Union Properties and the management here at Dubai Autodrome have been on a mission for the last 3 or 4 years to make the visitor and racer experience much more pleasurable, and they've invested a huge amount of money in this place, especially with the new grandstand at turn 13, and down on the end of that you can see right from turn 3 all the way down to turn 10 and get them coming up through the bowl. Lots of investment around the circuit as well, as John said, trying to, we are in the desert. How do you make this beautiful? You put some greenery in there, and then we've got the Apex Garden, which is growing more and more every year, and thank you to Dubai Tourism UAE and Dubai Tourism is done a fantastic job of publicising this event. And it's really showing this weekend, because we've seen a massive crowd here. And Joe Bradley has some news for us from the pits. Joe?
Yeah, you actually think that we are busy. This is Christian Bermudez. Now, Christian, yes, you're not happy just running one car here at the Dubai 24 Hours. How many are you running here?
So, you see, previous years we've been doing this since 2019. Okay, so with HRT we find that our collaboration is really good because we have combined the experience from the both teams. And you see, we have something very special now. PRP means Professional Racing Programs. This is when we like to work with drivers, not just to invite them to race. We have find a formula. The formula is, once you have a driver that wants to be in an endurance race, this is called dedication. When you have a driver with dedication and a team that has experience, we can say that we can have discipline. And this is what we need for endurance, discipline. So when we find drivers with this commitment, we like to put it together because discipline makes it happen. So we usually commit now because our formula grows. So this is why we have 4 cars. We like to...
Four cars, everybody, 4 cars.
4 cars.
With 4 drivers in each car?
Yes, 4 drivers in each car.
Wow. So Christian, your job is to be a nanny, a psychologist, a mother, and all of those things in the weekend with 4 drivers per 4 cars.
And I will tell you, endurance is passion. This is a family. I like to invite all the drivers to be on this family. And as a family member, I like to show people the way. I just don't want you to come here and, let's go race, go home. No, let's build the trust. Let's build the discipline and make it happen because endurance needs that.
So, Christian, tell me, do you find the drivers or the drivers come to you? Because do you go across the road to the kartdrome, for instance, and find the kids in karting and then bring them into the program and into endurance?
At this moment, we have started for 2025 a karting project here in the Middle East. So it's a little bit about things, you know. Once you manage to do things good, we always want to be in the good side, you know? So once we have these drivers that come to us and we can come and share with them, it's a win-win situation. We both come at the same place. We are in this autodrome, which is the home for racing. So there is a little bit of both. Once they come and they bring another drivers, we talk about it, we show them our family, we show them our collaboration, we show them our perfection. And as you see, one of our perfect examples is the QMMF car, which is all the Qatari cars. So they found they bring their dedication to us. With our passion, we found discipline. And with discipline, we have been able to show the results, which have been really good for this year.
As a customer driver, you can make so many mistakes. You can spend a lot of money with the wrong teams. I suppose being a part of your program will help with that. You don't have to make those mistakes. You can place them in the right teams.
Correct. The idea is to learn from our mistakes. So we had made the mistakes, which we already solved everything. That's what our formula combines very good. Drivers come and say, oh, Chris, I had this problem. Okay, let's work it out. Your passion with our dedication will make this mistake a minimum. Of course, everything has a margin of error, but if we both put our brains to it, we can solve it. It's not, oh, my team is the best, or you are the best driver. No, it's let's put our mistakes together so we make a nice and smooth line.
You learn from everyone's mistake. 20th running of the Dubai 24 Hours. How are your 4 cars doing in this event?
At this moment, we are really good. We have occupied the first 3 places, so I think we have a promising race.
You have. The program is working. Well done, Christian. It's great to meet you.
Thank you.
Long may it continue.
And thank you for welcoming us in this big family.
Yeah, long may it continue. And you're right, we are one big family.
We are.
Crazy family, yes. 24-hour racing.
Non-stop. And after this, we're hitting Jazz Marina for 6 more hours of full racing.
Exactly. Thank you, Christian.
Yeah,
great
not
to meet
just happy with 24. They're going to go for the full 30 spread across 2 weekends. I'll be honest, kind of peer behind the curtain, we were invited by Creventic to go and talk to Christian, and Joe was given the instruction to head to their garage, and I'm so glad we were, because we wouldn't have known Christian otherwise to necessarily have a chat to and to know the background, and what a great communicator he is to start with. I'm not surprised that project's going so well, Phil.
Indeed, with 4 cars here and building another team out of the kart drome behind us, that is really impressive. He's bringing up young talent to put in the HRT family of cars now, the QMMF by HRT, plus the 3 other HRT cars that are running, which have all AM driver lineups, which means they get the AM advantage, 50% more, 50% fuel under code 60. So they've done their driver categorization incredibly well to take advantage of that. And they're quick drivers as well, as we've seen on the leaderboard. So it's still a long way to go, 14.5 hours yet to go. They can still move up, but with the passion behind the drive between HRT and what they're doing in the Middle East, full credit.
And another name, a team name synonymous with this part of the world, is Dual Racing by Huber this year. Phil Keane now at the wheel of the Mutran car. So Nabil, Ramsey, Sammy, all competing in that Dual Racing car again this year. Theo Overhouse they've invited to be as part of the team, and he'd bring back Phil Keane after he had a year away from their outfit last year, but had been regularly part of their driving squad up until 2023.
Just on the outside of the top 3 in 992 at the moment is the 950 from Dual Racing by Uber. The guys, the Mutrans sat it out last year. They didn't do it, and I did ask them, because they were here at the race last year, and I did ask them why, and they said we didn't get the right package time to get the right package together. We won't do it unless we've got a chance. And this year with racing with the Christoph Huber stable, and we know how experienced that man is in setting teams up. Winner of the Porsche Super Cup on multiple occasions, so they're in good stead at the moment. Still a long way to go, and they can creep up that leaderboard.
Definitely, it won't take them long at all to remember what they have to do, even though it's been a couple of years.
But they've got so much experience. They've been racing here for many, many years. You don't forget this circuit.
No. You're
just in a different car and a slightly different setup, new Michelin tyres, and everybody's got used to it, and it's great to have them back. They race in remembrance of their lovely father, who I spent many years chatting with in the paddock, and he's always here with us in spirit.
Almanar Racing by Team WRT continue to lead. Max Hesse now at the wheel of that Belgian run car. 231 laps completed. From Alex Malakin, the defending World Endurance champion for the new LMGT3 category. It was Pure Racing that took that title along with Malakin, and indeed Klaus Bachler, who's here racing but not in that car. He's in the number 24 Dynamic GT lineup, in fact, and he's had a go at leading the race as well. 24 currently in third place with Luke Hartog. And in fourth, it's Ahmed Al-Hati for Paradine Competition, the BMW number 991 car. Optimum Motorsport got their McLaren up to fifth, I noticed, with Michael Porter in the number 33. So GT3 non-am, non-pro-am cars occupy 5 of the 6 places in that top section. Let's get back to Joe with another update from the pit lane.
I was just standing there listening to you, Johnny, and I'm standing next to the car number 69. It's the Continental Racing with Simpson Motorsport, an Audi R8 in the GT3 class. I think it's running about 9th or something, I think. It looked like an innocuous run-of-the-mill pit stop, and then just as the car was about to be given the wave on, the mechanics went to work. He told the driver to shut it down. It's 19th, by the way, not 9th. Shut the car down, and the car's gone up on its jacks and being wheeled towards the back of the garage. So I'm not quite sure what they found, but it may have been something that they found on the data or something, but we'll check it out. But from 19th, it's gonna start dropping places by sitting here, not running round on the track.
For sure, that was Michael Loboda who brought the Audi in. Continental Racing entry, nothing to do with Bentley's, by the way. That's an entirely different outfit.
Yeah, UAE-based team. They've got 2 cars running under the Continental banner. They've got the GT4 Supra running as well, which some of the drivers who have moved up into this Audi. He's been running that Audi at our local meetings as well to get a handle on it. He did a couple of races in Europe. The team did a couple of races in Europe. As if you're watching on the live stream, you can see the guys going to work on that front left corner of the Audi R8 and just trying to sort things out there. But Continental came in. They won the GT4 category last year here at the 24 hour. So they've got some credibility, and it's a shame to see them having to work around the front of that car. We've still got 14.5 hours to go. They've got time to get back on.
Yeah, let's hope that they can get a fix of some description so that they can get as much running in as possible. Now, the other car is aligned with, is it TTR?
TTR,
Racing?
yeah, Track Time Racing, local team based here. They run in the Radical Championship. They run some Clios as well in the Clio Cup. Run Hill Tunisia is run by TTR, which is Track Time Racing.
Okay.
And they are very successful. They won the Radical World Championship a couple of last year at Yas Marina Circuit, the first time it's been held down there.
Nice.
And one of their drivers, Alim Geshev, who's racing here this weekend, won the trophy. They've got the #1 trophy there from a locally based team running about 6 Radicals. So well done to Craig Thompson, the head honcho at TTR, for putting the teams together. And they've got a much more amateur driver lineup in the GT4 this year, getting some drivers up to speed.
So Joe's been to visit the car at least, and you've got a driver to shed a bit more light on the situation.
I've got the driver, Michael Loboda, who brought the car in. Michael, everything looked fine, and then all of a sudden, it wasn't fine.
Yeah. The pace was fine. I get 2.0, 2.01. It's a really good pace. But one moment I have contact with other Audi, with pro driver. He closed the door and spoon after me. But it's little bit touch. I think it's not reason. We have a problem with radiator now. I think something from other cars go to our radiator, and we have some problem.
Right. I mean, you guys were having a good run. You're in 19th. That's a pretty good effort considering how many cars. There's 33 cars in the class. You guys were right in the middle field there, and that's a shame. That's going to put you back. What does that make you think as a driver to push back?
I don't understand it because...
All right, you're going to have to push now that you're dropping time.
Yeah, we have to push to, I don't know, we'll fighting then after rebuild the car.
Okay, Michael, that was great interview. Your English is fine, sir. That is fine, thank you. Bad luck on the 69, of course. So it was a radiator problem, nothing to do with the impact that he was describing to me earlier.
Yeah, easy to pick something like that up. There's a bit of debris here and there. That's the nature of a 24-hour race. You get just natural debris because we're racing in the outdoors after all, but also the accumulation of maybe tyre pickup or a little bit dropping off a car here and there. The marshals can deal with larger pieces of debris, but in this darkness, if no one's reporting anything, no reason to throw a code 60, and it's very easy to puncture a radiator or indeed a tyre just through bad luck. The Labodas, there's a Yuri Laboda as well, who's Mikhail's brother, not competing this weekend in this race, but comes from a good racing stock. And let's hope he and the rest of his driving crew can get back out again. That looked to be a very late call for Max Hesse in the Almanar Racing by Team WRT BMW, but the race leader, I don't think I was misreading that, treble 7. It's the right BMW, isn't it? I can't tell now because it's just a blaze of headlights.
Yes, he is in the pits. 42 laps on those Michelin tyres.
And the first job is to call by the penalty box.
10-second penalty to be served, and that'll clear the penalty list up from the Almanar racing team.
And it is a team member from Almanar Racing who's had to go down there and count that through, I think. Or is it one of the race officials that stands by your car and counts you down?
Well, I've seen both happen. Okay. I've seen people down there with the stopwatch on, and I've seen the official just do it all by himself.
It's one less thing for the team to worry about. Obviously, they've got to get the radio message across to Max to say, do not miss the penalty box, because you get, did you say it was 2 hours to serve from
2 hours to serve the penalty,
from the penalty being issued?
Yeah.
Which is very reasonable, to be honest. I mean, there are perhaps other championships around the world that might be able to learn from that. It's also, it's deliberately meant to be a penalty that can be served during a normal pit stop. There are some penalties elsewhere in motor racing that are exclusively just that, a stop-go penalty, for instance, and it's meant to be quite draconian, whereas here, if it's been a minor infraction, why not do it whilst you're servicing the car, should I say.
Work going on the Lamborghini, the 710 running in the GTX, currently leading that. Gerhard Wertzinger was at the wheel before that came into the pits. It looked like that's had a bit of contact, a bit of million-mile-an-hour tape going on the front left of that beautiful-looking Lamborghini. So thanks, Joe. He has stayed in the car, so it looks like he's going to double stint that, as they're really trying hard to get that bonnet clip down. So a little bit of work going there on the pointy nose. Bit more tape will go on.
So Gerhard Wertzinger, the very German-sounding American, he's driving with compatriot Don Yount, and then JJ Song, who we commented a little earlier on being on at the wheel of the 710 Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini. That was still in daylight hours when he was leading the GTX division, and they are still there. Very difficult for the other GTX runners to unsettle that Lamborghini, despite the running repairs that have to take place.
Well, they've got 6 laps over the IRC GT at the moment, so they can take their time, do this properly, so that nothing falls off as that million-mile-an-hour tape continues to be plastered over the front and taking away that beautiful paint job on the... Yeah, exactly, Joe, you're going to have a chat to them about that.
Very disappointing, and they haven't really sort of made it blend in with the car livery as well. Where's Brendan? Brendan! Let's have a word. I've got to say, we're disappointed there was no blue tape. We're very disappointed there's no blue tape. Black on blue. That great job, effective job, but aesthetically very poor. I've got to say, I'm going to have to mark you down there for life.
Yeah, I think it's minus 10 points or a drive-through penalty, right? No blue duct tape.
I'll go and have a word now. No blue duct tape. You've got a blue card, no blue duct tape. Do you have any idea what that damage was caused to the bonnet clips?
Yeah. I think Gerhard had a contact with the car. Maybe, late in the night, just one of those things. So busy out there and really tricky in the dark. I think the headlights on the cars are so bright. So it's very tricky to get a perception of the depth and how close the cars are, and I think he just made a mistake. So just one of those things.
Are you supposed to be lying down in a dark room, seeing as you're not in the car, instead of strutting around in your shorts and t-shirt?
No, I just did a double stint, got a wee back rub, and I'm about to put my suit back on for another double. So.
So when are you due in? About an hour or something?
Yeah. 50 minutes I'll be in the car, so in 2 hours, and then I can have a sleep after this.
That's why you feel wide awake. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I just had a cappuccino. So
have a word with Lightman about that blue tape, will you? I mean, it's gonna kick off on YouTube. I can tell you, Brendan.
He's pretty handy as Brendan in a Lamborghini. I'd forgotten temporarily that he was the European Lamborghini Super Trofeo champion in 2023. And there was some really great drivers.
And he won the Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Final in Pro-Am in 24.
Oh, wow.
So he is very experienced in steering a Lamborghini.
Indeed.
Yeah, and going in to do another double stint, capitalise on that lead that they already have.
I mean, Lamborghini Super Trofeo racing meant to be sprint variety, and quite clearly is. You know, you cannot afford to think about strategy. There's no space for it. Whereas here, a bit of recalibration of the brain is necessary. He's still going to be hard at it, though, for a couple of stints, and it doesn't really matter what time it says on the clock. Here in Dubai, if you're elsewhere around the world, it's coming up to 20 to 11 in the evening. We've been dark from... What time was sunset? I didn't take note of that.
Between 5:30 and 6, around that time.
Okay.
And it was pitch black at 6:30.
Yeah, well, it happens so quickly, as you've already made the point. The sun just drops away from the skyline and disappears for 13 hours or so. Not going to see that again till 6 minutes past 7 tomorrow morning. And that ties in quite nicely, we were saying earlier on, with 6 hours to go in the race. And psychologically, that's a massive step.
It's the third stanza of this race. You have the afternoon stanza, you have the night stanza, and then you have the run to the flag stanza in daylight. And that's when everybody gets that second wind and ready to go again. And it's a long way away, as Brendan just said, but he's going to get back in for another double stint. Wow.
But at this stage, you're just thinking bit by bit, aren't you? You're just, you know, if you're about to get in ahead of a double stint, then that's manageable. 2 hours, you know, it's a long time, and the body's going to take some punishment, but you can think, well, I can get through that, and then I hand over to my co-driver, and they might do another 2 hours, and just walk your way slowly and surely through the race.
I think it's the same with the team managers. They reset at when the sun comes up, and they look, okay, what have we got to do to get places now?
Yeah.
Where are we at? What can we do in the remaining time, the remaining 7 hours? Because that is a long time in a motor race. Lots can happen in that. Just picking up that Loic Hartog in the dynamic Porsche has got back into the lead, 39 seconds ahead of Ahmed Al Athi in the Paradigm competition car, who's 59 seconds about in front of Alfazel Al-Zabar in the team Almanar Racing. So it's still tight at the top, and we've seen this for ever since we started this race. These top 6 or 7 teams have just been swapping positions. It's a couple of Porsches at the top, it's a couple of BMWs, but as you said, there was the McLaren from Optimum Motorsport is slowly creeping his way back into real good contention at the moment. Harry King just on an outlap from a pit stop in the Pure Racing Porsche, and currently running 5th in GT3. He's a couple of laps down on the leader at this stage, but I'm just looking at Loic Hartog. He's doing 2-minute 7s, right? Seriously, he's got 19-lap-old Michelins underneath him, and the next driver behind him is doing 2:03s. But once again, we have to take that into account, that they will deal with traffic at different times.
And isn't it terrific for the official name Sultanate of Oman to have 2 of their drivers in the top 3 of the Dubai 24 hours this far into it? We know all about Ahmed Al-Hati for Paradigm competition, but then in the other BMW, the Almanar Racing by Team WRT car, as you said, Alfazel Al-Subaya has just taken that car over from Max Hesse, and the Omani flags looking resplendent on my timing screen in those 2 positions in behind Dutchman Loic Hartog. And the BMWs really benefiting, it would seem, from this Evolution pack. The first time we've seen it in proper action, but those BMWs are very neatly placed. One in the AM category, one in the Pro category within GT3, and looking strong. 3 cars remain on the lead lap.
Well, I'm just looking at what happened yesterday with the change in balance of performance with the Porsches, the GT3Rs. They got hit with a 20-kilo ballast for today's race, on top of their 30 kilos that they already carrying for bringing a GT3 car. So obviously they look really quick in the in qualifying, and they've been brought back to the field, but dynamic with like Hartog at the wheel is still lapping in 201s, two flats on 20-lap old tyres, so he's getting a very good run in this car. But we had probably 15-20 minutes ago when John was on, there was a whole heap of Porsches. There was at least six Porsches in the top 10. And so as it changes around, as the strategies unfold, they're just swapping backwards and forwards. And this has been a continuous thing since we started, Johnny.
The other thing is, for Mercedes fans, it's starting to look a little brighter. There are 3 now in the top 10. The highest position one is in 5th spot for SMP Racing and Vitaly Petrov. However, now a drama right after turn 16 for the Neutron Porsche. It's Nabil who took over from Phil Keane in the last pit stop, and a spin for the 950. Now, we've had a very nasty spin and crash for a Porsche Cup car really early on in the race. Thankfully for Nabil, he kept it out of the wall there and is able to continue on without a scrape on the car.
I think he must have lost that around midway around the corner, and he's just turned it tighter to get into that gap before the Armco starts. And he's just backed it in there nicely. That's track experience.
Yeah, I was
That's
just
track experience.
Entirely. They might have been away for a year, but they know all about when it does go wrong, how then to deal with it and try and not make it worse. So
well, he's got his brothers to deal with if he do something really bad.
They'll be waiting on the front of the garage.
Don't want to get involved in that family argument.
Yeah. Fist in palm, rather, just ready to go. What have you done? But no, I think they'll be okay with that, because it could have been a lot worse.
Oh, most definitely. I've seen quite a few cars. I was standing outside and we had one of the other Porsches spin there earlier on, but ended up in the middle of the circuit sideways, and really difficult because cars coming down to 16, they fly around there in the GT3 category. And yeah, it's not a nice place to be as the 24 goes a little bit off track there, getting around some back markers down through the middle and just scything through the back markers now, making it look absolutely effortless.
It doesn't matter how many times we witnessed that, you still cannot do anything but to kind of breathe in for a moment and make sure that the car, especially when it's the leading car, get through safely. And again, there's a bit of slow-moving traffic here that Luke's going to have to deal with patience. And whilst we enjoy the continued action at this year's Dubai 24 Hours with Michelin, we can hear from Joe again.
It feels like just a few moments ago that you guys were describing the Haas RT Audi getting involved in an incident. This is the driver, Bert Longin. Bert, you had an incident out on track that I think we saw on our cameras. Tell us about it.
Yeah, the only pity that it was also an Audi. So that I don't like, you know. We are Audi drivers, so we don't have to push. I was on 1 hour 50 in the car, and the tires were dead, so of course I was slower. But anyway, he had to wait when it was open, and I would let him pass. But I will speak with him.
So you know who it is?
Yes.
I've actually just interviewed him. I didn't know there was a connection, but you've just rang a bell. So
I asked the engineer who it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chris is a very astute man.
Yeah. Yes. But anyway, also that's racing, I understand, but it's not necessary. It's 24 hours, so.
Yeah, I know those on-track incidents. Other than that, the Haas RT, it's going round and round, still early, still lots of hours to go.
Yeah, I think we are doing a good job. The team is doing a good job. As James and Alex are really habitués here in Dubai. And Peter and myself, it was 2 or 3 years ago that we drove here. So, like now in the night, the lap times were good, but even so, I have to improve still a little bit. But
it was not a bad stint.
We mentioned Chris de Donker is the team manager in there. Is he the one? I mean, Chris, I'm familiar with Chris on the pit wall, engineering in your ears, but Chris is he still influencing how you guys engineer the cars on track?
Yes, like we have a Chris and we have a Christian.
Yeah, I've worked with Christian as well.
Yeah. So, but anyway, it's a team that don't give you stress, so you can really think about how to do it all the time, and not to stress you up and make stupid mistakes. So, it's the first time with this team. It's the first time in many years in the GT3, but I have to tell you, it's a strong team. They do a very good job.
Well, you're doing a really strong job. I expect to see you there, Bert, at the end of the race. Okay. Good luck for the rest of it. Fingers crossed.
Bert Longchamp and the Peter he talked about, it's a surname I always struggle with. I think it's Peter Gulinks, both Belgians. And Alexander Bukatsov's part of that lineup as well, but he's an ultimate pro, is Bert Longchamp. James Winslow we heard from chatting to Joe earlier as well, so it's difficult really to see a weak link in that AM driver lineup. And the SRT guys are lovely people too.
Well, Peter was successful in this championship last year in the European legs of that, second in Spa, but running in the 992 category, not in GT3. So as he said, they've all taken a little bit of a step up in the SRT Audi, and currently running 6 in the AM category of GT3. Long way to go.
And also, Bert keen to stress that because there's so far to go, there's no need for unnecessary contact. I mean, it was nobody's choice, I'm sure, to have a touch at that point. It's either a misunderstanding or you didn't spot the car was there, but nevertheless, you needed to be paying a bit more attention, I think is Bert's opinion, and we can all understand that.
And he's going to have a sensible chat.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing about it is, look, we're both Audi drivers. We've got Team Audi support here. The big transporter is down there just outside the Parc Ferme area, supporting the Audis here this weekend. So for Audi customer racing here, and they'll be down at Yas again next weekend. So a lot of support for that team, and we will probably see that they're trying to also help out one of the cars that didn't make it to the grid, who they're trying to rebuild for next weekend.
Yeah, exactly. And that's not a nice situation either, but we wish everyone there at Tempto well in sorting that car, whether it be a replacement or a rebuild for the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi at Yas Marina this time next week.
Yes, and we'll be qualifying on Saturday, racing on Sunday. We've got the Clio Cups back with us again, supporting F4 Middle East now will be running down there as well as the round of the Radical Championship in Middle East.
An idea at the end of the long straight about the speed differential between a couple of Cup cars and then a TCE Cupra, I think that was. None of those cars were in the braking area, but that is just an illustration of how fast these Cup cars go down the straights, at times faster than a GT3 car, because they don't have the same aero that a GT3 requires to be quicker through the corners. But then when you're 2 abreast in the Cup division, you've got to be so wary of anybody else that's trying to get down the back straight. And there was a touring car basically trying to do that. So briefly 3 abreast, and everyone some good heads-up driving there.
The situational awareness in the nighttime racing is extreme for these drivers. There's no two ways about it. You really can't see how quick that car is coming up behind you.
Yeah.
You only have the lights. And there's no blue flags or anything like that in the nighttime. You can't see them. And so you just have to make a judgment of how quick are they coming up. And especially if you're looking forward and having a battle going forward and somebody's coming up quick behind you, the closing speed between a touring car and especially a Cup car down there, you know, touring car is probably doing 200 kilometres an hour. The Cup car is doing 260.
Yeah.
And the Cup car will need to get on the brakes earlier than the touring car because they don't have the downforce to manage a high corner speed. And so then you get that braking differential where the touring car is still in front under braking. And it's just when do they release or push a little bit harder or run a little bit wider. And they will hold the racing line, as is done in said in the sporting regulations and at the driver's briefing, and it's up to the car that's passing to find their way through. As we click over 242 laps, with just over 14 hours remaining in this, the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Like Hartog is still whacking in those quick laps. Him and Al-Faisal Al-Zabar are quick. Harry King in that pure racing car, he's just done a 2-minute 0.8. So the pace is still electric out there. Remember, I think we were 57.711 on lap 4 to break the all-time lap record in a race. But by then, everybody else we've all dropped back into the 2-minute barrier in the GT3s, which what that's doing is they're preserving, they're making sure their tyres last. But the 992s now are doing the same sort of things, and they're around in the head of the 992s. They're in the 206s. Okay, so what I'm seeing this year, rather than say last year, the 992s had Cup cars had a much more advantage running in the straight line, but the performance of the GT3 cars has now grown to such a point that if a 992 Cup car has a full tank of fuel and you have, say, a third tank of fuel, you will be quicker. You'll get more drive out of the corners. So, and it also depends on the caliber of driver that you've got behind the wheel at the time.
The other thing I had to quickly look up, because I always forget, is whether the Porsche Cup cars we were talking about, 992, have ABS. They do not.
No.
Whereas in some Carrera Cup championships, the AM part of the championship, for example, might allow ABS and not in Pro. Well, across the board, that was certainly the case last year anyway, and I don't believe that's changed in the technical regulations. So once more, finesse is the order of the day. And those that might have come from an AM 992 Cup car, that's quite a quick learning process or a learning curve to get your head around at a track which is fairly punishing on brakes.
The Porsche is not an easy car to drive.
Full stop.
Full stop. I've done laps around here in a Cup car. I came in after 3 laps. I just can't deal with the weight at the rear end of it. Okay. I come from front-wheel drive. I race front-wheel drive cars and radicals, and it just felt so wrong.
Yeah.
But the guys who are specialists at it can really, really make these cars, and John will disagree with me on this, but they can really make those cars work.
Yeah.
And you have to. It's a different style of driving completely to any other car that is out there. Any of the 992 or the 992 GT3s. They are a real specialist driver's car. When you get the best out of them, it is so rewarding.
Yes, I'm sure.
Absolutely so rewarding. Talk to a lot of the drivers who race here in the Carrera Cup Middle East, and it's the same thing. You get a lap right in one of those cars, you've really, really extracted the most out of yourself.
Yeah.
They're a specialist breed. I am a Porsche owner, but mine's got a V8 in the front.
So you know where you are with that.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, from the background that you do, but you either come up through the Porsche Junior categories, and therefore it's almost second nature, or there are just some drivers who can do front engine, rear engine, front wheel drive, rear wheel drive. They can just get in a Porsche, and it might take them a couple of laps, might take them a full day, but then afterwards they've just become expert, and they're sort of otherworldly. I can't work out how they do it.
It's just the dynamic of driving that car. I came up here around turn 15, and there was a slower car in front of me, and mistakenly I lifted too much, and the back end came around on me. And I went straight into the pit lane. I'm not planting that into Porsche 3 at turn 4. It's just, don't lift in those cars. And it's the same. It was very much the same in the Clio Cup car with the cold rear tyres. If you get the back end of that car out, just plant your foot down harder, and drive out of it. So yeah, it's very.
Yeah, so every credit to those that have been racing Porsches for a few years now. Luke Hartog, early on in his racing career, but he's already become an expert. Joe's drawing my attention to one of the Ginettas, which has ended up in the garage. I don't think we were aware that car had been parked for a little while. Oh, Nick exposed it, did he, initially? Right, so yes, Joe, we have had news of that.
All right, well, it's kind of drew my attention. I think because the back end of the car is stuck out of the beyond the garage door. I think they may have had a bit of a fire up to see what the problem was. Did Nick find out what had brought the car in? Can you remember?
We're finding out. I was not.
You weren't even on, were you?
Possibly otherwise engaged.
No. Yeah, there's a lot of activity.
So is it 975 or 495? Sorry, 795.
795.
It's an electrical issue.
Yeah, this is the GTX.
Electrical, we think, Joe.
Driver's still in the car.
Driver may have been put back in the car, maybe with the hope that they're nearing resolution.
Right, okay. It's a broken alternator, I'm being told, so that must be well, yes, yeah, of course it is.
Oh, wow.
When the belts come off,
definitely electrical.
Is it electrical? I'm trying to see whether... I'm going to see how difficult the job this is. You need hands like a gynecologist, I think, to get in where this alternator is. It really is tucked away nicely. The engineers who designed... Where is Lawrence Tomlinson? I'll have to have a word with him and see where he's got the alternator. I'm trying to see... Yeah, it's. I think it's gone beyond the alternator now. They're adjusting. Yeah, they're changing the what's it called? Oh, the thing that goes on top of the spark plug. I can't remember. My brain's gone.
Whilst you have a think
Too
about
late.
that, we are about to go code 60, Joe. In the next, in fact, I was going to say in the next 20 seconds.
Really?
It wasn't the next 20 seconds because it's now.
It's a coil pack, Joe.
Coil pack, that's the word I was looking for. Coil packs, I put many on. They're putting coil packs on, which kind of answers the question of why the car is sticking with its back end out of the garage. So that they're trying to... That's the fire up. That's always a good sign. Now, they're obviously... what brought the car in was alternator related, but they've sorted something else out with regards to the car. So cause or effect might not even have been the alternator. It might have been a misfire being caused by something. But when they've cleared off and got this on, they've got not as much to do. I'll dive in and get a full explanation.
Car 127 off the road at turn 7. We are under code 60 for that.
So that's the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche 718 Cayman.
Shiro Miyashi at the wheel.
Yes, sir, Yuro Miyashi. You said that far better than I did. The TCX division.
It looks like the extinguisher's gone off as well. Or there is something more serious going on there. We've got the fire crews in attendance very, very quickly down on the exit of turn 7. And didn't see any flames, but there was a lot of dust or smoke down there. When we had the side-on picture of the car, they didn't look like there was too much damage. Driver door is open, and the crew are speaking with the driver now.
So is that spun to the outside?
It's on the outside of turn 7, yeah. So okay. Turn 7 is about a 50-degree right-hander where you actually have to come down a few gears. You roll through turn 6, and then you change down a couple of gears, and then head to your right. And it's easy there to have contact because it's a prime overtaking spot for faster cars.
Yes.
And that is one of the TCX cars. So maybe an overtaking move that went the wrong way.
Yeah, you go through the sweepers at 3, 4, 5, and then 6 gets a little tighter through the right-hander.
You roll through 6 because you can run it up high and get a good entry line into 7, but 7 closes up on the exit.
The focal point is turn 7, isn't it? Because,
yes.
So you're kind of building up to that real apex there, and it's so easy from watching cars through that sequence of corners to run it out wide and then entirely miss the apex. So you can lose time, or you can go even worse in the case of this car and actually spin it out, and it's very easily done. And
I'm not sure if there was barrier contact or not. Difficult to tell from the camera angle that we had, and we'll wait till we get some messages about the health of the driver. But this gives, on lap 246, gives the teams time to come in, and we have the second and third car into the pits already. They can only take 25% of fuel. And under the Code 60, no penalties to be served under this.
Car is going to be
it may be brought back. It looked like it still had 4 wheels on it.
Yeah.
It was just the issue of there was a lot of smoke around there, or dust, so it was difficult to see.
Would you believe it's actually next door to the Ginetta pit where I was standing? I thought, oh, Team Soul Rensport, where are they? Oh, there they are. So I'll hang fire on this Ginetta job. They still keep firing it up, but I'll see what this will. Hopefully they'll recover the number 127, the Cayman back here, and we'll get a look at it. You know what Team Soul Rensport will do, no matter what it is.
Fix it. Yeah, I was going to say.
They'll try and repair it.
They have a record of never giving up.
Now that's one of the cars that can take 100% fuel, the only one in the field that can take 100% fuel under Code 60, because it's not the same as the GT4 Cayman.
Okay.
Because it's running in TCX.
It's the 127 that's had the problem.
Yes.
So if it could get back to the pit lane,
and they keep the Code 60 running, you can take his full fuel load.
This could be massively beneficial, but they've got to ensure that the car restarts and that it's still straight. We've seen one angle of it, and it does appear to be, but we shall wait and see. But this has pushed the button for so many other crews and teams. Of the top 10 places, we've got 5 of them in already. I don't think I've missed a stop. Of course, it depends where you are around the track as well, because you're restricted to 60 kilometres per hour. You might be desperate to pit, but you're going to have to wait to get to the right portion of the track to do so.
Indeed. The vehicles are still down there. I still think that may be able to either flatbedded or towed back to the pits. We'll keep an eye on that. Obviously, we don't know if it impacted the barrier or not. They've got the flatbed down there and getting the car onto the flatbed right now. I see some of the race direction guys down there as well, having a look at that barrier, making sure that that's still in a raceable condition. So it is on the exit of 7 on driver's left, and just past where the curbing ends. And yeah, it's one of those corners where the quicker cars will throw it up the inside, because then they get their run out of 7 through the 8-9 parabolica, and they basically don't want to wait until 8 or 9, because then that's going to destroy their speed down the straight.
Yes, and so important to be, well, marginally slower into 8, but you've got to get the exit speed out of 9. That is the crucial thing.
It is.
So you can be compromised slightly at 7, not too much of an issue. But we don't know yet whether the 127 car had a moment on its own or whether there was some contact to initiate that. It's obviously slightly more serious than Phil and I had thought at first, because of the need for a flatbed. Even if that car does come back to the paddock, therefore not completing the lap under its own steam, it will be permitted to rejoin the race, just as long as the car is still fit and able to do so.
So if they get it back running again, it'll be re-scrutineered for safety reasons. Obviously, we will, driver 127 will go to the medical centre. Hopefully he will get the correct band if he leaves the medical centre, and be able to continue on racing.
Yeah, and as we learned earlier on, that was a new bit of knowledge for me, but a yellow wristband issued by the medical centre means that you are passed to continue in the event.
And if you're not passed, they will remove your driver band.
Entirely, yeah.
For your own personal safety reasons.
Yeah, so we've had quite a few incidents to this point. Now Joe's suggesting that maybe you've got a yellow band anyway. So do you start the race with a yellow band? And then the crucial thing is whether you keep it.
Yes, that's it. Whether they remove it or not.
Yes, they've kept it. They've let him keep his yellow band. Is what he was excited about.
He was very excited about that one, wasn't he?
Well, that makes a lot more sense now, because, I mean, it was almost as if you were given a band at the start of the race, and then if you'd been to the medical centre but were passed, you got a different colour. If you'd been to the medical centre and they said you're going to have to sit out of the next hour to make sure we're sure that you're all right, then you get a different colour band. And then if you're out of the race entirely, you are properly banned, you don't get a band at all.
No.
But this is far too complicated, so better to just issue everyone with the yellow wristband at the start of the race and then take it away if necessary. Ajit Kumar must have just stepped back into the pit lane. I can't see him, but I can hear the crowd going crazy again. That has been the flavour of the day to this, well, it's the whole weekend, actually. And 414, the Razoon More Than Racing car, was in a bit of a bad way after Dominic Albert's moment. I don't know whether there's any indication that the 414 is going to get back into the race at any point. There's some news regarding the Ginetta, though, because from the pit lane, I recognise that car being wheeled back onto the apron. This is looking much more positive, Joe.
Yeah, very positive. It's out on the pit apron on its jacks. They've taken the trolleys out. They've got the battery booster pack to help it start, I think, on its initial startup. Some scrubbed rubber, some scrubbed Michelins, used Michelins are going on the car. So this car is about to get back into this race. And what that might allow me to do is trying to find out exactly what the problem was, because it certainly wasn't alternator that they were fiddling with on the last few moments of that job. But it's good news. I hate to lose cars from the field. It's the spirit of endurance is to get to the checkered flag. It doesn't matter where you finish effectively. I know it helps when you finish on the podium, but it's always nice to just finish, isn't it? The challenge is to get the cars to the checkered flag, to get the cars to test of endurance for in all aspects, crews, drivers, nuts and bolts. Here we go, flying up, and off he goes back into the race, and the motor sounds good.
That's excellent news. They have been working very, very hard on that car. Alternator belt that might have come off, then replacing one or more coil packs.
1 hour and 13 minutes in the box.
It's taken a while. I would imagine the first segment of that was just purely ascertaining what was stopping the car from moving. The diagnosis can take as long, if not longer, than the actual fixing of the problem.
It looks like we've still got some flashing lights down there at turn 7, but a lot less than what we had previously, as some of them have already moved back to their stations, and only a few left. I think one of the course cars just making its way back into pit lane after doing a full reconnoitre of the 5.3 kilometre circuit, just checking for any bits and pieces down there. Around the circuit. Good time to do a little track inspection from race control.
Yeah, try and tie in as much as possible during these stoppages. Not really a stoppage, we're still clicking off the kilometres, but at a much reduced pace. And some people out there will be working out precisely what distance we're likely to get to. Not going to break the 2012 record, I think it's fair to say, at 628 laps. So that will remain in place for another season.
But we have broken the track record, lap record.
The lap record, yes.
Yes, by...
that happened in the first 5 minutes, didn't it?
Yeah, but within the first 5 laps.
Okay.
It was 58.6 and 57.7 got done. 1.1 seconds was that's a lot.
Can you remember who set that time?
Yeah, it was GPX Racing.
Okay.
Back in 2021.
But who set the time today?
That was our best lap, and I can do that. That was Winwood Racing.
Ah, okay. In the opening stint.
Yeah, it was.
Probably work out who was at the wheel of that car at the time as well. Winward, their gun driver.
Number 6, car 16.
Was it Piana who started the race?
Yes, yeah. He was doing some unbelievable laps in that first opening stanza.
So Gabriele Piana, who has been a Nürburgring 24-hour race winner in the past. And he joins Rinat Salyakov and Viktor Shaitar and Sergei Solrarov in that strong lineup in car number 16. We were hoping, Joe, that the 127 wasn't too badly damaged. I've now seen the right-hand side of it, though, and I think that's the side that you're standing.
Yeah, if I was selling it, I'd show you the left-hand side, I think, at the moment. But the right-hand side, you know what? It's gone in square, hasn't it? It's kind of got equal amount of impact of damage on both the front wing and the rear quarter as well. So he's gone side in. The tyres are completely deflated. The wheels have broken, certainly on the right-hand side. It's a heavy impact, that. I'm not sure that's repairable. Remember, on this car, on the Cayman GT4S, they're not built like GT3 cars. They're built like road cars. this is a road car derived sports car, rather than the GT3 is kind of made and designed for the track. This is designed for the road, so the panels don't come off. They're not as detachable. It's like, you know, part of the structure. It's a steel structure, isn't it? The metal structure of the rear quarter, and that's just folded in. I'll be amazed if they think about putting that back together. They're gonna have to chisel the wings off for a start.
It was Yasuhiro Misashi who was driving the car at the time. He shares with Thierry Chukundali, Yutaka Seki and Benito Tagel, the Mexican, in the number 127 SRS Team Zorg Rennsport car. I mean, they'll be game for doing whatever is necessary. We know SRS and Zorg Rennsport through the years, but it might just be a case of looking at that and going, we're just not guaranteed to fix the car in time for 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. They'll want a few hours to go at as their reward. And even that looks unlikely at this stage, even though it's still only 11:15 at night.
Under 1 minute to the end of Code 60. As one of the AMG cars makes its way into the pit lane. And probably didn't get the call that's under 1 minute to go. So we'll be heading down pit lane and still in pit lane when we go back to green. And under 1 minute can be 55 seconds or 5 seconds.
Oh, true.
It could be anything. So there's young Jamie Day in car number 40, and congratulations to him for being picked up by Aston Martin as part of their junior driver program. Great to see young Jamie. When I was doing commentary for karts behind us, he was not as tall as me. In cadets, he is now 6 foot taller than me and doing great things. And that's fantastic for the Day family. Congratulations to his dad, Kevin, who runs XL Motorsport here in the Middle East and runs a whole heap of F4 cars. And has been champion of that as well. So, Jamie was racing under the XL banner before he went across to the UK to continue his karting and then into the Tin Tops.
Back to green we go. Klaus Bachler in the dynamic GT Porsche. 248 laps then completed. And we're back in the scenario where Bachler leads. Darren Young in the treble 7. Al Manar Racing BMW is in second. Simon Traves in the Paradigm Competition BMW occupying third place ahead of a chasing Harry King now for Pure Racing in another Porsche. And then the two Mercedes, Dennis Ramanyanko in the SMP Racing example, Victor Scheitar in the 16 Winward Racing car. They're steadily working their way up towards the top 5. It might get even better than that. And the German manufacturer that's really suffering at the moment is Audi, because we've had various incidents for Audis, either in the race or before we even got there. And that means that none of the top 10, in fact, none of the top 14 cars are Audis. The 15th placed Haas RT is the first time we see the 4 rings.
Not what they want this weekend, but obviously we had 2 Audis come together, which didn't help the Audi matters at all.
So Bachler, did he make a stop during that Code 6? I would have thought it's too good an opportunity to pass up, even though you only get the quarter of a normal tank.
Yeah, his tyres were only two laps old, so they came in.
Yeah. And almost certainly that was for fuel as well.
Yeah, and if you look, the top 6 all came in on that one, and they're all on 2 laps on their tyres.
Okay.
So everybody came in, as we saw. A huge majority of the top 15 came in to pit there, and the only one that came in earlier and didn't take advantage was the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, which has got 8-lap-old tyres, so he pitted before the Code 60. One of the whispering giants of motorsport. It's so quiet, that car, as it goes down the start-finish straight. I just have to look twice and go, really?
Might be another scenario here where we got 3 abreast on the back straight. We have indeed, and the car in the middle there just wanted to get out of being surrounded. But the Red Bull car's now going to catch up a little bit of time around the outside of turn 10. So the 91, that's one of the Herbert cars. And 91 no longer with its teammate. That's Kai van Berlo, though, making good progress. With the 19 Mercedes, the MP Racing car, the car 19 down a little further than we might expect in 20th position for Henk de Jong. And there were 2 Cup cars involved with that as well, but everyone looking out for each other, and disaster avoided where 4 cars were all trying to go for the same bit of asphalt at the same time. Klaus Bachler, Darren Young and Simon Traves, your current top 3. So the BMWs are slowly working their way into some strong positions. And as we continue to enjoy this hour between 11 and midnight, here's Joe from the pit lane.
I was speculating as to what exactly was wrong with the 795 Ginetta. Rodrigue Guillon, one of the drivers in that car. Rodrigue, you had problems at the very start of this race, and then all of that time in the pits. What exactly were the problems that have been overcome?
Yes, we have not big alt start. We have electronics problems, also alternator during the race, and coil also. And now they fixed, but we lose almost 1 hour 20, and that's very pity because we were good during the race. We were always a 3rd position after 4th by the problems. After we start again, we keep the 3rd place, and that's pity.
The GTX class is a very small class, Rodrigue, so you will have a chance to come back, and you never know. You know, the aim is the podium now, and all you can do is drive hard.
Yes, of course. That's 24 hours, it's a long race, so everything can happen, and that's what I like in the endurance.
Yeah, exactly. How have you been? It's been a while since we've seen you in the Creventic. When was the last time you did a Creventic Series race?
My last time, 2 years ago, I drove here with Porsche, Cup car, and yeah, and before this, I do 6 years this incredible championship. I like really with the Aston GT4. We win the overall championship, and before this, I drove also in M2 with QSR.
What have you been doing with your time? What have you been doing when you haven't been racing with us? What have you been doing when you haven't been racing? What have you been keeping yourself busy for 2 years?
So after the last year, I do the Lambo Trofeo Championship.
Which is where you've got this nice jacket, look. Yes.
In the same team, CMR. I do the Trofeo with Stéphane Lemray, and this year we do again for a second time.
So will we? You like the endurance racing though, surely? Yes, Rodrigue.
Yes, I like. It's since 4 years. I do sprints. I've done the GT4 European Championship with Aston to taste the championship. I know the Lamborghini, but I like the both.
Yeah.
I like.
Well, we and all of the 24 Series fans hope to see Rodrigue Guillon back in this series sometime. Great to see you. Hopefully you can have a good drive now.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, great to bring him back to the airways after a little pause in his career, but as Joe's established, it feels like he's back now for good. Fabulous to bring you that news. Klaus Bachler continues to lead from Darren Young and Simon Traves, and a bit further down the order, the 992 race leader remain Red Camel Jordans.nl with their Porsche and Evo Broikers. I'm delighted to say we've got a guest in the studio in our global broadcast centre. Simon Hill is here, now officially the father of a British Touring Car champion, and it's been quite a long wait, hasn't it? I don't think I've seen you since Brands Hatch.
No.
How are you feeling? doing?
I think I've only just recovered, actually. Yeah, thank you very much for that intro. It's very kind of you. Very proud father of a British touring car champion, Jake, obviously. And it's been a busy off season. It seems like it's been a very short off season because this is the first time I've seen Jake racing at this stage of the year. Obviously, the Dubai 24, of course, has been now for a while the traditional season opener to all things exciting. I think as a youngster, I think it was probably used to be you'd be watching the Dakar, and now this kind of is. Dakar's great, but this is so much better. This is more fun in the desert than Dakar.
It's slightly less punishing on everything, but at the same time, it's a massive test, isn't it? And whereby, you know, a lot of us British people, Western Europe people might be in hibernation state. It's a nice place to come and get some heat on the back, and also a big challenge before everything else kicks off.
Very much so, and it's incredible. It seems to be. I've always remembered the early stages. Obviously, 20 years for the Autodrome, and the 24 hours has been going for a decent amount of time now. I always remembered it as such a mass variety of everything from a Renault Clio upwards, and it seems to have progressively become much more focused on the GT3s especially, and obviously this year it seems to be one of the best quality and quantity and mixture of some fantastic cars, teams and drivers, and it's an absolute pleasure to be involved in a very small way in my case.
Yes. So clearly you've been paying attention to this race. Jake must have watched it with you as well from home. So how keen has he been to be involved? This is his first time in the race.
It's his first time in the race. It's his first 24-hour race. His first time in a GT3 car.
Okay.
He's tested a couple of times. He tested a BMW in 2023, one of the Century cars, and way back tested an SLS. Those wonderful machines.
Excellent.
Yeah,
with the gull-wing doors.
With the gull-wing doors.
Yeah.
And Portimao as a little fresh-faced 18-year-old, alongside some bloke called Bernd Schneider, who I don't know whatever happened to him. I think
I've lost track. Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah. So anyway, it's thanks to the guys at Era Motorsport, specifically to Carl Tilley and obviously Dwight Merriman. Jake had been doing some historic racing, as he has been for some time, and was invited to race at TVR Griffith with Kyle last year at Donington, and they duly won on their debut together.
Excellent.
And after that, probably one of the craziest things I've ever seen anyone drive, specifically Jake, which was a 1970 Shadow Can-Am car, which had 840 horsepower and weighed 800 kilos, and he took it up the hill at Goodwood last year, and again that was an Era Motorsport project. So when this was on the horizon, it was something, you know, GT3, something that Jake's been looking at trying to get an opportunity in for a while.
Yep.
And very kindly, Kyle and Dwight and the rest of the team said, you know, we'd like to see you on board. So he's doing the balance of the season. So off to Abu Dhabi next week, and obviously the European rounds after that. So number of tracks that he knows, a couple that he's less familiar with. I don't think he's done Barcelona before, but yeah, it's going to be a wonderful way to get a lot of experience in a great car with a great team in a fabulous championship.
And the calendar allows that, does it? Because I don't know what he's doing otherwise through 2025.
So he's defending his British Touring Car Championship. I'm very much looking forward to see that shiny little number one on the side of the BMW 330. That's going to be a very special moment. Interestingly, although he's had a lot of success in his career, he's never actually won a championship before. So this is his first ever championship win in anything, which is pretty special, as you can imagine. So British Touring Cars very much the focus, working with West Surrey Racing, MB Motorsport as before. Going to be super competitive championship as it always is, and then fortunately this works in conjunction. There's also some exciting historic stuff going on. He's going down to Adelaide to the Motorsport Festival there.
Wonderful.
To drive the Shadow that we were just talking about, and then back in the Middle East later in the year for the Gulf Historic at Abu Dhabi, I think end of October. And hopefully Le Mans Classic. That's the other thing that's on.
Okay.
So, which interestingly is the same weekend as Paul Ricard, but Mr. Merriman is looking at maybe doing a bit of both.
Nice.
Zoom in between.
Why not?
Them.
It's the same country.
Exactly.
They're a little bit apart, but you know, if you've got some air travel organised,
sort of transport will be arranged, I'm sure. Yeah.
So I was about to say you may be going to get one weekend off, but that's probably Le Mans Classic, is it? Or is there some downtime at any point this year?
I think there's a little bit here. So Jake's fairly recently become a dad, so obviously he's trying to juggle being a dad and making me a granddad, which is made me feel even older than I am. But it's lovely. Little Jude is unfortunately is already saying car and things like that, which is making us both very worried. But yeah, so he's got some time down, some time off, and yeah, it's just incredibly exciting. It's been a very long and challenging journey to get the success that Jake's now got. So to now have the opportunity to not only stay in touring cars but also do this is beyond his and ours as a family's imagination. It's just brilliant.
How's he finding it? Because I would imagine it's quite a steep learning curve. Can he compare it to anything he's driven in the past? I mean, historics will help, probably.
A little bit. I mean, one of the things that he did do, he was in the Peter Auto Series. He raced the 2002 Panos SR07, I think it is, something like that. It was the Mugen engine, front engine car. Beautiful thing that David Brabham, Jan Magnussen raced in period. So that was obviously a high downforce and fantastically quick thing. So driven a couple of other sort of historic GT cars as well. But I guess in modern stuff, that's probably the closest thing. So it's been, he got a chance to go out to the States and test the car briefly in November.
Okay.
So had a little bit of a run then. And then subsequently, which obviously has been brilliant this week, there's been a reasonable amount of track time for all the guys. But of course, there's 5 drivers sharing the car. As with all of the Pro-Am teams, the focus is very much on getting the AM driver as much seat time as possible. Dwight, of course, has not raced GT cars before. He's done a lot in prototypes, as you know, and very, very strongly so in the past, as have Era, as continued to do Era, of course, over in the States. So really, it's only Ryan in the car, Ryan DL, who's raced a 296 before. Ollie Bryant has raced GT cars in the past. He's raced at Le Mans, as I'm sure you know, and of course Kyle Tilley has done an awful lot as well. But Jake is interestingly is the kind of the newbie when it comes to GT racing. Did a little bit GT4 in 2015 in a 997 GT4 car. But this is the first time in a GT3, first time in a 24-hour race, first time in a Ferrari. So the first stint that he did earlier, the engineers would, as they always do, crunch numbers and things. Said on an average, I think he was. His run time was 3rd quickest out of the guys that were on track, which was a huge, a little bit of a surprise, but kind of pleasing that he's that comfortable with
the
the car.
3rd quickest of everyone else he was up against on track at that
Everyone
point.
on track for the period that he was on circuit when they did an average. And forgive me, somebody will probably send a message in and say, "Oh, you got that wrong." And this is just sort of a little bit of what I understood. Nevertheless, just I'm there doing the typical dad thing and staring at the timing screen religiously, and the lap times were up there and comparable with some of the guys that were very quick. We obviously had a little bit of a frustrating start. I had a puncher on the warm-up lap for Ryan, which is why he came in obviously at the end of the lap. So that immediately puts a look on the back foot. The guys then took an early stop for fuel, so slightly out of sequence, and I think that got us away from the so-called traffic jam at the fuel stations, which has helped a little bit with the strategy. I think we were a little bit lucky with the code 60s earlier on as well. Dwight was in the car, which obviously meant he was able to relax and just concentrate on doing stuff there. And since then, the other guys have been absolutely superb. Ollie Bryant, Kyle Tilley, obviously Ryan's back in the car now, and he is ever the pro that you would expect. And Jake's thoroughly enjoyed his time as well. Back in it again, I think. Probably about sort of 1:30 or so.
No way, right. So that'll be the first time he's ever driven at that time of day as well, or night, more accurately.
He's done some night stuff. He did the Spa 6 hours recently in a historic car, and he's done a couple of other historic things, but not in a modern car. So it's all very steep. He's chomping on his carrots to get the old eyesight up, I think, at the point, as it were.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
It's a great opportunity, but also, depending on where he wants to go in the next few years, clearly BTCC is the priority right now.
Sure.
But it may open doors, and he can lean on all of this experience that he's gathering right now in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. As you probably know, because you've known me a long time, and John has known me even longer. Le Mans has always been one of his absolute goals, and of course, this is an opportunity to get experience that may hopefully give some chances to do something like that in the future. But what a brilliant place to learn. The Creventic series is fabulous. It's got some brilliant circuits, lots of track time, and as we know, the quality as well as the quantity is absolutely outstanding. So you go into this, coming from a very successful championship last year, completely different genre, different requirements, but
what a wonderful place to get experience and to learn. And you know, he's very much aware of taking it all on board, take his time with it, and so far he's having the best time ever. So am I.
Good stuff.
Even better talking to you, Johnny.
Well, it's great to see you. I can't believe it's been this many months since that Brands Hatch meeting, but do offer our congratulations to Jake, of course, on the title last year and on becoming a dad. You're just about the youngest grandfather I think I've ever met, so well done on that too. Oh yeah, always. And come back and see us soon.
Definitely.
Good man, and we'll look forward to seeing Jake in the remainder of the Creventic Championship as well, the 24H series. After this weekend, we go to Abu Dhabi and the Yas Marina 6-hour event, and then of course the European season gets underway at Mugello in March in its traditional date in Tuscany at the end of March, with then Misano and Paul Ricard and Barcelona and Spa as well. A 5-race calendar once again, brilliantly organised by the 24H series, and it feels like the level of the entry just gets better and better.
Well, as Simon was saying, it's a quality field, a great quantity of cars, over 30 GT3 cars. If you're going to learn your craft, you're going to learn it in that type of environment, you know, because they are battling all the way up and down the GT3 field, and it's just fantastic to see.
We've welcomed Phil back with thanks to Simon Hill for jumping in for a little catch-up, and we've still got Joe Bradley in the pit lane, of course. What have you got, Joe?
Yeah, I'm seeing quite a variation on thoughts on pit stop tactics. Quite a few cars. As you were speaking to Simon there, the ERA car came in and went straight through, as did the overall leader. I've just had the 8th place Manamari Energy by EB Motors, the #1 car. That a little bit of a variation. It came in and took on tyres before it went into fueling. No driver change though at this stage, but certainly a change of tyres. So what we usually see is teams do exactly the same as each other, but we're seeing a massive variation here this weekend.
Indeed, Joe, they're taking tyres. The rest of the top 7 took tyres during the Code 60. They're all on between 9, 10 and 11 laps on that one. And we've got the number 7, as you said, Dennis Remanieko in the pits, and SMP Racing and Mercedes currently in 6th position overall in GT3. In the fuel Bowser at the well alongside Patrick Niederhauser in the #1 car, the reigning champions in the Middle East Trophy. And as they continue on, battle still happening out on track. Kay Van Berlo just getting past one of the cars. Herbert Motorsport currently in 91. Joe, you've got something for us down in the pit lane.
Yeah, a familiar face to 24H Series fans. It's a welcome back to Joseph Kral, back with Scuderia Praha. Number 56 here in this event. But Joseph, great to have you, great to have the team back in this series. Is this the first of many for 2025?
Well, definitely. We hope so, at least, because this is one of the toughest ones. But we started with 24-hour Dubai, and until now, everything is going. So we are very happy. And if we finish this race, which we hope that we will, then hopefully we will do some more.
I mean, Scuderia Praha haven't been a part of the series. However, Scuderia Praha have been very, very busy. Where has the team been racing, for instance?
Well, mostly in Ferrari Challenge, because we are a Ferrari team, so we race in Ferrari Challenge, which was the biggest goal, and we scored quite nice results, which was very nice also with our drivers. And now we wanted to do the step back, you know, and a step higher, let's say, to come back here and enjoy the endurance again.
Joseph, I know you as the team driver coach. There's only space for one driver in Ferrari Challenge, but have you been doing any competitive driving whilst you've been away from this series?
Yes, also some of them, and also in Ferrari Challenge, so I tried that as well. So lots of stuff to do, keeping busy still, so it was still great. And yeah, now this is the best, to be honest, you know, and racing in the dark.
Yeah, still got that sense of humour, that Czech sense of humour. Joseph, you came from a background of single-seater sprint racing. You came through the background of single-seater sprint racing. You've been doing some Ferrari Challenge. You've just mentioned there maybe a preference for the long-distance races.
Can you repeat?
Do you prefer the long-distance races?
You know, it's always pretty big difference between the sprint races and the endurance races, because in the past I did single-seater racing, and that was quite stressful, to be honest, and you don't have the time to enjoy, comparing to the endurance, which is stressful as well, because you want to finish as high as possible. But I have to say that endurance is, you have more time to enjoy racing, which is great. And, you know, it's not like the other sports when you go like football or when you do tennis or whatever, when you take the ball and go practice. For motorsport, it's much more expensive, so every lap is pretty expensive, so you are happy to do more laps, and endurance gives you the freedom to do lots of laps, long stints, and especially 24-hour races are especially in this that you drive a lot.
And how has the race gone so far for Scuderia Praha?
I think it's not bad. I mean, it's first race with a new car, so we are still learning. There's definitely room to improve. We got little contact in the first few hours or a few hours ago, which cost us some time, so we lost some positions. But anyway, it's still going, which is important. So if we are still on the track and going, it's still good, because there is more than 12 hours to go, even more than 13 hours, I think.
When are you next in the car, Joseph?
Well, I'll be the next one.
Okay. When is that due? Soon? Is that going to be soon?
Should be in about 15 minutes.
All right, you better get ready then. Hey, it's great to see you, I've got to say. Great to see it. And when I saw Scuderia Praha on the entry list, I had a big smile, because these guys, this team was a massive stalwart for the series. And I think Johnny, they drifted away during that COVID period, and things changed for them with regards to customers driving in this series. So we haven't seen them for like 5 years.
They were regular race winners, weren't they? I mean, if they were on the entry list, it was either Herbert or Scuderia Praha with their various sponsorship backers that were starting those races as firm favourites. So brilliant for long-term fans of the 24H series to see those names coming back again.
Currently 10th in the Pro-Am category. As he said, they had an incident early on, dropped them back a little bit, but as I say, they're still out there fighting in that Ferrari 296 GT3, a magnificent looking car.
Other names you might remember from that team, Jiri Pisaric and Matteo Magliucelli, regularly joining Josef Kral, and they won something like 4 races in a 6-race season in 2019. So unstoppable in the GT3 category with their 488 Ferrari. So it's going back a few years, as Joe said, prior to COVID, and then circumstances may well have changed during that period. Ryan Dalziel, the man that Simon Hill was mentioning in the Era Motorsport car. This is the car that Jake Hill's driving a little later on as well. He's done a couple of stints already, but the 81 Ferrari suffering somewhat from that early puncture.
Well, the puncture happened on the race start lap, so it didn't get marked as a pit stop. That's why and then he came in really early on lap 10 for tyres and fuel, which put them out of sync with the rest of the GT3 field, and doing a great job. They were, during some of those Code 6s a few hours ago, up in the top 10. So it's just sorting itself out as the different drivers rotate through that car. But a big ask to do, and Ryan obviously very, very polished, out there enjoying the nighttime driving.
I didn't throw this question in Simon's direction for fear that he may not have known, because he's not one of the drivers. But of course, when Dwight Merriman was driving that car, there was obviously some sort of issue coming out of a Code 60 in that the car did not get back up to full speed, and it then caused there was a misunderstanding, a tangle with the number 5 Motor Park Mercedes.
Pressure at the wheel, which caused that car going into the barriers at just after turn 2.
And Giuseppe, we think on sight, all of a sudden spotted there was a Ferrari going very slowly on the racetrack, in avoidance steered left, but certainly steered left straight into the wall.
Well, cold rear tyres, because we'd just come out of that Code 60. We're only a minute out of that Code 60, and they were first time down around turn 1.
Yeah, and whereas had we been at racing speed for an hour, let's say, then I'm sure that maybe the tyres of the car would have taken that, but just not enough heat and therefore grip, and it put another one of the sort of early runners that might have done quite well in this race out very quickly indeed. And quite possibly Motor Park's first entry in this race. I've yet to determine that, but they've not been a regular on the entry list in the last decade or so. Let's hope they come back again.
Well, they've got to, they would think they would need to redeem themselves. Getting a puncher on the race start lap is just something you don't expect. And when Joe spoke to him down in the pits, he felt that already on the out lap. So he just one of those really, really unlucky things. And when you've got to do that and come back into the pits a bit slower and then go and chase the pack.
Yeah.
And the pack is flying at them. We were doing very fast laps in that first stanza of the race as everybody was trying to make their mark and get to where they needed to be.
Number 917, Fulgenzi Racing Porsche is in with Sam Jongejan jumping out. This car still looking good, but the front of it, which is a sort of orangey yellow, now covered in flecks of tyre pickup. We're at the stage now where the cars look like they've done a lot of hard work. It's the car that does the whole of the race, of course. The drivers are only in for 2 hours at a time. But the rear looks brand new still on this car. They've had their trials and tribulations, though, in the 917, and would have hoped to have been a bit higher than 9th place in 992.
Indeed. Still a long time to go. 13:17 on the clock. As they probably head down towards fuel. Darren Young is still leading. Looks like he's got about a lap. He's doing 2:01s at the moment, where Simon Traves in the Paradigm competition, BMW behind him, leading the AM category in second overall, 261 laps, 44 seconds ahead of Harry King in the Pure Racing Porsche. And Harry's got 1 minute 27 over Klaus Bachler in the Dynamic GT Porsche. And our race leaders in that 777, 16 pit stops for them. That's quite a lot compared to 12 for the second position Paradigm and 13 for Pure Racing in third, and then 16 for Klaus Bachler in Dynamic. So have they been working the code 60 to try and maximise their stint runs? And then they'll be maxed out on their driver time, which will be their only limitation after that, because it looks like these tyres are really hanging on now. We've seen 48 laps out of a set of tyres, which is not unusual, but the temperature is dropping. As I look up my weather app to see where we are at the moment.
8 code 60s today. Some of them have been very swift indeed. Others have been out for quite some time if parts of the track infrastructure have needed to be repaired. And we had not much time at all between the first two, just over a minute as it turned out. So we came out of one at just before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so 2 hours into the race, and then 57 seconds after 3 back into the second one. But that did mean that 1 or 2 teams could do back-to-back code 60 pit stops. I think you've nailed it there with the 777, though, probably pitting at every opportunity on the code 60.
Most definitely.
Whereas the Paradigm competition BMW might have turned down a few of those chances to pit. Now, what a story this is. The 414 is back on the apron, which will please a huge amount of our audience this weekend, I'm sure. Joe, bring us this moment where the 414 has reappeared, almost back from the dead.
Incredible, Johnny. Absolutely incredible job here. The 414 he's already been out. He's come in for a bit of a systems check. And when you saw this car, you remember how badly damaged this car was. I'm absolutely blown away. Dominic Albert of Razum, I've got to say, round of applause on the work that you guys have done on that car. I thought that car was done, Dominic, and yet you guys fixed. You said you would, and you did. Brilliant job.
Thanks a lot. Team is amazing. They never ever give up, so we're back in game, and Leo is driving now, followed by Achit, and then I will jump into the car again.
Importantly, Dominic, you had the parts in the truck. You had all the parts ready in case that happened?
We had some parts with us, but mostly we picked up from Porsche, so all good. They have enough parts, so we can go again.
That wonderful Porsche customer service. Great job again. Well done. Round of applause. 414, and it has gone back out on track, guys.
Michelin now driving it. Fellow Austrian to Dominic Albert. The team are Austrian as well. Razzoon More Than Racing with Ajit Kumar, the Indian Collywood film star and producer, and Denny Berndt, the German, makes up that four-driver lineup. And I wouldn't say it looks brand new. It's clearly got spares on it from maybe various different...
one careful owner.
Yes, which Dominic would probably admit wasn't him. But Leo's taken good care of it so far, as he drove from the pit garage to the fueling area. And let's hope that this is a safe but quick stint in the 414.
Well, that accident happened on lap 144. We are on lap 263 now. So a considerable amount of time. But as Joe and I looked at that car, we thought, that's actually a lot of cosmetic damage. It looked like the front wheels were still pointing in the right direction with their right camber on them. So it must have been a very cosmetic thing. And Porsche customer service, Porsche Racing customer service, doing the job and getting them the bits that they needed to get back out on circuit. Fantastic work for the 414 team.
And in good hands with the 22-year-old Austrian now, who comes from most recently a GT4 background, Leo Pichler, but has raced in, well, a variety of GT cars, actually, with Razzoon going back to 2021. Is certainly second attempt at the Dubai 24 Hours. I don't have him in the entry for last year, so might not have been able to secure a drive for 12 months ago, but did compete in the GTX category 2 years prior to this, in a KTM crossbow, in fact. Haven't got any KTMs in this year's race, have we?
No KTMs this year.
But there's a lot of interest and variety from other lesser-known car manufacturers, which is, again, something that the Dubai 24 Hours is very, very good at.
Remember, we used to have the Donkavort Sting.
Yes, I do.
And IRC, we've had Mark cars over the years, so a lot of silhouette cars have been making it. Just noticed a very big penalty for the car 40, Jamie Day, driving the Come2U Racing, currently in 10th position, running third in Pro-Am. A 1 minute stop and go, a 1 minute penalty for passing under code 60. So that is not what they need. Jamie Day's only got 35 seconds over Patrick Niedhauser in 11th position, and 44 seconds back to Florian Spengler. So that's going to affect them there. I don't think they'll lose Pro-Am third, because that lineup behind them is GT3 and then a heap of AMs. The Heart of Racing by SPS in 13th, Hupp Racing in 14th, Haas RT in 15th, and Hoffa Racing 16th are all AMs at this stage in the GT3 category.
Just heard from our good colleague Peter Mackay, who's enjoying some time whilst not being in the booth, watching at trackside. Too tempting, you see, to maybe head away for a snooze. Spotted a couple of issues for two different Mercedes AMGs. First of all, the number 4 car, which is the Haupt Racing Team example, being driven by Romain Andriolo, and he reckons, Peter Mackay reckons, there's some part of the rear is trailing on the ground, so dragging maybe from the undertray of that car, and must be infuriating for Romain, he suggests. And the other issue is for the number 19 MP Motorsport Mercedes AMG, which first of all he said there's no rear lights, and then he says there's no front lights either, and actually that's now been repeated on our screen. So to repair headlights immediately, the tail lights are less of an issue.
However, under the new regulations, if you have one out on either end, you have to fix at your next pit stop. If both are out, you must stop immediately. That's one of the new regulations for the 2025 season.
Well, PMAC now says the MP lights are back on, so have they managed to solve that whilst the car remained on the track? It didn't come in, did it?
Control Alt Delete, possibly?
Yeah, it might have been. Might have been.
Just having a look there. Still out on Henk de Jong at the wheel of the MP Motorsport number 19. And it doesn't look like he came into the pit side. Maybe cycled the lighting, pulled the circuit breaker.
Yeah.
And fixed that issue.
Well, that's good to avoid any further...
because that is a mandatory stop. You can't get around that. That's stop immediately if you don't have front or both rear lights, or all four of them not working.
Yeah. So one on either end is, or one on each end is okay.
Yes.
So one tail light, one headlight.
But you must fix that
problem.
at your next pit stop. And
Whereas,
if you've got both are out, you have to stop immediately.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'll get the meatball flag and possibly a penalty as well.
Totally understandable reasons that's hugely unsafe, bearing in mind we're running in this level of, yes, we've got artificial light, but a race car has to be identifiable to fellow competitors at all times. So MP will be happy, as long as that fix is long term, that they won't be delayed having to come into pit lane to solve that.
17.8 degrees outside at the moment. It's dropping. It's dropping. It's due to get down to around about 11 degrees, around about 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, just before the sun comes up. And I asked Joe Bradley if he did have a set of trousers with him. Said, don't need. He'll manage. Tough stuff.
Back in the UK, I think Saturday reached a daytime high of 0 degrees. So, and he's from the northeast, is Joe. So I guess it's even colder up there, like permanent snow. And he's still in shorts. Crazy boy.
He is indeed.
Era Motorsport and into Africa Racing. Keeping an eye on their lap times. It's the battle for 17th position, but it could very easily be for a scrap for the top 10 positions, judging by the pace
Fourth
of these
and
cars.
fifth for overall in the Pro-Am category.
Oh, okay. Well, that's much more important.
It is indeed.
And, yeah, the scrap will potentially manifold itself into a top 10 finish for each of those cars, but they have to keep the pace up. Both Ferraris, Axel Jeffries in the Into Africa car and Ryan Diel in his Era Motorsport 296. And a car that's come into pit lane is the 496 Toyota. And this, therefore, had been driven by Viktor Agafonov in his GR Supra GT4.
One of the local teams here, Continental by TTR. And winners here last year in that car.
Joe's watching this stop. So third place in GT4, Joe.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference as well. It's got 5 wheel studs, so you've got to drill each and every wheel nut on there. Not just the central locking single wheel nut that we see on the GT3 cars and other classes. This is a class that this Toyota is in, and he's been given the thumbs up. The car will get away. A little bit of smoke coming from the brakes, but nothing to be too concerned with. So I'm going to try and get a word with the driver that's just gone out, Agafonov.
Yeah, Victor, yes, it is.
Victor, isn't it? Victor Agafonov. Yeah, let's see if I can drag him out. Find my.
You can't get a word with him. Get a word with
find
Craig
the cameraman.
Thompson, the one who's holding the flag. He is the team boss down there at TTR.
Are you good with English? English?
Whilst Joe does that. Oh, you got him.
All right, okay.
Okay.
Victor's English isn't good. Is it good? Good drive? Yeah. He's giving me a thumbs up, guys. The international sign language. Victor's fine, car's fine. Car is good. Car, good. Yes.
Fantastic.
All good.
Nice and simple.
Great looking car. You know what? It's quite courageous, really. I mean, you know, you're going to come endurance racing. What do? What car do you choose? You kind of look at the, you know, what we saw there at Razoon when Dominic said, you know, did you have any parts? Well, the parts we didn't have, we got off Porsche. They're here, they're customer services, but I'm not sure that Toyota have any presence for any kind of parts on that car, and it's a Supra, isn't it? It's a GT4 Evo, the GR Supra, and you know there isn't a truck full of spares back there, so it's quite courageous, really, to bring
they
something
are defending
different.
champions from. They
it's
did
a
win
fabulous looking car.
This race last year, but with the in their class, in the GT4 class, and the Continental Racing has also stepped up and with the Audi as well in the GT3 car class. So they're running 2 cars here this weekend, a GT4 and a GT3. And this has got a junior driver lineup in it compared to last year, where they did take the win in the Dubai round of the Middle East Trophy.
Yeah, we were talking about KTMs not too long ago, and actually the road version of the Toyota GR Supra and the BMW that it's closely connected with are made in Graz in Austria, just like a KTM.
Yep.
You might think the BMW spares are slightly more easier to come by than the Toyota, but it's just the floor pan that is similar. Do they share engines as well in the road-going cars?
I'm not too sure, but I've looked under the bonnet of that, and I've seen BMW written
everywhere.
Everywhere, literally.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Z4 that it's part of the same family, and in fact Toyota and BMW both invested in designing and building that car. Yeah, it's the turbo inline 4 or inline 6 that you get in the standard road version of the Toyota Supra. But they do look fabulous. Joe's quite right.
Indeed. Very nice looking car. Jamie Day's just done the fastest first sector of the race, a 38.911 in the Come To You Racing Aston Martin. That's got some pace in it, 23 lap old tyres, and he's just quickest in sector 1 out of anybody. Unbelievable stuff, running 3rd in the Pro-Am. He did pick up, he's still got that 1 minute penalty to serve, so he's trying to make some time up now. We've got a yellow flag at the start-finish line, which may have been withdrawn. I can't see it from the flag box.
So trying to hunt out the reason for the yellows. It's not a debris flag, is it? It's not a slippery surface flag.
Well, it's not.
I can't actually see it, but it's indicated on our screen as a yellow
I can't see a flag flying from the start-finish blocks where it should fly from, unless it's flying from. We've got to
have an answer. Phil, look at our screen. We're looking out the window, but on the overlap that we can't quite see.
Oh, the 978 has stopped.
There you go. So that'll be the reason why there are yellow flags, we understand, being shown. It's just in the overlap of the wall beneath us, so near to the vehicle access.
Yeah, driver's left. And yeah, it's right underneath us, actually. It's just down here. So that's why we couldn't see it. And the flags are flying. There's a marshal post just there. Okay. So that we can't see it from where we are up in the commentary box, because it's right underneath us. Now, that car is off the circuit. There is a double gate right behind it. They'll be able to push that car back there and get one of the recovery vehicles to take it around the circuit, through the tunnel, underneath, into the circuit, and bring it back to pit lane.
And John de Wilde was able to get out of that car and head towards safety, where the marshals are positioned. We're not ruling out the opportunity for John to rejoin the race, but he'll have to stay at a distance for the time being to allow the marshals to deal with the recovery of that car. He's here with the Speed Lover outfit, 978, Steinus Longchamp, Wim Mulders, Gilles Renman and Rick Renmans are part of the 5-driver lineup, all from Belgium in the 992 AM division. It's a minute to midnight. We're about to tick over from Saturday night into Sunday morning then. Again, a significant milestone to reach right here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's the 20th edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Phil Anson, Johnny Palmer in the Global Broadcast Centre, with Joe Bradley patrolling the pit lane for the next 15 minutes or so. But Saturday about to become Sunday now, and the continuation of the race starts right at this moment. So still, we're not quite at half distance. There are yellow flags on the start-finish line to deal with John de Wilde's stranded, stricken Speed Lover Porsche. But everyone is hoping that if we can continue through this recovery, due to actually the heads-up driving from John de Wilde, to be able to stop it where he has done, in the overlap of the wall right by the access gate. So the marshals should be able to pull that car out of harm's way, and we can stay green.
Well, it looks that way at the moment because Race Control haven't given us any messages that they're going to pull a code 60. Normally we get some form of warning, and the drivers will get a countdown in the car this year. And we hopefully have got that car back behind the wall and out of harm's way. The driver was already, as you said, Johnny, making his way out of the vehicle, which means that maybe more of a terminal issue if he didn't stay in there and try to get a tow back. But it's very difficult to get a car towed back. There is a 912, has a big slide. Wow. He held on to that very, very well. But that got his attention. That was on the exit of turn number 7. He just had to get out of the throttle there as he makes his way down the back straight.
This is Joop Rapanga, who is part of the Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWM Porsche squad. They are the leaders, in fact, in 992. So Rapanga is keen, clearly, to keep the pace up in this car, but he doesn't want to be... Actually, that's just changed. Maybe my timing screen was lagging because now I have Lucas van Eindhoven driving the 912. So that has possibly just changed on the driver ID.
And it might have been his outlap. Let me have a look and see where his tyres are. 34 lap old tyres on that car, on the Porsche.
So, no, we're quite a bit into the stint.
And there we have the rescue vehicle on they're going to tow that car backwards. They want the driver in the car to steer it, and he has to put his helmet back on if he's still on the racetrack, so he has to be dressed correctly. Yellow flags are still waving.
I'll give you a rundown of the 992 order in just a second, as the Speed Lover 978 Porsche is still being recovered. But 992, headed by Lucas van Eindhoven in that Tierra Outdoor Racing car. Then it's another 992 entry as opposed to the 992 AMS. So Red Camel Jordans.nl, who have been long-term leaders, are now running in second in the 909 car. Then it's Ajit Kumar Racing by BKR. Cue the screen from the grandstand, even at this time of night.
Yes.
Fabian de Fuchs in the 901 for Porsche. 911 GT3 Cup car. They're all the same spec of Cup car within this, regardless of whether you run in AM or in the non-AM division. The leading AM car is the QM-MF by HRT Porsche of Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi, although that car is now in pit road, and we have gone code 60
So
finally.
I think they're going to pull that car across the circuit.
The Speed Lover car.
Yep.
So this is not an additional problem. It remains the John de Wilde stranded car, but it's on the wrong side now.
Of the circuit, yeah.
For the circuit to do a quick recovery. So better to calm things down, and they can get the car maybe into pit road in the wrong direction, or more accurately probably to one of the access roads where you can cut through and access the paddock.
Yeah, they're still working on that, because I'm just looking and trying to remember my way around the circuit in regards to the support roads, and this is on the outside of the circuit, so it's not on the inside where the pit is. And so it's the race controller obviously on the radio to this team to say, okay, we're going to disconnect the thing, because he's got the car mobile, he's got the car running, and he is going to be able to get out onto the circuit and continue on. So maybe they bump started it in reverse.
It's possible.
It is indeed.
The next question is there enough fuel in the car to do another lap, another 5.39 kilometres? Difficult to tell from our distance what actually stopped the car initially. But if John de Wilde's back in the car and feels like he can do another lap, I'm not sure he would be setting off with such confidence otherwise. So we are under code 60, and as typically how these things pan out sometimes, the caution button is hit and then the problem actually resolves itself. But the marshals were part of that to help the engine refire.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to pull the recovery car around to the front of that car now and take it around. Now, they can't go backwards down pit lane. They're going to have to go around turn 1, take the cut through to turn 17, keep off the circuit up to the club link and then come around into the pits. Well, he's mobile, and he is 978 just crawling with the hazard lights on at the moment.
That was possibly a course vehicle, though, deliberately following it around just to make sure.
He's on the infield. He's on the 17-18 area at the moment. So he's gone down through turn 1 and then taken a right turn.
Well, being able to judge roughly how long this Code 60 is a great opportunity to do some extra work on cars, Joe. You can't take any more than your quarter of amount of fuel, but there's nothing to stop you changing pretty real kind of important bits of the car, should we say, that wouldn't normally be done in a regular pit stop.
Well, we're just under an hour away from half distance, and I've been waiting for this, and I'm beginning to see this. I'm camped out at Haas RT, which is the number 21 Audi, and I'm pretty sure that other teams are doing this up and down the pit lane. They're going for a front pad change. It's nigh on the half distance. Whether they'll get these pads through to the race finish, I'll ask that question of Krista Donker when this car has left. But just the front pads being done at the moment, and they're pretty much finished. But the opportunity to change pads and take this longer pit service whilst everybody's doing 60 kilometers an hour around the track is absolutely the logical thing to do. Let's jump in and ask Chris. Chris, will those brake pads take you to the end of the race?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So 13 hours.
100%.
100%. He's happy with that. That's why he did them then.
Just pads, though, not discs as well, Joe.
No, that's a good point, actually. What about brake discs, Chris? What will you?
We don't need them.
Really?
Our brake discs go 24 hours.
Wow, that's new, isn't it?
The only thing we need to do is brake pads in the front.
Incredible. I remember the days not so long ago when discs were a thing as well.
Yeah. For us, it's not an issue. The cooling is very good in that car on the brakes, and last year I think we only changed them after 17 hours, but I remember also last year between 12 hours and 17, it was waiting for a big Code 60. So now it was the moment to do it.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, thanks, Chris. So yeah, remarkable, isn't it? The technology these days, the discs will last 24 hours, the pads, well, 17 hours, I think he said last year.
Just the increase in technology on these GT3 cars. It's also about how that airflow is channeled through the cars with a bit of brake blanking as well. Because it's that careful balance of allowing some air through the car, but not too much to slow it down. But amazing that they didn't even have to change the rear pads. No. Just front pads, and only once in a 24-hour race.
And the number 7 getting the same treatment at SMP Racing. Their Mercedes, Dennis Remenanko was in the driver's seat. I think he got out, and that'll head down. Front pads again only on the AMG Mercedes, as they'd be so like the heat in that disc as the new Michelin rubber goes on. They're currently in P7, 8th overall in GT3, as yes, Joe, what have you got for us?
Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm coming through. So that was an Audi we were talking to Krista Dongo from the Haas RT Audi team. Just a couple of doors down, the Heart of Racing by SPS entry. Yep. That's a Mercedes AMG, and they are changing pads and discs. So I think it depends on the car, which is a...
Yeah, I just wonder whether it's a balance thing as well, Joe, as in the Audi's just kinder on its brakes, maybe, and therefore...
Well, mid-engined, Johnny, front engine. You know, that's
where the weight is on the car, and the Mercedes, you've got that 6.2 litre V8 right over the front wheels, and you're trying to slow that down as well as steering and braking at the same time. So yeah, maybe just a better balanced car. By the way, we've got more issues with the Speed Lover Porsche. It's got as far as turn 14 hairpin.
Yeah. Oh, it's gearbox, by the way,
for the Speed Lover car.
It's gearbox. Yeah, the team have told me it's got a gearbox issue. They're hoping to get the car here. What I was going to just add about the Mercedes AMG, the engine is in front of the driver. You know, when we say front engine or mid-engine or whatever, it may be front engine, but that means it's just in front of the driver. It is so far back and so low down towards the bulkhead, just behind the driver's feet, just in front of the driver's feet. It's almost in the middle of the car when it comes to a weight balance
they have
thing.
become almost like a front mid-engined GT car, haven't they now? But probably very unlike the road car. But as long as it's the same lump, you have some flexibility when you're designing a GT3 to put it in a slightly different position. So lower and further back in the car will give it better rotation because the weight's in the middle and a lower centre of gravity as well.
So the 978 has stopped on the inside of turn 14. The recovery vehicle is there, waiting to get assistance with that gearbox issue as they're trying to make their way back into the pits. So they found the gear, and hopefully it's not having the same problems as the Bentley with the automatic selection of gears unwarranted by the driver. Not what you want to have in 1.5 tonnes of Bentley GT3 Evo running down towards turn 10. But it looks like they've got the tow strap out and they'll get that. That means this will continue on. So we've had 8 of the top 9 into the pits to take fuel and head back out again. A lot of them have taken. Now Faisal Al-Zabar now leading in the 777 into that car. He's got new tyres on that. And Alexander Malikan in the Pure Racing Porsche also came in for tyres but didn't serve their 4-second penalty. Klaus Bachler is out at the moment but didn't change tyres, just fuel on that one, car 24, as the Porsche rolled through. And Optimum Motorsport doing the same thing, taking on new tyres. That McLaren now in top 4. It's working its way up, Johnny.
It is. Thomas Aikin now driving the Optimum Motorsport 720S. But yes, real steady progress. It's about not being too alarmed by the difficulty in the opening stages of that race. And Optimum Motorsport, one of many teams that can put things into perspective and just not panic, really. Know that they've got a good car, that they've got a consistent driver lineup, and the race should come towards them as long as they can eliminate any errors that are of their own making. Sometimes you just can't help it.
You're a victim of circumstances rather than it's accidents do happen.
They do.
And it's part of motorsport. But if you can stay out of them, and a lot of these drivers look a long way ahead these days. We're under a minute until the end of code 60.
Speed Lover car has made it back to the pits. Didn't make it all the way, though, under its own steam, despite John de Wilde's enthusiastic effort to edge away from where it had parked on the main straight. John's now out quickly chatting to some of the Speed Lover mechanics, not far from Joe. Let's hope that John's willing to have a chat with Joe in just a tick as well to find out fully what's happened. In the meantime, we are back to green, though, to almost 15 minutes past midnight. So right in hour 12 of the 20th edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai with Michelin.
2 hours, 27 minutes so far under code 60.
Okay.
So, and 22 seconds.
All important.
All important, that 22 seconds, and that is our 9th code 60 for this race.
And by the way, the race leader came in not that long ago. It's now in fuel, the 777 Al-Manar racing car, but this is time that they're losing compared to their fellow runners in the race. Stationary versus green flag running. However, you can get a full fuel load in this mode, and the smart pumps will immediately change to allow you that full allocation as soon as we go back, as long as you're not going to breach the total amount, because they may have started the 25% ruling and then that jumped to the full fuel fill that they can get as per the regulations. Here is Joe with John de Wilde.
John, you tried your best to get the car back, but it had to be towed back, yes?
When it came on the long straight, I went from third to fourth, and then system broke down. I was stuck over there, and corner one, and couldn't do anything. It was stuck in fourth gear. And then when you try to push a little bit, then I was able to put it back in first gear. I tried to come back on my own, but when it went up there, the clutch was completely gone, so I couldn't go up anymore, and I think that's it.
Yeah, but look, I think the team will probably try and fix it, new gearbox, new clutch.
I hope so.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow morning in it, don't worry. Bad luck there on the speed of the car.
He's forcing a smile, is John. There wasn't really much more he could have done in that situation. He was feeling that there was enough life left in the car to do a one further lap. I was concerned that they might have run out of fuel. That wasn't the issue. It was far more detrimental,
Yeah, basically no drive. And changing a clutch on a flat six Porsche is not a small challenge.
No.
And it's not going to take 5 minutes. A little bit longer.
And not something they want to be doing through choice between midnight and 1 in the morning.
No.
It might extend even later / earlier than that as well. But Joe's pretty confident that the Speed Lover Porsche will be seen again in the race. We really wish them well in that regard. John's a bit of a legend of the Supercar Challenge, which is a big scene in Belgium. Belgium in his homeland, but also in the Netherlands as well. And also quite a bit of Porsche Challenge Benelux racing through the years since the mid-2010s. Took part in his first Dubai 24 hours 10 years ago, I reckon, with the Speed Lover 2 team in their 997 iteration of the 911 Porsche. MP Motorsport, this is the Mercedes that didn't have any lights on it at all, and had a warning message on our screen to say it must pit immediately to repair that. But from Peter Mackay's reports, it didn't need to pit because maybe the car pulled to the side of the track. They did a full-on reset, and those lights are fully ablaze now.
Indeed they are. A bit of a Control, Alt, Delete or a thump.
Yeah, probably not advisable to get out of the car and give it a kick, but that might be what the driver wanted to do.
Indeed, while the Almanar racing team was in the pits, they had surrendered the lead to Pure Racing Porsche. They're now 40 seconds behind them, with Alexander Malikin at the wheel of the Pure Racing car, Klaus Bachler at the wheel of the Dynamic GT Porsche. So it's Porsche 1 and 2, BMW 3, as they've dropped down into third place, albeit now with a full tank of fuel, which will let them run out a little bit longer.
Yeah, they'll be good for the next 60 minutes or so. Jerome Bullery in the TFT Racing Porsche, running 5th in their class. Does that make them the best of the AM 992s? Yes. No, sorry, 2nd in that subcategory. QMMF by HRT, and Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi in the 974 currently leading the AM category, and now into the overall podium positions in the 992 class.
Remember, they are our reigning Middle East Trophy champions. They're running in a different class this year. They were in the Pro class last year, running in the AM category this year. And very resplendent, that number 974 is the country code for Qatar when you're dialing. So 971 for the Rabdan by Fulgenzi car, with Christopher Zuckling at the wheel, currently 33 overall, 5th in 992 AM. And 971 is the dialing code for United Arab Emirates. Very, very clever work for the Middle Eastern teams.
Very convenient. They run in a class that mandates a 3-digit number with a 9 at the front of it.
Exactly.
And those 9 numbers, or a lot of them, synonymous with Porsches. Jerome Bullery running as the 911 numbered car, indeed.
But don't get confused, because we do have a 991 running, but that's a GT3 car.
That's a good point, actually, yes.
And we also have a 269 running, and that's a GT3 car. So apart from those two, everybody else sort of stays with what your number must be, which is in GT3 from 1 to 99. In 992, it starts with a 9.
Apart from, there is an exception to that rule, of course, because we've got a 888 car, haven't we?
Jaloo Racing in that one, so don't get confused with that. Then if it starts with a 7, it's GTX. However, we've got a 111 running in the GTX as well. So
it's like there are rules, folks, but there is one exception to each of those rules permitted, maybe.
Indeed, GT4 starts with a 4, and the TCE starts with a 1. So that's how we determine the cars. Apart from those exceptions to the regulations,
yes,
must have had special dispensation, maybe because of sponsorship with that number. 888, obviously a very well-known racing number throughout. Well, where I'm from, anyway.
Certainly.
You know, and so maybe a connection there.
Or maybe Seb Lajou and the rest of that crew are just big V8 supercar fans. I don't know.
Well, possibly, yeah.
But Seb Lajou is certainly a name to be reckoned with in Carrera Cup racing in Western Europe, and have run many times in certainly the French Championship of Carrera Cup, and also I think the odd outing in the Benelux competition as well. So yeah, he's not particularly precious to only running in France, and clearly now the true and international scene as well. Seb Lajou Racing bringing 2 cars to this year's Dubai 24 Hours.
Nice to see. Just keeping an eye on our leaders at the moment. 40 seconds the gap. Alexander Melican and Klaus Bachler, both in Porsches, Purex Racing, Dynamic GT, and that 40-second is there. They may have a lap now on our Faisal Al-Zabar in the Almanar Racing team, who's down on 276 laps. I'm just waiting to see where he is in that 777 car. That's another one that is a GT3 but is 777. Confused? Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. What have you got for us, mate?
Yeah, this is a story of incredible sort of depth to it. Remember the number 127, yes. The Team Sorg Rensport Porsche came in and we said, there's no way they can repair that. Once again, Sorg Rensport prove us wrong. Remind me of your name, please.
Daniel Sorg.
Daniel, once again, Sorg Rensport prove us wrong. That car, I thought, would never see the track again. You've chopped the wings off, and you're repairing it.
No, we are not repairing. We are preparing the repair at home. So some work we already can do here, we are doing here. But this car is not repairable here at the moment, unfortunately.
Okay, so you're just starting the job.
Yes, there are some things we can already do here. So we need the time because right after return, the NLS season at the Nürburgring starts. So it's already tight. So we need every minute we can get.
It just proves that you may as well be busy while you're sat in the garage whilst running the other car. So I can understand that. But is it really, what exactly was the damage on that car that you're having to look at home?
Again, please, it was a bit...
What exactly was the damage on the car?
It was an unlucky mistake by the driver to turn into the corner while the Hofer AMG was on the right side, and they touched, and the car flipped. So yeah, it's badly damaged.
The driver is fine?
The driver is fine. He went to hospital for check. He's really sad. It was his first 24-hour here. He did a good job. But yeah, we all do mistakes.
Yeah, we do. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you
very much.
Brilliant. I thought I was losing my touch there when I said, nah, that's not... That. Yeah. So, and I thought they were going to prove me wrong there. I thought, oh, Bradley's losing his touch, but no, we were. It's a shame because, you know, we like to see cars back out on track, but as Daniel explained, Daniel Sorg, who is the Sorg in Sorg Rensport, team owner, team manager, team principal, he made the decisions that car's going to be.
To be honest, we had no idea the incident was as serious as it was described there by Daniel. The car flipped, he suggested, for Yasuhiro Misashi, the Japanese racer for the German outfit. And the point that Daniel Sorg makes about needing to get back into Europe, back to Germany in time for the opening round of the NLS Championship. That is the weekend, the 21st and 22nd of March, for the 70th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt, which is a 4-hour race. It'll be a Saturday, that, generally a midday start. And the thing is, you've got to get all the cars into containers, and then you're not going to see them for a number of weeks. As efficient as the 24H Series run back to the Netherlands, I think. Is that where the shipping containers go back to initially? And then they spread their, well, depending on where the teams are based, they'll either be picked up by lorries or maybe flown to other locations. And they're keen to get back to Germany for the middle part of March.
Yeah, that accident happened 2.5 hours ago. Around about on, lap. Yeah, it was about 2.5 hours at turn 7, and they got that sorted out. So the time that we went, 22:58, just about 11 p.m. We're approaching 12:30 now. So a lot of work for that team to do. But as we didn't know that the car had been inverted.
No. I mean, when it flipped, I assume it's gone right over and hopefully, well, it did land on its wheels, but I didn't know whether the roof was dented. There was clearly a lot of damage on that right-hand side. And for one of the early races in Misashi's career, that will have been a big shock, I'm sure. It's only when you have a big one you realise quite how much energy these cars are carrying. But I'm sure, despite that horrendous moment, he is very keen to get back into a racing car. Maybe not today.
No.
You know, give him a week or so, and he'll be really champing at the bit to get back on board a car.
Yes, maybe the race direction may have, the medical area may have removed his driver band with that one, because the after effects, delayed shock with all the adrenaline running, etc., when you calm down in the medical centre, that's when the things can go wrong. And obviously with the fully housed medical centre on the infield here, with helipads and everything else, and a team of doctors and nurses as well as the ambulance that we have all around the circuit with the paramedics, their drivers are always in the best hands when something unfortunate happens.
And a driver very often thinks they know their body more than the medics do, and they can go, well, no, I feel fine, I can do another stint. And that's when the qualified people say, no, seriously, listen to us. We're not going to allow you to compete in today's race because we want you to do more motor racing in the future. And you've got to be right.
Exactly, and you can't put somebody who is not 100% fit out in one of these cars in one of these type of races. It just doesn't work that way. Change of position in the AM category, 992. Fourth position now from Rabdam Bifilgenzi, getting past Mulna Motorsport, and that moves them up. And they've got around about 2 laps behind the Sebjulu Racing AM car running in 3. A lap clear is the TFT Racing 992 AM car, and then another lap to our leaders in the 992 AM QMF, Qatar Motorcycle and Motor Federation, run by our good friend Amro Al-Hamid. He's going to have a busy week because he's got the first round of WEC coming up very, very shortly, along with all the other stuff that he does there, MotoGP, Formula One. Yeah, what else do you need to do, really? Completely rebuilt the pits in the off-season, because the pits were originally built for motorcycles in Qatar, and they were very, very narrow, and the Formula One teams were really struggling there. And then when WEC came there as well, same problem. So they knocked the entire pit building down. If you go back behind the pit building, it's like being in a shopping mall.
Wow.
Right? Because you've got all of the villas for the teams behind it. You've got nice open area in between there. On the TV, it looked absolutely spectacular, and really, really well done by the QMMF and the Qatar circuit.
Yeah, and that again is the opening round of the World Endurance Championship for 2025. But I hadn't realised there'd been so many changes in that 12-month period. Again, wastes no time in Qatar, it would seem, in terms of development. And yeah, exciting to see how we go in the 1812 kilometre race. That's in a couple of months' time. I don't think anybody expected us to get to the race distance for that. Rather, it may be to do with a 10-hour time duration, but we did actually get to the full mileage, incredibly. midnight, you're tuned to the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing you, once again, live coverage of the 24 Hours of Dubai, the 20th edition of it, and the first time that we've been powered by Michelin before, with teams well used to these new tyres now. Different types of tyre across various amounts of the categories. So the Carrera Cup, or the 992 division, running the Carrera Cup Michelin tyre, which makes sense. However, elsewhere in the range, Michelin have brought plenty of tyres for the different GT3 cars. And it's our understanding from chatting to representatives from Michelin that it's the Bentley that's on an entirely different compound, whereas the Mercedes and the Porsche and the Audi and the BMWs are pretty much the same compound. Might be slightly different wheel widths and sizes, but otherwise precisely the same makeup of Michelin tyre. Pure Racing's Alex Malikin has come into pit road from the race lead. We are 18 laps away from the 300-lap marker, but with only half an hour to go until we've reached half distance, that rather suggests that the 6:28 record distance that was set 13 years ago is safe for another year. Alexander Malikin, oh so impressive in the World Endurance Championship last year, taking the title with a round to spare for Pure Racing. And that car is, let's say, comfortably ahead of the chasing Porsche. The gap's a little bit misleading once a car has come into pit lane because of where the timing loop is positioned. It was timed at 28.1 seconds. That's more likely to have been about 3/4 of a minute. Peter Mackay, welcome back to the booth, by the way.
Hello, Jonathan.
Greetings. Good morning, I can say now.
Tidings.
Yeah.
I was, when you just said it's 12:30, I thought there's an ABBA song in that. And after midnight. I guess we are the men after midnight.
Laurel, yeah.
Well, for choice.
That's right. And still going strong.
Oh, you look chirpy as ever.
Well, you know the secret to that, don't you?
Sleep.
Anytime I'm not talking, I'm asleep.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do it.
It's like when your smartphone is short of charge, you plug it in at various points through the day, and I have to plug myself in.
You're a walking Tesla.
I am. Yes.
You're in a better mood than you were this morning when you weren't allowed to take your coffee with you.
Oh, that's true. Actually, we were both in pretty cranky moods, weren't we? But that, I mean,
different reasons.
Different reasons.
Coffee related.
Precisely. Yeah, my coffee incident actually saved my bacon, I think. Whereas you were brave with an open cup of coffee.
Which had about 5% left, but the vigour at which our excellent chauffeur booted it over the crest like it was something on the Thousand Lakes Rally.
He's a wannabe racing driver.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's back in the pit lane, you'll be pleased to hear. I wonder how many of the Ajit Kumar fan base are quickly being turned in the direction of Nick Damon. None of them?
Oh, I don't know. Well,
okay. Ajit Kumar's about to get into his car, into the 414, Nick.
No, it'll be the 901.
Boots, waiting for the machine to turn up. So they'll have a little kind of huddled crowd. The crowd when we started was several thousand, and now it more resembles the away end for Salford City or Fleetwood. There's a couple of hundreds diehards are left. They've all got in two coaches from Dave's coaches, that sort of thing. But there were thousands earlier. In fact, it's pretty impressive they've hung around to gone midnight. And I'm sure for tomorrow morning they'll be back again in their thousands once more.
For sure.
But yeah, he certainly. It has to be said that it's amazing how a single not even world famous, a single regional famous, big region obviously India, probably 500 million people, regionally famous actor can pull in massive crowds and a huge YouTube audience. It's like having KSI.
To Ryan McLeod earlier, whose son Cameron is racing in the 901. That's the Ajit Kumar Racing Porsche Cup car, and he said his social media has gone from 2,500 followers to 30,000 followers this weekend alone. at their hotel. They can't move, they can't get out of their hotel because it's just surrounded by fans looking for Ajit Kumar. I've never seen anything quite like it, to be honest. When we had Valentino Rossi here, did we have anything like this kind of reaction?
No.
No.
He brings a fair few fans to motor racing, and you know, let's hope some two-wheel fans being exposed to the four-wheel longer distance stuff. But I mean, this is night and day compared to Ajit's day job. And, you know, there are completely new people coming to the Dubai 24 Hours. That's why we've been quite descriptive in things like Code 60s and why certain things are happening in the race that the casual Formula One fan has not encountered before. But many fans of Ajit Kumar may never have seen an F1 race. So it's great to be able to expose this sport to a whole new audience. There was a Ginetta heading towards you, Nick, a moment or two ago, and not on the prescribed route into pit lane.
Is there? Oh yes, there is something being pushed down. Is it the GT4 or is it the GTX? The GT4's been running really well. That's the one that's had all the issues. Electrical issues, alternator issues, coil pack issues, fire extinguisher going off issues because it was on fire, is what I think is really in fairness. So not an erroneous fire extinguisher firing. Yes, that's right. It was deliberate, I suppose, by the machine. Is this the car that is kind of burning my retinas now as it crawls down towards me? It must be under single. Yeah, it's under team mechanic power. Proudly stating it's 55th in the race, which I assume is probably the last of the actual kind of almost runners. Comes to a halt. The brakes actually work. And it's going to go straight on the dolly jacks, guys. So that's another pit visit.
Another car that's struggling on this in-lap is the 102 Asbest Racing Cupra, which was fine through Sector 1, and then it lost about 40 seconds through Sector 2. So that is touring its way in second in TCX.
Well, a Cupra has just arrived. Is that the one, is it? Yeah, so he's just arrived for about 6 garages up from where I currently am. Just look, he just parked. He's decided to take a penalty first before he comes in and tell everyone what went wrong. Bonnet going up on the Team CMR Ginetta. There'll be more things. Now, the headlights are blazing, which means it's got electrical power, which has been an issue earlier. But whether that electrical power is going where they want it to in every single part of the car is, of course, question B, isn't it? But turn the lights off now. Proper control alt delete there. You see him doing it, and it's half firing, but it's not actually going bang yet. The Seat's still serving its penalty. We're about to get a Sorg Rennsport stop from, I assume, the 427, because the 127 is not actually here at the moment, not actually running anymore.
Yeah, will be the only remaining Sorg Rennsport car is running in GT4. It sits third at the moment. Arthur Simonde has brought in that GT4 Cayman RS. So
it says Sim. And I keep thinking, that's not a Sim, that's a real car.
You could drive one in.
But
if you so wished, yes.
You could. I have, badly.
Yeah, Arthur Simonde, that would be where the SIM Sim comes from.
There are so many cars I've driven badly in a Sim. Many more cars I've driven badly in real life, even though I know your failed driven excellently was because it was not something you believed regarding the coffee-based shirt incident earlier in the day.
In an otherwise perfectly acceptable run of driving.
I've achieved perfectly acceptable. That's beyond my wildest dreams.
It's still an A-star.
Well, I'm the person taking back the hotel in 4 hours' time, so you have to be nice
to drive when we get to Orlando Airport in a couple of weeks' time. Yes, shotgun
that was
for
quick.
the driving seat. Yes, I can.
You can't shotgun the... Do you know what? I don't mind. The best... Joe and I drove back from Daytona 2 years ago in an open-top BMW 8 Series. Which basically made us just look like a couple of gay guys going back to Miami. So we stopped off a bubble tea, and it was very amusing.
That was a lovely car. It was an 8 Series, wasn't it? It was a white 8 Series. You were driving
840.
Yeah, lovely car. Klaus Bachler leading the race, and by a minute and 22 seconds. That sounds dominant. It's a little bit skewed because the 777 Al Faisal Al Zubair driven Team WRT BMW is a little bit off sequence. It's 12 laps into its stint, whereas the dynamic GT car being driven by Klaus Bachler is 24 laps into its stint. Now, while we've been off air, John, well, we had a nice rest in the Creventic Welcome Centre. Did a little bit of car window shopping. Watched some cars coming by to do their penalties. But I went out and watched some trackside action.
Yes,
and going into the final corner. Do you know who's latest on the brakes going into that final corner? No, he was one of the earliest, strangely. The Aston Martins. In the hands of Jamie Day and El Bamber. They're braking actually just after the 50-metre board.
Wow.
And carrying a lot of corner speed, and out they go. It was really interesting to watch and get a close-up view. Loads of great viewing points here around the Dubai Autodrome, and getting to see how the different classes interact. And there's so many different classes that are actually relatively close on lap time, particularly if you put, say, a slightly less experienced driver in the faster car and a more experienced driver in the theoretically slower car. That can cause a lot of real back and forth, and trying to pick your line is really difficult. There's also a few of the corners around the circuit that have multiple lines going in, particularly when you're coming out of into turn 14. There's a lot of cars that will take a sort of double apex line, and that then can sometimes confuse the traffic, where you think, oh, there's a gap open there, and they stuff it up the inside, and the other car's not quite expecting for it. So it's constant lap by lap, and if you've been in the car for an hour and 45 minutes, you've got to maintain that concentration. It's such a challenge for the drivers. It might look easy, it certainly is not, that is for sure. So Klaus Bachler will be due in the pits without any code 60. He would be due in the pits in around 10 laps or so, 20 minutes-ish. He's got an hour and 29 minutes on his stint time at the moment, so he will be basically due in for a pit stop anyway, because the maximum stint time is 2 hours in total. Then the drivers must take a minimum of 1 hour rest, and then can go back to 2 hours again. For the pro drivers in most classes, their maximum driving time is 12 hours. So for the teams with the balanced driver lineup, they really want to try and get the maximum driver time they possibly can out of their hot shoes. And Klaus Bachler is certainly being put to work right now in that dynamic GT Porsche with backing from Visit Dubai. It's a beautifully painted car. It's the top section's all white, and then you've got the Dubai skyline, all skyscrapers in a nice sort of sea blue colour. So it's a really nice looking machine there as well, being chased down by the white and black 777 BMW M4 GT3 Evo. Optimum Motorsport, they've been just climbing up the order all the time in their number 33 McLaren 720S. We had them at the Barcelona 24 Hours at the end of last season, and great to see them back again here in Creventic. They're in the fuel station at the moment, filling up that beautiful 720S with the butterfly doors. When you get up close to that car, it's a seriously exotic machine, and brilliant to have McLaren here. And they are the closest challenger to all of the German marques right now. In fact, they are the only non-German marque in the top 15 right now. So the McLaren, we have never had a non-German marque winning the Dubai 24 Hours since the first ever race back in 2006, which was won by the Dueler Motorsport BMW M3, driven by Philipp Peter, Dieter Quester, Hans-Joachim Stuck, and a guy called Toto Wolff, who apparently went on to middle management in a motor company.
Well, these things
slightly upper middle management.
Vlad Engel, or Vlad Angel, just catching up after a few hours. What did I miss with the Bentley? Is it out? It is, I'm afraid. It was random gear selection, wasn't it, on that car?
At that point, you've just got to think, what would the Bentley boys do? I think they would say, where is the finest eatery in all of Dubai?
I say, let's go for a good dinner.
Let's go for an excellent dinner.
Where's the best place for supper?
Do they serve Bollinger? No, they don't.
Yes, it would have been definitely,
where's the best supper?
Where's the best supper?
So Vlad, I'm afraid that one, metaphorically, the garage door came down. Nick might be able to tell us if the garage door did come down. Rob Huff was telling us about that earlier on. Nick?
they just parked it to the side because, of course, don't forget there's more than one car sharing that garage. So if you close the door down, the other team can't do any work either. So they're on the side. The Euro Motorsport car's in. Ryan Diel's just got out of it. Ryan, this is taking a bit longer than you would expect for the stop. Is there an issue or be being careful?
I don't know. Looks like we had an issue with the driver change, so no ideal. Good stint. Happy with that. So unfortunate. I don't know what happened there.
We're sort of obviously getting new viewers and listeners the whole time to the programme. You know, the time zone is now kind of really moving into the good for the Americans. So can you just give us what happened right at the start of the race with the team? What went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, we dropped the car, turned the ignition on, and we realized that we had a slow puncture on the left rear. Obviously, at that point on the grid, you can't touch the car, so we were debating trying to do 1 or 2 laps and try and go a little bit off sequence with the fuel, but it was too low.
And was that a brand new tyre or something you did a couple of laps in qualifying?
No, brand new, and you know, we check the pressures regularly before we obviously, you know, put them on the car and heat them, and you know, it's gonna be something random. We just dropped on something weird on the front straight. It was, I know when they put the tires on, it was fine. 5-6 minutes later, when we started the car, it was not. So it sucks, but it was okay.
Pushing like half the race on, I mean, and you're still trying to make up for that, aren't you, really?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that didn't expect it. We had a plan to go off sequence pretty early. That was too early. 1 lap wouldn't have really split us, so we just did the 1 tire. And anyway, it's, you know, the way the rules work here. It's not like we're used to, where you get a couple of full course yellows, you make some laps back, and you know, we have to work for this one. But this was always going to be a test for us. You know, we're focused on the European Championship with this, and this was just kind of a, you know, things like this is why we did this, right? We want to make sure we iron out all our mistakes before we get going in Italy.
So you're learning a lot about the way to run a Creventic race. It is quite different with the non-yellow flags. Is that something you think is a bad idea or a good idea? Would you prefer to have the chance for people to make up laps during full course caution?
Well, I mean, you know, I think that makes it harder, right? It's you can't just rely on 1 or 2 people doing their job. Everybody has to pull their weight. You know, but that being said, we're still battling for a podium, even with some attrition. You know, Dwight hadn't even seen his cars until we arrived in Dubai here, so we got a lot to learn. We got a pretty extensive test program, Abu Dhabi, leading up to the Italy race, Mugello, I guess, the first one. So I think once we get there, people are probably going to see, you know, the era that we know of from the States.
Now, obviously, a lot of the other teams here are a bit puzzled because it's their first time out on Michelin. You've been on various other similar Michelins in all sorts of times in America. How do these particular tyres compare with the ones we're used to over the pond?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we have a lot of experience with them. It's not too different. It's a different compound, I believe, to what we use in GT even over there. But yeah, I mean, it leveled a little bit. I think the playing field, at least we had some knowledge of the Michelin coming here. But at the same time, we didn't really have any knowledge of the car. I run the car in 2023. Our spare car is actually the car I ran in SRO America. So, you know, if the driver's the guy with the most experience, then he got a lot to learn. Don't listen to him.
Ryan, best of luck.
Brilliant stuff.
Cheers,
the
thanks.
driver's the guy with the most experience.
Ryan's is so self-deprecating. He's an absolute superstar driver. He will be starting his 20th Rolex 24 in a couple of weeks' time. He's won that race on. He's got 3 watches. He's won it once overall and twice in the LMP2 class, both with ERA. He's a superstar driver, and I'm sure his proudest achievement was driving for Rangers Football Club in Super Formula. If you remember, or you remember that, was it Super Formula? It was called Super Premier. No, what was it called?
It was. I commentated on it with Earl Bamber among other people when I was filling in for Ben Edwards and people like that. It was called
Super League Formula. Super
League Formula, yes. Thank you.
There we go. So he drove for Rob Lomas, our producer, just reminded us of that.
Oh, Rob, thank you.
Of course,
so much.
he would know. Super League Formula. So yes, Brian is. He's of course from Glasgow originally. His family, as we were talking about Scottish confectionery earlier on, his family were in the baking industry. And he lived out in America for many years, really made his career in America, was successful with Sierra Racing and Formula Atlantics. And funny enough, though, when he landed, he arrived and he was planning to live in Ohio and very quickly he realised, wait, I moved to America for warm weather. I could live in Scotland if it was cold. So he very quickly moved to Florida after that one. So great to have Era here. It's a really serious programme. I mean, if you're buying not one but two Ferrari 296s, you are coming in with serious intentions, and brilliant to add them to the roster of great teams we have here in the 24H series.
Yeah, and interesting what Ryan said there. I wasn't sure of the provenance of the lightly used car, as it was described to me, but clearly that car Ryan has
XDL. It's got to be worth an extra 10%.
Oh, really? I'm sure Ryan was saying when they were trying to buy it, I've driven that, it's 25% off is what he would have been saying, trying to help Dwight out.
The rev limiter once.
No, absolutely. One brand new car, one lightly used cars, and a spares package. They're going to run the rest of the European season. Era is going to run the rest of the European season out of a new base they have in the UK. So some testing, I believe, in Spain to come after Abu Dhabi, which is they're going to be racing at this weekend, although Ryan won't be there. He'll be off at the Raw before the Rolex 24, doing some additional testing for the IMSA program. And then Dwight, along with Jake Hill, the two principal drivers for the whole of the European season, and just been wandering around the paddock and met with Simon, Jake's dad, as he was coming out of being in the studio here. Jake going down to the Adelaide Classic Festival to drive some of the Era cars down there as well. That's, in a short time, has become an awesome classic event. Don't use the full circuit, they only use the Parkland circuit for that, and it's not racing, it is demo runs, but something like 90% of all the classic F1 cars in Australia are down in the Adelaide region. So Formula One, and it's going to be the Shadows that the Era guys took to Goodwood are going to be doing their thing, and Jake's going to be driving some of those for Era, which he, as you might imagine, is very excited about. Super League.
That's proper what dreams are made.
Yeah. Super League Formula was the first time I met Earl Bamber. He was my co-commentator in, what's the racetrack called that's just outside of Venice on the mainland? Is it Adria?
Yeah.
And they
his career was pretty much finished at that point.
Yeah, he was.
He was coaching in Malaysia, and he got a chance. Who was it now? It was Alvaro Perez. Didn't get his visa to go to Inner Mongolia. And Earl got into the car, won the race, and then 6 months later he was a Porsche driver and he won Le Mans.
Well, he got in at late notice in that race because somebody didn't turn up, and so I did all the practice with Earl. Then he got drafted into a car because somebody hadn't turned up.
Alvaro Perez.
Yeah, that wasn't the Mongolia race though. This was
another one.
This was the one, as I said, at the Venice circuit. He got in that, and he got the big check there. He won the whole thing. And Maria de Velota was in the booth with me for that race. Lovely, lovely person. Much missed, of course, after that bizarre testing accident that she had with Cato?
Virgin team at the time, Manor,
yeah. And I really enjoyed that weekend, and as I say, got on like a house on fire with both Earl and Maria, and had a feeling then that Earl was something a wee bit special, and he certainly takes chances, and had a good relationship with Earl ever since.
Absolutely classic Kiwi, never afraid to travel to chase success.
Oh, no.
Just with total tenacity.
Here's the thing as well, I talked to him at the end of last season at the post-season test at Bahrain for FIA World Endurance Championship, the WEC, and well, you know, because you've done some of this as well, Team New Zealand have been running Porsche Carrera Cup Asia cars and bringing in new Kiwi talent. And Earl's been putting his own money into that, as well as raising money for it and bringing in other supporters and white knights, if you will, to use the theatre term.
Well, one of the drivers he runs, Marco Giltrap, son of the late great Colin Giltrap,
exactly,
was the man in the motor trade in New Zealand. And the Giltrap group still enormously successful. If you're buying a premium car in New Zealand, you're buying it from Giltrap.
I have seen Earl at his best and his worst, at his happiest and his saddest. I've not seen him very much happier and prouder than when he was talking about Team New Zealand and what he was doing and how hard he was working to make that work, and more power to his elbow for putting back in. The Kiwis, it's a small nation. Every sport they do, they take very seriously. It's got more karting tracks than most of Europe put together. And I remember talking to Brendan Hartley about this, who again was mentored in his early stages by Earl.
They're great pals from childhood.
Yeah, and there's just something about the Kiwis that they take their sport very, very seriously, particularly at national level, when they get to national level and they're representing the country. And whether it's the All Blacks or the Black Ferns, whatever, you know, the cricket teams, whatever. And there's a nice little bit of self-deprecating humour once in a while as well, because the New Zealand national basketball team is called the Tall Blacks, which I think is brilliant. Genius, absolutely genius. And, you know, great. I like talking to people who are passionate about whatever it is, even if it's a sport that I'm not really that interested in. But if I can see and feel the passion, then that's how. You were talking about commentating on curling earlier on. That's how, when I was watching Winter Olympics years ago and started watching the curling, and thought, wow, this is really quite cool, pardon the pun. But it was the passion of the people who were talking about it that brought me into it, and I love that. We're coming to, do you know what? We're nearly, whoa, halfway there.
Well, Johnny Palmer,
the meme's ready.
Johnny Palmer was quoting ABBA earlier on. He was saying 12:30, and we're now
watching the late show,
Man After Midnight, and we're now early Bon Jovi now.
Yeah.
There's even a driver with a second name Creed.
That's very good, yes.
So there's all sorts of gags that we just can't help ourselves with.
Jerry Z in Ohio saying, what was Super League formula? Soccer clubs.
Good question.
Soccer clubs, racing cars, basically what, Formula 3000s kind of things.
It was like champ cars. They were serious things.
They were. And round that little track, which was like a kart track that we were at for that race that I was talking about, all affiliated with top European, UK and European football clubs. So there was a Rangers team, there was, I think, Inter Milan, Barcelona,
FC Porto.
Porto, etc., etc. Was Bayern Munich, I think, as well. It was certainly one of the big German clubs.
When you say it out loud, you're like, that was a bizarre idea. Bizarre concept.
Leeds United were in there. Nick's just reminded me on Talkback. The idea was to tap into the... Do you know what? In some respects, it was years ahead of its time, because it was tapping into the tribal nature of soccer fans to get them to support something else with their team's colours on. And everybody said that that's not how motor racing works. And it was moderately successful. They did a couple, I think, of seasons, maybe even 3 seasons of it. But it never really broke through. There was big cash prizes at the end of each race. However, what Drive to Survive is exactly the same thing. It has encouraged a tribal nature on the driver side of things. So they had the right idea. Bring new people in to motor racing and do it from a perspective that isn't normally associated with motor racing.
It was probably pre-social media, or certainly pre, how should we say, really nasty social media, perhaps.
Yeah, true.
But whether that would make it a success or not, I don't know.
Ollie is watching from a cool Germany through the night session. We're going all the way through to 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It is exactly 12 hours since we dropped the green flag on the start of the season. We're halfway through the 24 hours of Dubai. So, Peter, here's how they stand. 295 laps completed. We're somewhat short at the moment of the 628 because of the, 7 full course purples that we've had, code 60s. It's Dynamic GT, the 24, back in the lead. They've been there before. 777 Almanar Racing, the BMW in second. And as it stands at the moment, 295 laps being completed by that BMW M4 in second place. And the 777 is just on the tail end of the lead lap as it stands at the moment, just waiting for that car to come back around. Alexei Nesov is on the behind the wheel of the Pure Racing Porsche in third. That's the number 92 car. He's on 204 laps as it stands at the moment. Best of the GT3 AM cars, the car that has led this race for some considerable time, the Paradigm Competition BMW. That's the 991 number car. Ahmed El Hati behind the wheel of that. He's got half a minute on the Pro Am leading car, Winwood Racing, which has led the race outright as well. Gabriele Piana. Antares Au is behind the wheel of the third Porsche in the top 6. This one's the Herbeth number 80 car, and he's around about another 45 seconds in arrears from Winwood Racing. Top 10 made up by SMP Racing, their number 7 Mercedes, and Amanda Mauri Porsche, the number 1 in 8th. Ralph Bourne behind the wheel of the second Herbeth Racing car in the top 10, and the top 10 Haupt Racing team, Roman Andriolo in the Mercedes. He's third in the AM class as well, by the way, just outside the top 10. Optimum Motorsports McLaren in 11th. The Aston Martin have come to you Racing, so a little bit of non-German manufacturers there in 11th and 12th, with Porsche and Chris Breuer in 13th for Herbeth. Haas RT's Audi's in fuel at the moment. Into Africa Racing is in to fuel as well, as Klaus Bachler comes into the pits from the lead, and all the way down to 22nd position, and Tanat Sathentherakul for EBM Motorsport, Earl Bamber Motorsport, and the Aston Martin, that number 77. They are all GT3 cars down to 22nd position. If we move on outside of the top 20, Rick Breukers back at the wheel of the Red Camel Jordan.NL, and they are leading in 23rd position, the 909 leading in the 992 class. Second in that class, a couple of places further back, is the Tierra Outdoor Racing Porsche, number 912. And third in that class, Mathieu de Trey for Adith Kumar Racing. Further down, we'll have to go outside the top 30 to see the next leader. 35th position for Leipert Motorsports, Huracan Super Trofeo in GTX. They have been bossing this class and gently moving up as other teams have faltered around them. That Super Trofeo car, Brendan Leach has just gone past Alexei Denisov actually into 34th position whilst we were talking about them. Further down into the 40s, we need to go through all the 992 classes before we reach the GT4 leader, and that is Team CMR and the Ginetta. The number 495 has Michael Simpson behind the wheels at the moment. 45th position for that car. Second in that class is Ramez Azam, AGMC Racing by Simpson BMW. In 49th, that's the 438. And in 50th is the third car. That's Gero Bauknecht in the Porsche. TCE led once again by a Seat. The Porsche has faltered with Yashiro Mirasashi Misashi in the pits at the moment for a pit stop, and both of the Asbest Racing Seats, well, one's a Seat, which is the Leon Cup car, that's the 101 leading in TCE, and second in 55th position is the Cupra TCR. Third, as I said, in that class, SRS Sorg Rensport, but they're in the pits at the moment about to get fuel. Once we get down below the top 60, in fact, actually, even before that, in 57th position, the WS Racing BMW had the fiery moment with Emily de Heijs at the wheel. Razou More Racing Porsche. Leo Pichler is running and making up time. 6th in GT4 at the moment. Has 25 laps before it moves up a position in class. Team Parker Racing Bentley has been withdrawn, as has the Graf Racing Rosser, the V10. Team Motorpark Mercedes, the number 5 car, that had the incident coming out of our first called 60 period, which was caused by the car in 62nd position. The GT3 Cup Porsche JBR car went hard into the wall for its driver on the start-finish line. Come to You Racing had a diff problem before they really even got going, and the Tresor Tempo Racing car was badly damaged in qualifying. 64 cars on the entry list, 62